Chapter 352, A Legacy from the Depths, 1. Whoosh. Hansu's sneak attack had been quite effective, actually. He'd successfully struck the enemy before the strange being next to Melchizedek could react. Of course, this didn't mean the attack had hit the head exactly. Boom. Hansu's hammer flew through Melchizedek's head and smashed into the wall behind him. Tisk. Hologram. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Its aura had felt so real that he'd tried to attack, but it was a fake. Countless nanoparticles were recreating the image where the hammer had gone through. SSSSS. The nanoparticles gathered together to quickly reform the image of Melchizedek. Melchizedek smiled. Ha ha ha. You think I'm a retard? Why would I come here with my Actua? Shut up. Paused. Lightning crashed onto the spot where Melchizedek had stood on. The countless nanoparticles burned up since the hologram couldn't maintain the image anymore, disappearing along with Melchizedek's annoying voice. Too bad. There was a chance that it was the real thing since Melchizedek was quite a curious being, but it seemed to be quite cautious in its movements. And at that moment. Tisk, how ruthless. I just wanted to chat. The being clad in the strange mechanical armor began to speak. Hansu chuckled. I see you don't know much about matters. You're supposed to meet face to face if you want to chat. You're kind, huh? Hansu then realized why Melchizedek was being so cautious. Looks like it wasn't an easy victory. Although he'd known that the Nelkipa was under Melchizedek's control since it was moving towards Ankara, it seemed that the process hadn't been a painless one. Then. Boom. He heard the sound of a large collision in the distance. Followed by a shockwave from two high-energy attacks smashing against each other. One side seemed familiar, the other was not. Only one thing was clear: their strength levels were similar. Boom. Boom. Various small and large collisions continued on as the whole train shook. There were no artificial transcendents that could fight on Kiriel's level. Which meant only one thing. The Dragon God forces are here. He wondered where they connected the quantum transmission, but they seemed to have connected directly with the fleet. Rumble. Hansu decided to hurry as he felt the trembling grow increasingly stronger. The opponent would be attacking at full force, and he didn't know what would happen to Kiriel. I'm going to smash them apart. Then. He heard a voice from the being's visor. I'll give you one last chance. Give up and back off. I don't like unnecessary fights and I have enough things stressing me out. He could even sense a slight aura of annoyance from Melchizedek's voice. Melchizedek did not like variables. Immensely so. It didn't have any methods to deal with people from climbing up from below since that was handled by a higher being. And the situations on the higher floors also made it difficult to manage the lower ones. In the midst of this chaos, its control over the lower floors had been taken. There had never been a case like this in the past. This armed being had also been raised to fight the two things on the upper floors, not this kid. It had barely been able to pull enough precious materials together to make this armor, and meanwhile some crazy bastard had climbed up from below and started to take over the research center. How could he not be annoyed? Hansu shrugged. It's possible. Melchizedek's voice brightened at this. If this mechanical armor was damaged, it would make his current situation even worse. It was best to avoid a fight. But Hansu continued to speak. Yeah, if you change the trajectory of Nelkipa to any direction other than Ankara. If you do that, then I'd gladly help you smash apart Clementine's forces. Kiyeing. The armed being started to activate as soon as Hansu finished his words. And a hateful voice came out from the visor. If it had an actual face, Hansu would be able to see its enraged expression. Give up my goals, huh? I believe you guys use the phrase "you effing bastard" in situations like this, right? Then. Boom. A giant shockwave of energy resonated out from the barrel behind the mechanical armor. Boom. Ugh. I guess they're fighting, too. There seemed to have been a collision on the other side as well. She inferred this from the giant shockwave that rose into the sky in the distance. Yeah, something like that wouldn't just let him leave in peace. Kiriel thought of the horrifying aura she'd felt before as she looked at her own opponent. Annoying. Tonk. Kiriel stared at her opponent with annoyance. They had created a hexagonal shield to block the fang in her hand and she continued to charge at it. Boom. Boom. She and the armored dragon god dodged, deflected, and redirected each other's attacks, with the energy from each encounter causing countless explosions to occur around them. Maria sighed as she looked at Kiriel being slowly pushed away from her. Good. Good. I didn't expect the dragon god force to actually come. She was skeptical throughout the entire process of calling for help. Aside from their job of guarding the three royal families, the dragon god forces were only implemented into the most important missions. She, a technocrat, had no authority whatsoever in even minutely requesting a dragon god soldier who wielded the secret weapon, the dragon god armor. But she had asked anyway, because she needed something at this level to go up against that monstrous female, Kiriel. She realized that her choice was not a mistake. That power. Enough power to push Kiriel back. Maria. Weren't we in an alliance? Oh god, it's a dragon god soldier. The countless B and A levels were at a loss. They had never expected to see such a scene in their entire lives. Maria refocused and said. We'll now focus on controlling the other robots. The dragon god soldier will deal with the alien. Her underlings were still confused at the current situation, but they nodded. They realized that this was the only thing they could do. But at that moment. You dumpy. What are you doing? Hurry and restart the quantum transmission. The cooldown ends soon. Huh. While Maria was at a loss from the orders that came from the dragon god soldier in the distance. This dumpy. The dragon god soldier of Kulkirun, shouted with rage. Hurry and reactive the quantum transmission. I'm being pushed back right now. Then. Boom. The dragon god soldier was smashed through the walls of the train as he landed onto a building in the distance. Damn it. What is this monster? Arkoron Nel charged back towards Kiriel as he cursed out loud and shouted at Maria. You dumbass. Hurry and reactivate it while I block her. There are other Dragon God soldiers waiting to be transferred. Yes. Everyone, please. Help. Enmaria hurriedly started preparing to reactivate the quantum transmission again. With a question on her mind. There's more than one Dragon God soldier. The Dragon God soldier was not someone so easily deployed. They were designated in crucial parts of Ankara, constantly prepared for situations that desperately needed their services. Even if the sons and daughters of royal families were in danger, having more than one Dragon God soldier at the scene was too much. It made no sense. Arkoran saw Enmaria stumbling and seemed to have realized her confusion as he answered. Is there something going on in Nelkipa that I don't know about? As Enmaria's expression changed. Arkoran shouted. Yes. Yes. So hurry. Hurry and reactivate that thing, UB. Swoosh. Arkoran Nel roared as he saw the alien charging towards him, a pair of terrifying eyes locking into his own. Boom. Hansa realized that the strikes had weakened to the point where he could ignore them as he smashed the artificial being with his hammer. Crunch. Mjolnir smashed away the outer circuits, causing sparks to fly everywhere. But then. Grab. The being released clouds of white steam as it grabbed onto Hansu's arm and started to squeeze. Crack. Tisk. Tonk. Hansu felt the bones in his left arm cracking as he kicked away the being and then smashed it with his hammer again. Boom. With a much more powerful attack than before. The Mjolnir, surrounded by 3 dragons, smashed apart the being's core energy system responsible for powering up its energy strikes. Crunch. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Despite its broken core, Melchizedek's voice continued on through the visor on the being's head. At this moment, Hansu spoke out. This isn't something you can make on your own. What have you done? The armor was just a shell. It was much inferior in quality in comparison to the Dragon God armor. The secret behind it was not the shell, but the thing inside it. Something that made it different from the other artificial transcendents. Even Melchizedek couldn't make this. The laughter from the visor stopped. You know too much. What are you? An uncomfortable voice was heard from the visor. And through the broken armor. Hansu saw a bright life form, one that did not fit the machine surrounding it. Then. The Arkaroa's crystal, which he had gained from the floor below, began to vibrate. Reincarnator, Chapter 353, A Legacy from the Depths, 2. I was going to keep this as a secret weapon, but I guess I don't need to hide it anymore. As these words came out from the visor. Crunch. Crackle. The machine parts surrounding the life form broke away. Everything from the core and the armor fragments. They weren't needed anyway. All these machine parts that transcended past the limits of a normal human were nothing against the likes of Hansu and the other transcendents. But if it were something created from a 2-star transcendent, then that was a different story. Is it finally going to show itself? But something else outside of his expectations then occurred. Chiaik. The thing that appeared through the white steam was not a humanoid form. A smooth and shiny set of armor, like that of an insect. And the bright blue organs and muscles visible between them. Living armor. Connected via various tentacles and spines, the living armor perfectly covered its body even after shedding away the machine armor. So that's the thing that deflected my 9-dragon strike. A strange liquid seeped out from inside, quickly fixing and mending the cracked part of the armor, caused by his previous strike. A powerful-looking armor that was comparable to his hammer, Mjolnir. But the armor seemed indifferent towards its owner. It continuously sucked something away from the user through the spines and tentacles. Aren't you being too shy? To be clad in such armor? Kaiusuke. He heard Melchizedek's voice coming from the being's head. This is a female. Well, it was easy to misunderstand it as a male because of its size. It was wearing 2 layers of armor. Of course, it was only this big because it had 2 sets of armor. The being inside was definitely a female. Then. Whoosh. Tremendous amounts of energy started radiating out of the bright blue armor. Boom. Kiriel struck the Dragon God soldier with the fang in her hand. Crunch. Haa. Arkoran Nel, the Dragon God soldier, shouted as he resisted the force threatening to destroy both his arm and the shield protecting it. What, freak. Arkoran Nel restructured his body parts and then looked at the small female pushing him back. Her arm was so thin, like a child's. And that tiny bone dagger in her small and white, delicate hands. That dagger should be something that decorated a house of royalty, and not something to be used in a fight. But the reality was harsh. The thin and feeble-looking arm of this female had enough strength to crush him and take his life the second he let his guard down. What, in the world? Arkoran Nel continued to scream in his mind. Every part of the Dragon God armor, the ultimate agglomeration of his planet's technology, trembled as if about to break apart at any moment. Arkoran Nel screamed again as he squeezed out the energy of his 2 main cores and 18 subcores to their maximum limits. Hurry up. Hurry the hell up. Yes. Yes, I'm trying. Damn. I hope she doesn't realize. He was sending the messages through brainwaves, so this monster of a girl shouldn't be able to hear him. Crunch. Hey. But sadly for Arkoran Nel, Kiriel's trait had long been activated and currently in use. Hurry. Transmise, I will. Did he say she needed to restart the quantum transmission? Kiriel, within that small moment of contact, had read the memory within the visor. They shouldn't be trying to reactivate that thing this desperately just to send some random presents or snacks. Which meant that they were trying to call something that could turn their current situation. Kiriel thought to herself. There's more coming. If that happened then things would get much more annoying. Although she was pushing him back, he was still extremely annoying. Boom. Kiriel frowned as the Dragon God soldier pushed her back with his shield and backed off. Her forte didn't lie in prolonged battles anyway. Whoosh. And as she backed off, 2 beams exploded out from the barrels on his back. Ugh, why is a personal armament so strong? That armor was not a simple one. Kiriel stared at the armor that allowed one to fight on the same level as a transcendent, and then she changed her priority. First, I need to stop them from gaining reinforcements. And that looked easier anyway. Clang. As she drew a line with her fang, a bright line appeared in the air and shot towards the researchers. She'd left them alone because they hadn't done anything worth killing them for, but if they were preparing such a thing behind her back, that was a different matter. Keying. As her attack closed in on them, something rose up from the ground and created a translucent barrier. Tonk. Kiriel sighed as she looked at the strange mechanisms the dragon god soldier had thrown the moment he arrived. It looks like he'd prepared meticulously for this possibility. The barrier didn't look simple either. At this rate, her long-range attacks wouldn't be enough to destroy it. Boom. Kiriel dodged the attack from the dragon god soldier, spun around and smashed down onto the translucent barrier. Crackle. Ah. Boom. As Enmaria screamed fearfully, the machine responsible for the quantum transmission started to light up behind the researchers. Damn. As Kiriel was about to swing her dagger again at the machine. No. Boom. Reincarnator desperately charged forward and slammed onto Kiriel. Ugh. Boom. As Kiriel, whose focus had not been on the dragon god soldier, flung forward onto the ground. Reincarnator gasped for breath but soon started to laugh. Ha, ha. We won. Although the armor now only worked at 60% capacity since he'd constantly overloaded it during the fight, it didn't matter. The quantum transmission had already started. The fusion reactor pumped in energy into the machine, enough to power 3 cities. The quantum transmission's cooldown had ended. And Reincarnator stood up, looked at the bright light that signaled the start of the transmission and cursed at Kiriel. You damned bee. It's all over now. Ha 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 ha. You won't die peacefully. She could wield such strength with just her body. She would be a good research sample. She would be dissected over and over again until they unraveled all her secrets. He and the Narapa Union. He and the Nell family, the controllers of the Fleet of Flames, would become much more powerful. As he thought about combining that strength with the dragon god armor, his heart pounded. And not only that. He would receive a tremendous reward for achieving this battle merit and take a giant leap upwards in his family's hierarchy. Before that. I'll play around with you for a bit. Damn bee. He'd felt pain until now, but wasn't it a royal's job to give joy to the people as well? Although he would have to share that joy with the one arriving soon, that was fine. Since comrades should share the acquired loot anyway. Kiriel sighed as she looked at the man staring at her with a perverted gaze while licking his lips. I wish a prince would just pop out of thin air to save me. The situation was not good. Although she was stronger than him, he wasn't some scarecrow. And it was impossible to stop the transmission at this point. Looking at his confident expression, it looked like another dragon god soldier was coming. Kiriel held tightly onto her knife and thought. It was just getting fun, too. Up until now, her life had been very boring. Training and becoming stronger, that was it. There was nothing that made her feel joy except when she followed Hansu's tracks. She had finally found the owner of those tracks and things were just getting exciting, but... No, I must stop this. If she backed off here, then these things would continue to crawl out. She had to stop them here. If not, then Hansu would really be in danger. Ha 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 ha. Why? Aren't you going to keep fighting? I will. Calm down, you damn bastard. SSSS. As Kiriel prepared to charge at him again. Kiying. A tremendous shockwave rang out from a distance. Energy so powerful it shocked both Reincarnator and Kiriel. Huh? What? The moment both of them exclaimed out loud. Boom. The sound of a loud explosion occurred, followed by a blinding light, as a third of the train turned into nothing behind them. Including the fusion reactor. Then. No. The quantum transmission. Kiying. Enmaria started freaking out as the bright light began to dim. Not bad. Tata-talk. Hansu, who had dodged the bright light that had blown away a third of the train, looked at his own burned skin and muttered to himself. What power? He'd blocked it with the Mjolnir and even dodged to the outermost areas, but it still managed to damage him this badly. Boom. Hansu looked at the trembling Mjolnir that seemed to be in pain and stared at the one who'd caused all this. No, using something like this isn't free. And as he expected. Crackle. What the? Why isn't this listening? The bright armor crazily sucked out more energy through its spines and tentacles. Hansu stared at Melchizedek freaking out and thought to himself. Reincarnator, Chapter 354, A Legacy from the Depths, 3. Cheeing. Enmaria freaked out as she looked at the dying light. No. How is this real? What is this? The size of a city. The research center's train wagons were huge, just one wagon was the size of a larger city. And the fusion reactor was divided into different sectors, so even if a part of it were damaged it would still work. Theoretically, even if 60% of the reactor were damaged the quantum transmission would still work. But she had never expected an entire wagon, the size of an entire city, to disappear in just an instant. Of course. How could the battles of these human-sized people be on such a large scale? But this was the reality. Tata. As Enmaria looked at the stark spot where the giant wagon had been. Oh. It doesn't look like it'll activate for quite a while. So, what were you saying to me before? Huh? A cold voice rang out throughout the area. Then. Boom. Arg. Reincarnator screamed alongside the sound of a huge collision. Damn. Both sounds woke up Enmaria from her daze. No. At this rate, everyone would die. Before, there was more than enough time to summon one more dragon god soldier. But not anymore. Now, Kiriel had more than enough time to kill them off before they could summon another dragon god soldier. Enmaria clenched her teeth and stared solemnly at Reincarnator, who was desperately trying to resist. Think. Clack 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 clack. Maria's teeth trembled. She had to think of something to solve this situation. If not, she would really end up dying. If she failed here, then her chances of survival would be close to zero. The robots? Should I control them? Boom. But Maria shook off this thought as she heard more loud sounds of impact. No way. She'd just melt them away before they could touch even a single strand of her hair. Threaten? That I wouldn't cooperate. She shook that thought off as well. She didn't know if she was needed anymore, and she wasn't confident either. She wasn't confident that she could withstand the possible torture that person would put her through. I have to reverse the situation. Whether it was helping the dragon god soldier or ending this fight. She had to stop it. And as Maria racked her brains. UB. Coronel extended his arm towards Maria. Then. CHRRKRKRK. The barrier reactor on the ground flew towards Coronel. Coronel had concluded that there was no more hope for the quantum transmission and took back the barrier reactor, hoping to run away. Coronel had given up on the researchers who had no more value. Maria and the other researchers screamed at this scene. No. If you take that. Maria screamed. She would be exposed to her attacks now. Even if their bodies were enhanced, even a tiny fragment of energy from that battle could kill them. Damn. And here I was trying to turn the situation. As Maria looked at Coronel with hateful eyes. Her gaze met Coronel's. And then realized. That she'd deluded herself. What have I done? Despite being pushed back, he was looking at her with worry. But there was no warmth behind those eyes. They were cold. Cold eyes that were worried that she would actually survive and not get killed. And after seeing those very eyes, Maria came to a realization. That her death had already been determined. The one that really wanted her dead was not that monster of a woman in the distance. Even if that woman didn't kill her. Even if Coronel won. They would die anyway. This place had a secret so important that the Nell family had even sent a dragon god soldier to hide it. How could they survive, even if they were only slightly related to the whole thing? Especially her, who had even illegally borrowed the Nell family member's emergency code to contact them. Anne Martin's face flashed past her eyes. The man who believed that he had sacrificed himself for everyone. But she now had a revelation. Bastard. He knew all along. That this would happen. And as she realized that her destiny had been set in stone. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. And Maria started to laugh maniacally. Boom. Boom. No. And Maria watched in despair as random fragments from the battle flew towards them, killing the researchers around her. For what had they struggled? And, he's the one killing us. Ironically, the one killing them wasn't Kiriel. Coronel, even as he ran away, was sending attacks towards her and the researchers. And Maria's expression hardened. Yeah, this is my final gift to you, you damned Nell family. Tata-tata. And Maria's fingers started to move quickly amidst the explosions around her. Keying. The research center started to whirl as Maria inputted her final commands. It's done. Maria dropped her hands with a satisfied expression. At least she'd accomplished one of her goals before she died. Let's see. As Maria scratched something on the ground and looked around the research center with a relieved expression. She heard a brainwave transmission in her head. You piece of scum. You couldn't even accomplish what I asked, so this is a suitable death for you. What's the point of living? Be grateful that you'll die under the hands of the Nell family. As Coronel's message ended. Whoosh. A tremendous piece of structure flew towards them. Coronel had thrown it amidst his struggle to escape. Ha. I can read him like a book. Maria chuckled at this entirely expected situation. Whatever, struggle a bit longer if you wish. I'm going to rest now. Whoosh. Maria closed her eyes as the house-sized piece of metal flew towards her. Boom. Phew. It's finally listening. Sorry about that. Crunch. Hansu felt disappointed as he looked at the armored being that was charging towards him again. Too bad. Could have been an easy way out. It was an attack on the same level as one that used all 9 of his dragons. Of course, an attack of that level had a price to pay. An attack that squeezed out every drop of mana in one's body to use. If he had dodged the attack a few more times, then it would have run out of energy. But as Melchizedek started to control it, instead of firing out more of those strikes it instead contained the energy within its armor and charged towards him. Boom. His 1,000 soldiers' armor broke apart a little more every time it hit him. Boom. Hansu smashed her away with the Mjolnir and then checked his armor. I guess it lasted quite a while. The 1,000 soldiers' armor was an artifact that had existed during a time when the abyss had still been closed. And it was soon time to replace it. Even if it's not an abyssal monster. I just need to defeat something strong, right? The Arkaroa's core resonated with the blue armor in front of him. Which meant that they attracted each other. Which meant that he could combine them into one and receive a greater reward. Seriously, that fairy is the only one that takes care of me it seems. As Hansu chuckled and grasped tightly onto Mjolnir. King. A strange wave of energy pulsed from the wagon. And as he sensed this. Boong. Hansu frowned. He'd felt this before. The quantum transmission has activated. Kiriel left that alone. According to what he knew, Kiriel shouldn't have lost in that situation. And as Hansu was engrossed in his confusion. Boom. A mocking laugh came out from the blue armored figure. And Hansu replied simply. I need to be careful when I break you since I'll be using it next. As Melchizedek felt enraged at Hansu, who seemed to look down on his invention. Zoom. The quantum transmission activated in the distance. Quantum transmission. Activated. Coronel Nell, the captain of the Kakuran fleet, started laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha. Good. Send them in. Armor Nell. Ready for deployment. Araron Nell. Ready for deployment. Since they'd been ready for quite a while, multiple Dragon God soldiers quickly reported their statuses. Good, time for us to handle this now. For such scum to give them such an opportunity. Reincarnator decided to erase all those annoying alien members as he spoke to the leader of the fleet's Technora team. Prepare and contact Reincarnator. Tisk. If the communications aren't working properly, then you should be making it work. Reincarnator's good mood had been disturbed, and he was about to squeeze the technicians below, but then Enakuan, one of the techno-rats in the cockpit, spoke out. It won't work. What? The communications. Enakuan shook his head. No. The transmission won't work. What do you mean? You said it was activated, right? You useless. Enakuan made a wronged expression as he shouted. No, it's not a request for transmission, but the opposite. It's transmitting something else over here. Huh? What? Reincarnator frowned at Enakuan's words. Reincarnator, Chapter 355, A Legacy from the Depths, 4. Rumble. Ugh. Chiajijiaik. Reincarnator, covered in his broken-down armor that was letting out sparks, sat on the ground and looked despairingly at the woman in front of him. It wasn't just that his armor was overloaded, he felt like he was tied down with invisible chains. He was trapped in place. Damn. I can't even run anymore. This monster. He had tried so hard to run away, but it was all futile now. Reincarnator grit his teeth as he looked at the woman slowly approaching him. He couldn't die here. Born of the Nell family, his abilities had been recognized and he had lived in luxury after rising to the R level. The Dragon God armor had acknowledged him, so even the upper ranks of the clan couldn't mistreat him. With this basis, he had massacred his way up to this point. He had too much to lose, he couldn't die here. Reincarnator breathed in and out and spoke to the woman. Let's make a deal. Reincarnator stared at Kiriel, who raised her dagger with an annoyed expression, and continued to speak. I said, let's make a deal. Didn't you just say this was the end for me or something? Reincarnator's insides burned with the flames of rage as Kiriel continued to mock him. You're really acting wild just because the situation has turned, huh? Reincarnator almost blurted angrily for her to kill him, but then stopped, managing to calm himself down. Surviving was the most important thing. Just listen up. I'm more useful than you think. Let's say you kill me. What then? It seems there's only you and that man in the distance. Are you going to go against the entire fleet with just you two? There's at least a few dozen Dragon God soldiers like me on that ship. Kiriel flinched at Reincarnator's words. There's more than I expected. There's really that many. That armor's power really went beyond her expectations. One or two might be okay, but if there were dozens of them, things would get very annoying. You'd feel intimidated. He had succeeded in threatening her. Reincarnator continued to speak as he looked at Kiriel, who was lost in thought. So instead of killing me, take me hostage. Our planet is currently at war, so people of your level would gladly be taken in as guests. I don't know what your goals are, but I can be the bridge between you and my people. Reincarnator continued to speak confidently. Yet. It has come to this already. He blurted out the random suggestion because he wanted to secure his survival, but after saying it, the idea didn't sound half bad. And it wasn't that bad for him as well. If he could persuade these barbarians to join his side, it would be beneficial for his own strength as well. Would these barbarians, who'd fought all their lives, have ever experienced the luxury served in Ankara? Even his kind, the Dragon God soldiers, melted from such pleasure. How could these barbarians not? Reincarnator continued to feel more and more confident. Don't do anything you might regret and release me. I'll put in a good word for you. Our fleet will arrive soon. Look at this kid. As Kiriel looked at Reincarnator, who stared back at her with confidence. Oh. She heard the strange sound of a machine activating from the distance. It's still activating. Wasn't it supposed to stop once she's killed? Kiriel left Reincarnator behind and ran to where the sound was coming from. Reincarnator looked at the scene, but didn't hold much hope. Dumpy. What's the point of activating it after everything ends? Kiriel could just break the machine outright, and even if they did come over, she could easily ambush them. It would only mean something if he still had any ground to hold. As Reincarnator looked hatefully at the place where Enmaria had been, Kiriel quickly arrived before the machine and examined it. If it were transferring something, she'd break it, but the situation felt a bit different. Something is different. Then. She saw the words written by her feet. What's this? Don't stop it. This is something I'm sending. Short, but to the point / casual. Kiriel started to use her psychometry and began to read the memories within the message. Cheers. And soon she saw Enmaria's expression and actions as she wrote the message. The hand that scratched at Nelkipa's skin. Carefree eyes that held a tinge of sadness. And as Kiriel stopped at the scene of when she'd given up on everything. Boom. The quantum transmission started to activate. Clank. The train, which had maintained its speed despite having its last wagon blown away, started to slow down. As if its engine had turned off. Wait. Engine. As Kiriel looked at the sky. Towards the distance. A small light shone in the distance. It was like the birth of a new star. It was extremely small compared to the vast universe, but that should be huge. Chills ran down Kiriel's body. If it could be seen from this far, she couldn't imagine how large the explosion really was. Then. You crazy bee. What have you done with the fusion reactor? Reincarnator started screaming in despair. And Kiriel chuckled as she stared at Reincarnator. It seems there's nothing to bridge to anymore, what to do? Though it was nice to see him beaten down another notch, she soon coldly calculated the situation. Although it felt nice now, it didn't seem like everything would be solved with just this. Let's see. I really need to stop wasting my time. Killing him was a waste too. But if she gave him an inch, He might ask for a foot. I'll just knock him out and take him. She wasn't the leader anyway. Hansu was the one that decided things anyway. Kiriel made up her mind as she spoke coldly. Take a nap for a while. What are you, Takahuk? Pock. Kiriel punched Arkorundal's stomach through the broken part of the armor and knocked him out. She gazed into the distance. I should go help now. Boom. Boom. The shock waves from the collision transferred all the way to her location despite the flaming pillars continuously raining down from the sky, the impact shaking the entire Nelky pot. It's going to be hard. Would I even be able to help? Kiriel looked at her battle-scarred body and frowned. Although she'd won, it wasn't without a price. That armor was indeed strong. Stupid armor. Kiriel felt various parts of her body throbbing from pain and looked at the armor. But then, a line of thought appeared in her mind. Can't I wear that, too? Kiriel looked at the broken down, but still usable-looking, Dragon God armor. Kyududuk. Hansu smashed his opponent down onto the ground. Boom. The impact created a loud sound as various cracks appeared on the Nelkipa's bright skin, as well as on the blue armor. But the blue-armored figure quickly swung her fist and attacked Hansu's chest. Boom. The attack pushed deeply in the area around Hansu's chest. Almost a fatal strike. If she had pushed a bit further, she might have been able to smash apart his heart, but only a shocked voice came out from the visor. Boom. Hansu didn't back off by even a single inch as he slammed the blue-armored figure deeper into the ground with Thumjalnir. Crunch. Melchizedek, who had been watching the entire battle, shook his head as he looked at Hansu's regenerating body. It seems there are still a lot of things I don't know about. I didn't know such a dull creature existed. Having faith in its constantly regenerating body, it continued to fight over and over again. With its bare body, it withstood attacks that would have killed a normal human being several times over, and then used that timing to retaliate with even stronger attacks. Looking at it logically, there was no reason for his creation to lose in any aspect. It was already strong and Melchizedek had even modified it personally. It even had a secret hidden inside, just in case. If Melchizedek had sent his creation to the nursery he'd prepared beforehand and fed it some crystals, it would have been an easy matter to take over the entire Nelky pot. But sadly, it seemed impossible that his creation would win over the being in front of his eyes. He had never thought that there'd be such an insane being that would bait its own heart in order to attack its opponent's head. I guess there's nothing I can do. Boom. Melchizedek made a decision as he continued to look at Hansu slamming his creation down onto the ground. To release the Lamiter. The Lamiter inside the heads of these things allowed him to control them, but the price for doing so was that they lost their most useful card. And this being that he'd modified had a trait that was amazingly suited for battle. This was not the time to worry about controlling it. At this rate, it would soon turn into minced meat between that hammer and Nelkipa's skin. Melchizedek quickly spoke out through the visor after making his decision. Then, snap. Melchizedek released the Lamiter, and his control over his creation disappeared. The voice from the visor stopped as the body shuddered. But only for a moment. Crunch. The blue-armored being raised her arm and grasped onto his Mjolnir. Her strength. Like magic, in just an instant the blue-armored woman's strength had exploded past that of Hansu's and pushed the Mjolnir back. And Hansu saw familiar eyes through the helmet. There was no sense of consciousness, only rage. And he realized who it was. Enbai, Aaron. Orange Zone, the ruler of the Cross Clan. And his old comrade. Who caught you and made you into this? But before he could finish. AHH. Ah. Boom. Her trait had activated, exchanging her rage into strength as she started to attack Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 356, A Legacy from the Depths, 5. She dreamed of this moment. Of meeting him again and climbing up again. But it didn't matter anymore. She'd been captured, and her body no longer followed her commands. It's too tiring. Enbai Aaron's conscious lay in a fetal position. She could sense the ripples of battle outside the dark space where her consciousness was. But she didn't want to care anymore. There was nothing she could do anyway, and plus, she was really tired. Will you be able to kill me? Being modified inside the research lab, killing people outside all in the name of testing, and living as a scarecrow that followed orders. As well as, living in this damned world. She was tired of it all. I don't know who you are, but I hope you succeed. Ah. Boom. Hansu shouted at Enbai Aaron who was screaming in rage as she charged towards him. Come back now. Boom. Hansu swung his Mjolnir and smashed it onto Enbai Aaron's fist. It created a tremendous shockwave between the hammer, which was larger than Enbai Aaron's head, and her fist. Crack-hack-hack. Hansu grit his teeth as he looked at the fist and the blue armor surrounding it. It seems she's not thinking of waking up. As Melchizedek had left it, Enbai Aaron's body was the same as a shell. A shell without a control tower, just acting on impulse. The issue was that this body was extremely enraged. Rage was instinctive for survival. Enbai Aaron's body was currently burning up in rage and was struggling with all its strength to survive. As if this was the only way to survive. And as if the body was trying to prove this, the red aura surrounding Enbai Aaron turned even more vibrant. Boom. Enbai Aaron leaped off the ground and charged towards Hansu. She'd simply stepped off the ground, but the entire floor shook as if there'd been an earthquake. And Hansu helplessly struck out with Mjolnir again as he watched this. Since he couldn't just sit around and get hit. Boom. The hammer and fist collided again as the resulting shockwave swept the surroundings again. Hansu looked sadly at Enbai Aaron, who was becoming even stronger and faster than before. Wake up. Boom. Finding a gap in her movements, Hansu smacked face again and shouted. At this rate, one of them would definitely die. Tainted emotions was the epitome of survival instincts. It wasn't a skill without risk and gave her strength whenever she got angry. This, only you can know of this. This actually uses the hidden potential of my body. Enbai Aaron had told him this in the past. The angrier she got, the more the current body used up its future body's potential to protect itself. It was obvious, but, the longer she used it, the more it gnawed on her body. And that body. Squirm squirm. Hansu frowned at the armor connected to her body through various spikes and spines, squirming as if it were alive. Armor that continuously sucked out the energy from one's body. It looked extremely efficient, but of course, such efficiency wasn't free. No. The armor seemed to want the body to continue using its power. It was pushing Enbyron even more, making her continue to fight. And Hansu grinned at his teeth at this. He had seen a creature like this before. Although it gave tremendous strength to its host, it gnawed on the life of its host and caused the host to go insane. After Melchizedek's control tower had disappeared, Enbyron's body was now just filled with a crazed rage. The only thing on its agenda was to beat its opponent. Ah! Enbyron continued to scream and charged at him again. Crunch. Crack. The ground fell apart with every step, shaking their surroundings. Boom. Hansu and Enbyron's bodies collided once again. But it was a bit different this time around. Crack. The surface of the blue armor seemed to swirl around strangely. The liquid-like armor quickly made crackling noises as it turned crystalline. Clang. Mjolnir, which could push back Enbyron before, simply bounced off the armor. From the surface of the armor, which seemed to have evolved to counter Mjolnir. Boom. Frowning, Hansu activated his demonic dragon's reinforcement to its limits in order to block Enbyron, who had begun to charge in during that small gap. Nelkipa. Before he could finish this train of thought. Boom. Enbyron charged in and smashed at his body. Although Enbyron's reinforcement was a level below his, the armor surrounding her body was more than enough. Kahup. Hansu dispersed the force as he flew back, groaning as he pondered. Should I retreat for a bit and come back? Enbyron's status was definitely not normal. She was burning up her entire body's life force to fight. If that armor was a type of life form, it would care about its host. If he disappeared, then it would return the host to its original status. But then, as if it liked Enbyron's current situation, it started to morph again. Kudududuk. To an even stronger form. Ah! Screams of pain mixed with rage came out from Enbyron's mouth. And Hansu frowned at the scene. It was more evil than I thought, huh? Hansu regretted comparing that armor to a parasite. That armor was more evil than any abyssal creature in existence. Since a parasite at least cared about the survival of the host. But that blue armor was different. It didn't care about the host's body at all. It only cared about how it could suck even more energy out from the host's body. There was nothing else he could do at this point. He had to suppress Enbyron. It wouldn't be easy, but he had to do it. Melchizedek. Where did he get such a thing? Boom. 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 As Hansu grasped tightly onto the hammer, staring at Enbyron charging towards him again. Kiing. He felt a large amount of energy coming in from the distance. Then. Boom. A beam appeared from the distance and slammed onto Enbyron, who was charging towards him. Boom. After the unexpected long-range attack flung Enbyron away. Something landed next to Hansu. And Hansu chuckled after realizing who the person wearing the mechanical armor was. Although they were in the middle of a battle, Kiriel's expression was indeed funny. It looks like it fits just fine, but what's with your expression? Kiriel looked with dissatisfaction at the armor covering her body and spoke out with a frown. Ugh. It feels really dirty. It sticks onto your body. Kiriel frowned as she saw the dragon god armor swirling around and latching onto her skin. It didn't seem to have any loyalty towards its previous owner, as it instantly fell apart and attached itself onto her body the moment she touched it. As if it yearned for an even stronger body. She'd freaked out when she saw the living parts of the armor inside it. Is there nothing normal in this world? Machine or life form, choose between the two. Kiriel had worried about whether the armor, which had been worn by a man, would fit her, but it had reconstructed itself perfectly around her. She soon sighed and decided to focus on the battle. SSSS. Enbyron stood up again. And it didn't seem like the beam attack would work a second time. Squirm. The armor's surface was changing again. That's a real monster there. Kiriel asked Hansu. What should we do? Should we run? Looking at Enbyron's speed, it didn't seem like it would be easy to run away, but her aura was way too vicious to fight her currently. Hansu shook his head. No, I figured it out thanks to you. As Kiriel made a confused expression. Boom. Enbyron stomped down onto the ground and flew towards Hansu. At a tremendous speed. Whoosh. This. Too fast. Looking at it from a distance and looking at it up close was extremely different. Dodge it. Kiriel prepared for impact as the now horrifying-looking armor closed in on them, but then a strange sound rang out next to her. Tonk. Huh. Kiriel freaked out after turning her head. Hansu had thrown away his hammer. But even before Kiriel could think of the next step in his plan, Enbyron had already jumped onto Hansu. And smashed Kiriel away as well. Boom. Yup. Kiriel quickly repositioned herself after the attack flung her away, only to be left speechless at the current scene before her eyes. The scene of Hansu and the monster-like armor grasping each other's hands and having a power struggle. Kuduk. Kududuk. It was so strong that Hansu's arm was making strange noises as it trembled. What? As Kiriel was about to charge in and help, Hansu whispered something amidst the power struggle, his expression unreadable. Something to his opponent in front of him. Come, to me. Isn't it time to switch owners? Words towards the armor and not Enbyron. Squirm. A part of the armor squirmed around as if it comprehended Hansu's words. Pushuk. Pushk. A few of the spines came out from Enbyron's body and pierced Hansu, then started to suck Hansu's energy out. As if it were testing the waters. And the moment Hansu's energy flowed into the armor. Tremble. The entire set of armor started to shake. A tremendous life force. The extreme amount of potential hidden inside this body. The blue armor realized instinctively as it tasted the tremendous amount of life force flowing into its body, that this was the real deal. The transcendent being it had been attracted to was just an imitation of the real deal. The original was always better than the fake and had more worth. And soon, a change occurred. Squirm. The armor quickly changed its form after scanning Hansu's body. From hard armor to a liquid-like form. And soon. SSSSSS. The blue liquid swirled around madly as it quickly covered Hansu's body. Yes. Good boy. Hansu chuckled coldly at the scene of the blue liquid instinctively moving onto a stronger host and was now covering his face. He then looked worriedly over at Enbairen, whose face could now be seen. You can rest now. I'm sorry for being late. Quajuk. The blue armor made a strange noise and started to condense onto Hansu's body. Chapter 357, A Legacy from the Depths, 6. Quajaduduk. Hansu frowned at the armor that kept constricting his body. It wasn't simply squeezing his body. Pushik. He could clearly see it inserting its spines throughout his body, showing that it was going to have the upper hand in this relationship. As Hansu frowned at the sensation of the armor crazily sucking his energy out. Boom. The Arc ROA's crystal in his possession started to vibrate. Then. SHSST. The marble exploded as a black liquid shot out from inside it. It was similar to when the Arc ROA had been alive in the past. They're both going crazy, huh? The armor which was trying to devour him from the outside. And the Arc ROA's crystal which had exploded inside him to take over the armor. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the scene. Tada. Tatetak. Ugh. Is this really fine? Kiriel mumbled quietly as she looked at Hansu, who was surrounded by a crystalline material. It didn't seem like she could help and this made her even more worried. And in her arms, an unconscious woman lay. Of course, Kiriel knew this woman. She was like a superstar in the lower zones 1, 2, and 3. Enbairen. The girl who ruled over the giant cross clan in the old orange zone. But currently, she was in a very pitiful state. She'll die at this rate. Although she'd managed to escape from that evil armor, she had lost too much of her vital energy. Well, if it was just that, then she might have been able to survive. Since she was a transcendent after all. The regenerative ability of a transcendent would heal the owner, even if the owner were on the brink of death. The thing killing her wasn't her injuries, but rather herself. Her trait. She didn't know what had activated this trait, but one thing was clear to her. It gave the user strength in return for their life force. And this woman was paying the price of using such strength with her entire body. And her body had already been injured. Chiik. She'll really die at this rate, the heals aren't working either. Kiriel bit her lower lip as she continued to use her healing skill. It was like pouring water into a container with a hole at the bottom. Enbairen was paying back her debt right now. Of course, such a meager amount of heals wouldn't work. The only thing keeping Enbairen alive right now was her original strength and Melchizedek's modified body. Ugh, I should do this first. Kiriel clenched her teeth and used her psychometry. Soon. The memories hidden within Enbairen's body flew into Kiriel. At that moment. AHH. Kiriel's gaze, which had already looked at Enbairen with pity, deepened. Pain, pain, and more pain. Ripped apart alive. Disassembled alive. Her body taken apart, and her insides forcibly turned into a machine. As the nanomachine seeped into her body, it forcibly modified her beautiful figure. They had embedded thousands of chipsets into her head to control her actions, even controlling her emotions. SSS. Kiriel couldn't bear it anymore, and she stopped her psychometry. It was painful to watch. Pakakakang. Kiriel carefully used her skill to destroy the chipsets inside Enbairen's head, and then looked at her with a sad expression. Although she wouldn't be controlled by Melchizedek anymore, those memories would remain. Maybe you might not even want to live anymore. Kiriel's expression turned heavy as she stared at the dying Enbairen. Kiriel realized that the reason why Enbairen wasn't waking up was because she might not want to come out again. Her healing skills weren't working anyway. I should bring him back. Whoosh. Kiriel remembered Arkoron and flew towards the front of the research center. Huh. He got up already. Kiriel thought to herself as she brought back Arkoron. She had expected it to take a while, but it had already finished. Where did it all go? Kiriel was shocked. The crystalline armor had disappeared. That's not an amount that could disappear in an instant. Thud. Arg. Kiriel threw Arkoron to the side and stared at him with eyes filled with annoyance. She then turned to talk to Hansu but then stopped. Hansu stared at Enbairen laid out on the ground with a heavy expression and then turned to Kiriel. Thank you. You've done well while I was gone. It's nothing. I did what I had to. These were her honest thoughts. Thinking of what Enbairen had done, it was thanks to her that they'd had such an easy time going through the first, second, and third zones. Hansu glanced at Enbairen again and said. I will save this girl. How? Kiriel's eyes widened. Of course, saving her was the right thing to do. But there weren't any methods she could think of, and there wasn't enough time left. 1 week. Kiriel thought to herself. She had meticulously checked Enbairen's body. At most, she had 1 week to live. And this was only because of her transcendent vitality. If any outside forces disturbed her, that might even shorten her time. Hansu said. We just need to turn her into a 3-star. That will heal most of her injuries. Ah. Kiriel realized. He was right. If Enbairen rose up a rank, everything would be solved. But Kiriel soon shook her head. No, we'll need a titanic amount of crystals. 1-star transcendents were common, but the amount of crystals one needed to make a 3-star transcendent was on a different league of its own. Even if they could earn more and better crystals than the lower floors, acquiring that many crystals in that short of a time was impossible. There wasn't enough time. And weirdly, there are no beings from the abyssal race on this floor. Even the floor below hadn't been this bare. Hansu shook his head. The abyssal beings are attracted to where there are humans. There are almost no humans around, so they aren't here. Predators would only gather around their prey. It was common logic. It wasn't that Melchizedek had killed off every abyssal being on the first floor. They simply hadn't come to a place without prey. Meaning that the humans are all gathered somewhere else. Melchizedek said that he'd captured and taken away all the humans, so she thought the humans would have been in the research center, but she realized something while she fought. That there weren't any humans here. She knew that a few humans would be used to create artificial transcendence, but they'd taken too many away for it to be merely for that purpose. Why? But Kiriel soon came to a realization. These guys also have a nursery. Hansu nodded. If that weren't the case, how else could they explain the sheer number of transcendence? Feed the humans to the abyssal beings to raise their numbers, turn them into crystals to create transcendence, and modify them to create artificial transcendence. He's really efficient, isn't he? Kiriel mumbled, her expression cold. Melchizedek was using the humans in a very clean and efficient manner. I'll try to find where it is. It should be easy to find using psychometry. It wouldn't separate such a large number of humans. For it to be really efficient, it would have gathered them all into one place. She just needed to find that place. It's probably on a different floor. Hansu thought to himself as he looked at Kiriel running off. Melchizedek. How did you become like this? The Melchizedek he knew wasn't this evil. Hansu's expression hardened. Finish the preparations on the upper floors. He needed to become a 3-star before he reached the top floor anyway. If the abyssal race had gathered in one place, he could resolve it all in one go. It's a bit dangerous, but I even acquired this. There are a lot of things different in this life. Legacy. And while Hansu focused. CHRRRRRK. Something hidden beneath his skin quickly shot through to form a gauntlet around his hand, and then quickly disappeared. Damn. Every single member of this race is a monster. Seriously. Arcoronel stared at the scene in horror, but then thought of the Kakuran fleet. Although the fusion reactor's explosion would have swept them away, it wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire fleet. Their strength wasn't that low. I wonder what happened. Damn. Well, I guess I'm not in a position to worry about that. Arcoronel looked at the sky and remembered his current situation. Rumble. Ha, HAAA. The flagship of the Kakuran fleet was silent. Because of Arcoronatonel's anger. How long until arrival? We're almost there. But, there's something at the place where we're supposed to arrive. Huh. Enakuan flinched. He already knew Arcoronatonel was pissed as he beamed an image in the air. And through that screen, they could see the scene above Nelkipa. The hell are those things? Hundreds of thousands of alien beings, trapped within a strange facility. And the strange monsters that were devouring the aliens and raising their numbers. Melchizedek, you insane can. What the hell is going on in your head? Arcoronata frowned as he looked at the grotesque scene before his eyes. Chapter 358, Breeding City, 1. Giant metal walls surrounded the perimeter. With hundreds of humans placed inside. Of course, their situation wasn't quite the best. AHH. Crunch. Kuduk. Ariel trembled in fear as she looked at the horrifying insectoid slowly crawling towards her. No matter where she turned to, there was nowhere to run. Although the area was large, there were simply too many of these monsters. Daddy. Ariel felt like her soul had escaped her body as she stared at the countless human-sized insects crawling around. Go. Live on. Damn it. She'd barely been able to run to the second floor thanks to her father's sacrifice. But she didn't know then that the floors above were already a hell for them. AHH. Ariel fell into despair as she looked at the monster gradually approaching her. Although she couldn't resist because of the chip set on her neck controlling her body, even without the chip there wasn't much she could have done. Since they wouldn't have caught her if she'd had that kind of strength in the first place. Those 2 years painstakingly learning skills and gaining experience had all been useless. Since no one on the lower floors had taught them about this current situation. Those beings they called transcendents attacked the humans, while robots patrolled the area to find them. There was nowhere to run to, and nothing to hold onto anymore. She'd frantically struggled and ran away to the 3rd floor. But she then realized exactly where they'd sent all the captured women. Pushik. Kahook. Ariel fell unconscious as she stared at the insectoid creature shoving its strange proboscis down her throat, inserting strange things inside. So, there's a defense city on the 3rd floor. Arcoronel nodded. I don't know if it's the 3rd floor or whatnot, but Nelkipa's defense city is in that place you guys talked about. After taking over Nelkipa to use it in battle, the Nerapa Union had sent over countless members, tools, and materials. Including Melchizedek. To the defense city, Aegon. A city where hundreds of thousands of researchers and soldiers had lived. If Nelkipa was a country, this city was like its capital. Although they had gained control over Nelkipa, they could have overtaken it with force. And the empire that the Nerapa Union was warring against, Pompian, had the strength to do this. Scumbags who would barge in the second the Nerapa Union finished their research on Nelkipa, and steal everything. And the city that they turned into the first line of defense against them was Aegon. And, our fleet is probably headed towards that location now. Arcoronel mumbled, staring at the diagonal elevator in the distance. Although the Kakuran fleet had experienced a huge loss, they wouldn't give up this location. Even in a situation where the Empire somehow managed to push them back, they would not give up on this place. Since they needed a weapon that could turn the situation around. And this giant creature had the potential to do so. Since the armor that guy was wearing seemed to be much more priceless than the Dragon God armor. CHRRRK. Arcoronel was shocked at the strange blue armor that appeared and disappeared through the man's skin. The nursery that you guys are looking for is likely located there. Since that's the only place that could manage so many people effectively. And Melchizedek would feel the safest there as well. Arcoronel thought to himself. The first place Melchizedek had taken after its rebellion was the defense city, Aegon. The heavily guarded giant city had many people, so it had been very reliant on the AI, Melchizedek. And Melchizedek would have felt safer only after taking over Aachen, as it was the most heavily guarded city. Because it was a city meant to be the first line of defense, the entire city was split into various sections by alloy walls. Even if enemy forces breached the outer walls, they could divide the city up and buy more time until the enemies reached the central area. Although the central area was a residential location, as a place for a nursery, Aachen was one of the best places to set it up. It would be hard for the people inside to run away, and it could divide them into groups of a few hundred or a few thousand. An alloy similar to that of their starships had also been used to make the walls. These walls could even withstand the dragon god soldiers to a certain degree. Wait, these insane bastards want to go to such a place. Reincarnator was at a loss as he looked at the two beings who wanted to crawl into a place filled with monsters from the abyss, as well as Melchizedek soldiers. It was one heck of a way to commit suicide. Those weren't even all the forces within the city. Apparently, it was now a place to create those transcendents. There was definitely a large number of those artificial transcendents crawling around the area as well. Please just let me go. If they let him go, then he just needed to use the armored vehicle in the distance and run away. According to what he found out after connecting to the database, these aliens had to use the elevators to move between the areas, but he and the other natives didn't need to. They could move about freely. I just need to meet up with the Kakuran fleet after I run away. A happy ending. As long as these guys let him go. As Reincarnator prayed inside his mind, Kiriel spoke to Hansu. What shall we do? It doesn't sound easy. It looked like the preparations above wouldn't be simple. Melchizedek wasn't stupid either, it would be preparing even more. Since it would expect its enemy to climb up from below. It might even have prepared something by the entrance. Hansu then looked at Reincarnator. He's going to have to help us. Please, no. You damned creatures. I don't even have the dragon god armor, what can I even do to help? Reincarnator only had on a layer of clothing he found on the Melchizedek, and had no weapons or armor of any sort. Didn't they just say that it wouldn't be easy? If monsters like them were going to have a hard time, what would he, who didn't even have the dragon god armor anymore, be able to do? Although the Melchizedek had basic weapons, those wouldn't be enough to take care of a few of Melchizedek's mass-produced machines. Hansu chuckled. No, there's something only you can do. He and the other humans couldn't, but there was something that Reincarnator could do as a native of this place. Hansu then gazed towards the skeletal environ and thought to himself. Just wait a bit longer. Let's prepare, since we have to go through the elevator. Hansu looked towards the distance, at the elevator heading towards the middle of Nelkipa. Rumble. The giant city, Aachen. The centermost area of Aachen, an area that maintained its stability with gravitational mechanisms and supporting structures. Located at the top of the city's central structure, Melchizedek's hologram frowned as it looked down at the city. No, it looked towards a distant location beyond the city. I wonder, did she win? It had lost control over the main research center as well as the product he had so painstakingly created. There were actually a few more two-star transcendents. But she was the only one that had the willpower to withstand the it had dug up from deep within. It didn't know what had happened to its secret weapon. Although it had sent something over to check, the train was already nowhere in sight. Nothing is going according to plan. Melchizedek grit its teeth. Its mother had given it a lot of emotion so it could connect and understand the other beings better, but that wasn't always a good thing. If it didn't have emotions, then it wouldn't have needed this war for revenge. It wouldn't tremble in fear of the unknown due to some uncontrollable variable. Ugh, at least I prepared everything. I just need to finish up. Melchizedek chuckled as it looked towards the Kakuran fleet in the sky that was carefully scanning the area. From the encirclement around the elevator to the preparations made against the Kakuran fleet. Since the humans could only use the elevator, it just needed to make preparations around it and just stop them there. At that moment. Kyo. The elevator made a loud noise as it rose up. Are they coming? Took longer than I expected. Melchizedek chuckled coldly. 3 days had already passed. It had almost died of boredom, but thanks to that period of time, it had been able to prepare even further. But as it laughed. S detection system scanned something unusual in the vicinity. Nelkipa was releasing a strange aura, severely reducing Mimir's detection ability. And this was what scared him the most. If something the size of those powerful humans could manage to hide from their sensors, it had no way of detecting or guarding against them. But the thing approaching the city was not that small. It was the size of a mountain. Then. Melchizedek's expression turned ugly. You really like fancy fireworks, huh? Maybe there was something wrong with its system of emotion. Since it could never understand the crazy acts that humans did. Oh. Melchizedek clenched its teeth as it stared towards the distance, at the main research center charging straight for Aachen. Chapter 359, Breeding City, 2. As they made their way to the third floor, Kiriel made a strange expression as she touched various parts of her armor. Noticing this, Hansu asked. Is there an issue? No, it's just. Kiriel smiled awkwardly at Hansu. Dragon God armor. A revolutionary gear that allowed a normal person to fight on the same level as a transcendent. She'd expected to become at least twice as strong once she equipped it. No, even stronger than that. Since she'd be able to use both her strength as well as the Dragon God armor's powers. But the result was a bit different. As a piece of armor, it was amazing. The material, its efficiency, as well as the special options inside. But the core thing was missing. The energy that controlled the Dragon God armor. The battery that powered the armor to the point that it could fight evenly against her, it wasn't included inside. And it wasn't like Reincarnator had a tremendous amount of energy hidden inside his body like herself. That's what confused her. Well, I could just use my own energy to power it. SSSSK. Kiriel stared at the armor that had started to glow as she poured energy into it. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. An internal battery is dangerous in such a dangerous weapon. Dragon God armor. A weapon that could turn the tide of a large-scale battle in an instant. The dragon god armor received its energy through a transmission from the within Ankara. Then, rumble. The elevator stopped moving. Boom. And the sound of something exploding resonated from outside the still closed elevator doors. Hansu spoke to Kiriel. Let's go out. Hold on for just a bit longer, Enbayaren. Hansu thought as he glanced at Enbayaren who was on Kiriel's back. Rumble. Whoa. Kiriel whistled at the scene as the doors of the elevator opened. She thought back to when the fusion reactor had gone through the quantum transmission. If that explosion, if it occurred before my eyes, then this would have been the result, huh. Back then, she could only see a tiny, flashing star. But seeing it happen right before her eyes, it was like an apocalypse. Rumble. The machines that were apparently prepared to ambush them had all melted down from the fusion core explosion. Kiriel heard Hansu's voice as she stared at the sea of flames. I'll leave it to you. Yes. Kiriel nodded. It didn't seem like they'd bought enough time. Since she could already see the lights approaching from the distance. There's no need to get mixed up in something like that. The reason why they had blown up the fusion core was to buy this small bit of time anyway. And as Kiriel activated her skill. Kiying. The dragon god armor on Kiriel's body activated with her skill, creating a transparent barrier around her and Hansu. The stealth barrier had been useful in the lower floors but was even stronger now, and it quickly hid their presences. Nice. This is quite useful. Kiying. Her spinal area released a strange current of energy that enhanced her skill. Kiriel smiled at this. It was like acquiring a very versatile supporter. Although she had to supply the energy herself, the result wasn't half bad. Whoosh. The second the barrier surrounded them, Kiriel and Hansu dashed off the ground and headed towards the metal city in the distance. Swoosh. Every step was hundreds of meters long, but Kiriel could only make an expression of discomfort. What is that? A strange fog surrounded the giant city. Kiriel looked at the scene in front of her with disgust. It didn't look natural at all. The fog remained undisturbed from the wind created as they ran, there was no way it was natural. At that moment. Kiying. Huh. They felt a strange energy in the distance, above the fog. Kiriel quickly raised her head and saw the objects floating outside the atmosphere. So that's the fleet of flames. They've already arrived. She hadn't noticed them because it was so far away, plus the giant city in front of her had taken up her full attention. Shouldn't we dodge? The concentration of energy from above was not something they could ignore. The direction of its attack was headed right for their location. Well, it was aiming for the city, but the strength of such sheer firepower could easily sweep them away too. Hansu shook his head. If it could get easily swept away from that, it would have long fallen by now. Hansu said leisurely, glancing between Aekin and the fleet above. In the distance. A massive amount of energy gathered in front of the flagship of the Kakuran fleet. Then. A laser beam cut across space and slammed down onto the planet below. Although it didn't release a sound, its speed and aura allowed one to estimate the power behind the attack. The meteor-like strike of that beam was slower than the photon strike, but there was a vicious technology implemented onto this attack. R-particle reactive artillery. A weapon filled with the R-particle that reacted with all surrounding matter to quickly fold space. A tactical weapon used to blow apart giant fortresses or the cores of small moons. This weapon, which basically created a miniature black hole, turned everything within a 10 kilometers radius into a singularity the moment it exploded. But the moment the artillery shell entered the white fog surrounding Aekin, something strange happened. Chief. The artillery shell quickly lost its momentum. The attack, which should have turned everything within 10 kilometers of the city into a tiny dot the moment it blew up, quickly fell to the ground. Reincarnator mumbled as he looked at the artillery shell, which had cost as much as the yearly income of a large city, turned into a piece of metal. It's well built. Whoever built it, they did a very good job. The ultimate weapon of electronics, it reacted to anything electronics related and controlled it. Naropa Union's creation. Resembling a white fog, it covered a range of several dozen kilometers around Aekin and was made up entirely of nanomachines. Unauthorized artificial weapons or systems would quickly lose their power and ability to function when they entered the fog. It really prepared well. Damn brat. What's really hidden underneath? Reincarnator gritted his teeth as he looked at the giant city, now completely obscured as the fog thickened. Kiriel frowned as she noticed that the giant fleet was unable to do anything. It felt good to thwart the ones above, but she realized that the city before their eyes was not a simple one at all. Kiriel asked Hansu. Are we going to charge straight in? The giant metal walls of the city made it resemble a massive Pandora's box. A box that hid countless sorrows, but still attracted many with hope. To gather crystals, they needed to deal with the abyssal race inside the walls. As well as Melchizedek's forces. Melchizedek knew their strengths. And it would have definitely prepared for their arrival. Hansu nodded. Let's go. Kiriel nodded at Hansu's words. In order to attain the power to fight on the upper floors, they needed to raise their level in this place anyway. If they could survive this, both she and Hansu would at least become a step stronger. Enbayaren. If she could survive, then it would be a huge help. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she felt her mind calming down at the thought of saving a life. She realized what she was truly feeling. It's hard. There was no one who could help them. The world was large, and there were so many enemies. And there were only two of them. She'd never truly experienced hardship throughout the first, second, and third zones. Her abilities were quite good, and the rulers of each of those zones were human. The fourth zone was alright as well. Although there were many others stronger than herself, she had used her abilities to quickly rise up into a transcendent. She had no long-term enemies as well. But the moment she met Hansu, everything changed. Of course, she had enemies. Except her enemies were spread around, preparing to flip the world upside down. She just didn't know who they were. Hansu and his comrades had been fighting them since a long time ago. And they probably still were. Melchizedek. Clementine. Beings that had the thoughts and the abilities to flip the world many times over. And as she thought up to this point, Kiriel unconsciously blurted something out. If we keep fighting like this, will there ever come a day when we can smile with true happiness? It sounded like a complaint, but she felt like she needed to hear how Hansu would answer. If there was no light at the end of this tunnel filled with battles, this whole fight might lose all meaning. No. Does the tunnel even end? Enemies after enemies after enemies. Go up, enemies. Look around, enemies. At this rate, she felt like her mind would end up exhausted even before her physical body could. Hansu smiled at Kiriel and asked. How were the lower floors? Kiriel replied instantly. Of course, they were much better. At that moment, Kiriel came to a realization, and Hansu continued. If we win, this place will become like that. I hope you liked how they were. And as she heard this, Kiriel felt a spring of emotions burst out from inside her chest. So that's what they meant. When they told us that it was like hell. She deluded herself. Things hadn't gotten hard just because she went up. The first, second, third, and fourth zones were originally all like this. It was only that Hansu and his old comrades had changed it. Hansu chuckled at Kiriel, mumbling as he thought of his old comrades who'd had to shoulder these kinds of jobs because of him. If you make bad friends, you will suffer. It's not too late. There's nothing really good about having a friend like me, you see. Hansu looked at Enbyaren with a bitter expression and then gazed upwards. I wonder. What are you guys doing now? Just wait a bit longer. There are a few things I need to smash apart before I get there. Hansu's bitter expression soon turned ice cold as he stared at Melchizedek's metal box. Chapter 360, Breeding City, 3. Are you really going to go in with me? Kiriel chuckled at Hansu's question. I want to leave my name in the history books as well. Are you trying to take all the glory? Hansu scoffed at Kiriel and then nodded. Fine. We'll tell them to write it all in detail. Kiriel fastened Enbyaren on her back even tighter after receiving Hansu's permission. Charuke. Various skills from Kiriel's body protected Enbyaren and kept her in place. She'd even thought of hiding her somewhere, but leaving her behind in some random place in the middle of a battlefield wouldn't be the best plan. Especially since a random patrol robot could destroy Enbyaren with her current status. I'll protect her for now. Hansu was stronger than her, but Hansu was someone who fought in the front lines like a madman. It didn't suit him to take care of a patient. She, a support-type fighter who fought from the back lines, was a much better choice to carry Enbyaren around. Kiriel asked Hansu. Are we charging straight through the doors? Kiriel glanced at the city surrounded by the white fog. Suppressing her fear. Hansu nodded. Yes. Don't worry so much. We're not the only ones going in. Are there other allies? Hansu pointed towards the sky and said. Well, they aren't exactly allies. The fleet of flames was within sight high above the sky. Reincarnator. A man whose abilities were acknowledged at the age of 8, thus gaining the right to control the flame. He had earned military merits in the battle against Pompeian at the age of 20 and then became a dragon god soldier. He had risen to become the owner of a fleet at the age of 34, a powerful and high-ranked position even within the Nerpa Union. It was an unbelievable rate of promotion, a rare sight even within the history books of Ankara's long chronology. Although there were a few rivals during his younger days, there were no more rivals when he turned 52, his current age. Most had either died, come under his command, or replaced. Reincarnator looked down at Aekin with cold eyes. I have to win. He could not lose. Although he had lost small battles in the past, he had won every single one of the more important ones. This was why he'd been able to rise to the position of the youngest fleet master as well as gain the rights to lead this giant fleet of flames. And this battle was definitely not a small one. Melchizedek, you annoying metal brat. Reincarnator mumbled. There was no more time to waste. At this rate, he didn't know what that kid Melchizedek would do since it was already slowly devouring the Nelki pot. Although it was a brat, it wasn't stupid. For some reason, it had brought the fight to their home planet. For that thing, who knew the power of Ankara more than anyone, to bring the fight to their home ground, it meant that something was backing it up and giving it the confidence to do so. And, that something is probably this. Reincarnator frowned at the giant ray flying towards their home planet even while under attack from artillery fire. They could not land. Since even their ships would lose their abilities once they got within Mimir's range. Although they wouldn't completely stop due to their AI defensive systems, it would leave them in a weakened state. And if he attacked during that time, it would only make matters gruesome. But they couldn't watch forever. Reincarnator ordered Enakuan below him. Send out all the dragon god soldiers. All 9. 9 was a huge amount, even within the Nell family. Looking annoyed at the shock in Enakuan's voice, Reincarnator replied. Yes. All 9. We brought them with us in case of a situation like this. It's time to use them. Such a slow kid. Although it was mechanical armor, half of it was biological anyway. Plus the dragon god armor could work inside the Mimir as long as it was under the control of the dragon god soldier. The dragon god armor was actually the force they would have used in case the Aekin ever formed a rebellion. Although I didn't expect to find things like that roaming around. Kaiayak. Reincarnator frowned at seeing strange monsters shoving something inside the human stomachs and then shouted. Descend. Find out what it's hiding inside and stop the Mimir. That's the only way the fleet can approach. One of the dragon god soldiers, who was preparing to go down, asked. Reincarnator didn't even flinch as he said. Think of them as wild animals. You are now going through a jungle. Although there's no need to kill them, there's no point in overlooking the things that annoy us. The dragon god soldier smiled as if he'd expected Reincarnator's answer. Soon. Swish. 9 beams of light descended downwards. And Reincarnator smiled as he looked at the 9 descending meteors. Melchizedek, I wonder what your expression will look like when your head gets taken apart piece by piece. Would it make a similar expression as the countless rivals that had lost to him? Or would it make an expression like those whose heads he'd taken off? Because of his status as a fleet master, he'd hidden this secret, but it was one of his greatest hobbies. Reincarnator looked forward to that moment and looked down at Aiken beneath him. 9 are coming down. Kiriririk. Kiriel could see 9 meteors with her enhanced vision. And her already skill-enhanced vision was further enhanced through the lens on the visor. They're all strong. At Kiriel's level, observing their simple movements was enough to show their strength. Even while falling from the sky, they looked laid back but were still very much on their guard. They don't look simple. And at that moment, Kiyoying. Something started to shoot out from their bodies. And as the biomechanical grenades landed, boom 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 boom, giant explosions occurred as they swept past their landing position. Looking at the scene, Hansu said, "Let's go in now." Yes. With that much chaos, all attention would focus on them. And Hansu reminded Kiriel before heading off. "You remember, right? We'll separate once we go in." Kiriel gulped at those words but nodded as she replied. "I know." There were 2 types of enemies they had to fight inside. Melchizedek's forces and the abyssal beings. The best scenario would be to just kill the abyssal beasts, gain crystals, raise herself and Enbyron to a 3-star and then go up. Of course, Melchizedek wouldn't just sit by and watch. But if they only focused on Melchizedek's forces, Enbyron might die, or they might get swept away by something else. So they had chosen this. Hansu would attract Melchizedek's attention, and while he dealt with its forces, Kiriel would roam the city and hunt the abyssal beings. If they could end it fast and quickly get up to 3-star, then that would be the best outcome. Of course in this life, not everything goes according to one's wishes. Ha! As Kiriel gulped, Hansu started to cover himself in skills. In order to charge in first. "Kiriel, I believe in you. She would do well. She was a smart girl. He just needed to do one thing. Let Kiriel move freely." Then. Kiriririk. Blue particles started to seep out from underneath Hansu's skin. The crystalline particles hidden between his bones, his veins, and his muscles, seeped out and covered his skin. And the Arc-Roa's crystal filled in the space between the pieces of armor. A blue armor quickly covered Hansu's body. And as the blue armor compressed Hansu's body, it made a gleeful sound by creating friction with the armor pieces. Then. Pushik. Shuk shuk. Hundreds of tiny spines shot out from various parts of its body and embedded themselves into Hansu's body. As if the Arc-Roa's energy wasn't enough, the blue armor started frenziedly sucking Hansu's energy out through the spines attached to his body. And as the extra energy around various parts of Hansu's body got sucked into the armor. Kiyoying. The mana jade resting inside him acted up as it started to pour out mana. Activating the immortal soul, which started regenerating the sucked out life force. Hansu smiled as he felt what was currently happening inside his body. Good, very good. A normal human being would probably die once their life force ran out, but it was a nice stimulus for him. It tensed up his entire body and accelerated his movements. And as if his brain's sleeping defense mechanisms had determined that the blue armor's actions were life-threatening, it started hastily secreting adrenaline throughout his body. Hansu's body soon transformed into something that was ideal for smashing things apart. As if the armor was trying to prove that it wasn't a thief, it started emitting a bright light as it sucked in Hansu's energy. Kiyoying. Explosive strength squirmed around his body. And his senses were elevated to the point where he couldn't bear to stand still anymore. Hansu spoke to Kiriel. "I'm going ahead." Then. Boom. Hansu's bright body flew off into the fog like a meteor. And soon. Boom. A huge sound reverberated as a massive earthquake, much larger than the one from the previous explosions, shook the entire city. Rumble. A few females woke up from the tremendous earthquake. And this included Ariel, whose mouth had been defiled by that insectoid monster. Ugh. Ariel woke up with a much thinner face than before, and she looked to where the vibration had originated from, but then soon let her head droop. "I'm going to sleep. I just want to sleep." She didn't want to think. She didn't want to do anything. Ariel lay back down with a soulless expression and started to sleep again. At that moment. Kirke. A strange noise resounded from inside Ariel's stomach. No, from inside the hundreds of females lying near Ariel. "You should sleep, too." Ariel caressed the thing making the strange noise inside her stomach and then fell asleep again. Chapter 361, Bomb, 1. Boom. Whoa. "What are these things, Captain?" Arla Baronel spoke towards the leader up front, Arzahiran Nel, muttering as he looked around. Although they had seen it briefly from above, seeing it up close was different. Kayaayak. "What the hell? Isn't this just an insect hive?" Boom. Arla Baronel mumbled as he smashed away the strange creature that charged towards him and thought. The separated section of the city. Nothing lived in this part of the city. Other than the insects, of course. Ugh. Kayaayak. As he dealt with the strange insects jumping at him, Arla Baronel could see the countless women lying on the floor, with their stomachs burst wide open. Although they were aliens, they looked just like them on the outside. Tisk. The scene made Arla Baronel feel uncomfortable, and he checked the status of the dragon god armor, lifting up one of his barrels. Whoosh. Powerful flames swept over the corpses on the ground. Flicker flicker. The leader, Arzahiran Nel, frowned at the scene. Not because of the flaming corpses, but rather from Arla Baronel's actions. "Save your energy, there aren't much now but we don't know what will happen." A giant city with a diameter of 41 kilometers, Ankara. They had merely entered one of the hundreds of sectors within the city. And the location they had to reach was the very center of this giant city. Looking at the situation on the outskirts of the city, the inner parts of the city would definitely be abnormal as well. It was best to preserve their energy. Since nobody knew what would happen. At Arzahiran Nel's words, Arla Baronel started to make excuses, an awkward expression on his face. "No, well, you don't know what could happen, right? They might crawl out from inside those corpses too." Kayaayak. and Arla Baronel fired at an insect that had just crawled out from a woman's corpse. Boom. Look. They might ambush us from behind, so dealing with the roots like this is important. Arzahuron shook his head. Imbeciles, they never listen. They were royals of the royals from the three families. They had gained approval for their abilities and had reached the level of a dragon god soldier. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and they had killed and massacred in place of learning manners. Actually, it would be weird if their personalities were normal. He had only become their leader because he'd fought longer and was a bit stronger, so he wasn't someone who could fully control these guys. Fine. Fine, let's just do it your way. Arzahuron decided just to let loose. He was a bit disgusted as well. Kahook, ugh. Arzahuron wore a disgusted expression as he looked at the crawling alien woman. Well, at the woman's destination. Disgusting. In the center of the sector was a giant container. And below it, there seemed to be a mechanism that looked like it was meant to feed them. The mechanism seemed to constantly drop something to the container at the bottom. A mysterious-looking feed. Ugh. The infected women were continuously shoveling food into their mouths. As if they were never satisfied. It was not something that someone would do when they had a giant hole in their stomach which insects kept crawling out from. A strange sight indeed. A panel appeared before Arzahuron eyes, and he found out the feed's ingredients. Terroric. THTD and hydrogen. Growth accelerator. A weakening agent and anesthesia. Until now, he had thought the women were acting crazy because of those strange creatures inside their stomachs. But apparently, he was wrong. The chemicals within that feed were messing with the minds of the women. So they wouldn't be able to feel the hole in their stomachs and would only focus on eating. And he realized why the feed was packed full of nutrients and growth accelerators. It's not to fatten up the women. Kaaaa. Insects continued to crawl out from inside the woman's stomach. Cells were dividing at hundreds of times their normal speed inside the woman's stomach. And as they supported this growth, the alien woman continued to shovel the feed into her mouth to compensate this loss of energy and nutrients. As if she would die if she stopped. Chomp. 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 The powerless bodies continued to feed themselves as they supported the birth of the strange monsters. Arzahuron frowned at seeing their numbers continue to multiply, and he aimed with his dragon god armor. Boom. A huge sound occurred as it destroyed the pen containing the women. Whoa, Captain. You just told us not to waste our energy just a second ago, hee. Arzahuron frowned at Arla Baronel snickering and then warned the others. I'm just making a path for us. We might need to fall back. If these things have multiplied then this might become troublesome. A few of the dragon god soldiers asked in shock. Huh? Captain, are you insane? Aren't you going to listen to the fleet commander? Securing an escape path? Is he saying we might need to run away? The commander had told them that they needed to breach the center and figure out what Melchizedek was hiding. Although they, the dragon god soldiers, were at an extremely high position in the Nerapa Union, the fleet commander, Reincarnator, was different. That man was a level above themselves, who were already at the peak of the ladder. Although they were a bit arrogant, they were still a part of Nerapa's military. If they went against military laws and didn't follow the orders of the fleet commander, then they would get in trouble. And Arzahuron shook his head. Retards. Born as geniuses and accepted by the dragon god armor, and yet their visions were still too limited. Although a soldier should focus more on their duties today rather than surviving until tomorrow, they should still care about their own lives. Kaka. Arzahuron crushed one of the bugs beneath his feet and picked it up with his hands. Look. Look at these things. What the hell are you doing? The dragon god soldiers freaked out as he brought half of the insect closer to them while it spewed out a green liquid. Some even stepped backward. But looking at the serious Zahuron holding up the insect, they approached him again and inspected it. Ugh. Why is he telling us to look at it? It looks weak. We can just sweep past it? Although the process of birth was disgusting, it was just some random insect. Couldn't they just massacre them all on the way there? Its body was made up of 3 parts and had 8 legs. Sharp legs made to cut meat, with extremely powerful muscles for an insect. But that wasn't all. Didididic. Information continued to display on Arla Baronel's panel, one after another. Something was constantly squirming inside their hard exoskeletons as its body continued to change. Their outer shells kept shedding off as it made new shells underneath. And the dragon god soldier's expression froze at the sight. Rumble. A bright light exploded outwards, and lightning smashed down onto the ground. Unlike the dragon god soldiers, who were creating escape routes while slowly advancing, Hansu merely continued to charge deeper and deeper like a madman. Boom. Even if he blew off their heads, the infected would continue to move. To continue to breed the abyssal race. Only after burning both the outer and inside forms of the infected to a crisp could one stop their movements. AHH. Ugh. Even as she fell, the woman continued to push the coming out of their stomachs to Hansu. Their actions weren't an attack. AHH. Kayak. Hansu glanced at the woman holding the insect gnawing on her hands. It wasn't just because of the drugs. These women seriously thought that these insects were their children. The quarry had already infected their brains. Please, this child. Hansu nodded and received the quarry, staring at the woman handing over the insect even while her own body burned up. AHH. Hansu looked at the brightening expression of the woman after he'd received the quarry, and he thought. Rest in peace. Boom. The woman's head was gone. Hansu stared at the fallen woman and then clenched his right hand. Kayak. After blowing up the quarry in his hand, Hansu clenched his hammer tightly. You really have gone too far. Hansu gazed towards the distant center of the giant city, towards the one who had caused all this. There was something he didn't understand. He doesn't even control them. Melchizedek had only focused on raising them. It didn't look like it had any thoughts of controlling them. It would be a tremendous force if it could control the quarry. No. if raised properly, could be among the most powerful races even within the abyss. Boom. They would be useful, so where is Melchizedek planning to use them? Hansu created a hole in the wall, looking at the scene beyond it. Kayak. Unlike the insects from before, these things had a different appearance. Maybe they had grown up, but these things looked half human and half insect. Hansu charged towards them. Arzahuron Nel continued to speak. This is just a newborn. The issue is, we don't know how far they can grow. These things could be crawling in that place, isn't it better to be reprimanded under military law instead of becoming some insect's meal inside this place? The dragon god soldiers nodded to themselves. Boom. Boom. They started to fire their weapons in every direction. Do not leave behind a single trace. Kayak. Ah. The screams of the insects and the aliens filled up the surrounding space. Some of the dragon god soldiers frowned as they heard this. The dragon god soldier continued to fire their attacks. If they let these things survive, the place they were standing in might end up swarming with these insects by the time they escaped. If they were running away, it meant the situation was already in a horrible state. If their escape path ended up blocked, then it would make things even worse. Chiik. Arzahuron glanced at their surroundings, which had turned to dust, and said, proceed to the next sector. Anyway, what is this crystal? These things keep dropping. A weird crystal dropped whenever they killed the insects. Arzahuron Nel then shook his head at the thousands of crystals that even his armor's panel couldn't detect the properties of. Well, I guess I can take a few back for the researchers. And soon. Tata. Arzahuron Nel and the other dragon god soldiers quickly dashed away. Somebody approached the location they just vacated and picked up a crystal from the floor. Chapter 362, Bomb, 2. Kayak. Kuduk. Hansu frowned at the sensation on his fingertips as he destroyed the countless monsters. Before, he could kill these things even with the barest touch of his lightning. But not now. The hard shells. And the energy that flowed beneath them. The skills they subconsciously released to survive. Because they had fused their hard shells with a human's positive traits, he now had to smash them apart one by one. Crunch. Boom. A tremendous amount of insectoids were charging at him to get past his hammer. Hansu continued to smash away at these monsters that continued to jump at him, seeing if they could land a single bite. Although their shells had hardened, it was barely enough to withstand his thunder. With every swing, their shells exploded, and their inner flesh blew apart. As well as their claws. SSS. As the bright energy from his blue armor touched their claws, they melted away like butter in a hot pan. Even if their claws were tightly hardened, it was useless. Rumble. The bright energy surrounding his blue armor melted everything that approached his surroundings. And even if they got through, it wouldn't matter so much. Crunch. Kayak. The half-human, half-insect-like monster screamed after seeing the state of its hand, which had broke into pieces after attacking Hansu's armor. An even harder armor than the quarry's hardened body. It's not bad. Boom. Hansu said to himself, sending the quarry flying. At this rate, it looks like it won't be long before I arrive. If he took things slow, then it would probably take about a day. Just about a day until he reached the central area of the city. Although his speed was decreasing because of how fast the armor sucked away his energy, the armor was truly living up to its worth. He could recover his lost mana after a bit of rest once the fight ended. As long as he continued like this, then it was perfect. Either he would arrive first, or Kiriel would finish healing Nbyron and join him. One or way another, things would end. Crunch. But as he slammed them away one by one, a change occurred in the distance. Kayak. One of them had stopped attacking Hansu and had started to devour its surrounding members. Chomp. One of the quarry next to it got devoured in an instant. It took no less than 10 seconds to devour something that was as big as itself. And this was thanks to its still insect-like stomach opening wide like a mouth turned sideways and swallowing its nearby comrade in one bite. The weirdest thing was, the one it ate didn't put up any resistance. No, it was the exact opposite. Kayak. Hundreds of quarry split up into two groups and moved in a very organized manner. Half of them started to charge towards Hansu and frenziedly blocked his path. While the other half started to throw themselves in front of that one special quarry while taking apart their shells. As if they were handing over their bodies to that one quarry. And thanks to its painstaking efforts in taking apart the shells of its comrades, the speed of the special one rose by a massive amount. Chomp. Kuduk. Strangely, the size of its body didn't change at all. Going by the logic of physics, its body should have at least multiplied dozens of times over since it had devoured hundreds of its own kind. No, there was a different change instead. SSSSS. The insect parts of its body quickly disappeared as a humanoid appearance replaced them. No, the appearance itself became similar to Hansu's. A humanoid, but with a hard outer shell. Kuduk. After so much compression, the scarlet-looking shells had turned almost black. Hansu chuckled. It seems I've made quite an impression. Then. Die. Boom. The evolved quarry charged towards Hansu in a crazed manner. Rumble. Melchizedek looked amused as it heard the loud sounds coming from both sides of the city. I really cannot understand them, both sides. One side came from the wilderness. The other from a battlefield. But shouldn't they at least keep their manners at a time like this? Melchizedek clenched its teeth. Originally, it shouldn't have turned out like this. Once it finished digging out the legacy, it just needed to take this giant thing and head towards Ankara. The Kakuroun fleet flying above was all within its plans as well. Except for Clementine's sudden betrayal. As well as the sudden appearance of that little monster called Hansu. Every one of its forces was important, but because of these damned bastards, it could not get them to complete the most important task. Well, maybe this is for the best. Melchizedek looked at the hole beneath its feet and thought to itself. Although no one could see it from beyond the giant metal walls of Aegon, The hole beneath it was hundreds of meters wide in diameter and so deep that one couldn't even see the bottom. But it wasn't completely dark, since a bright blue light was continuously radiating out from somewhere within its depths. Although it was a bit too deep, the light was so intense that it had even reached Melchizedek's location. And below the metal city, thousands of thick tubes were connected in a complex manner, just like veins. Melchizedek looked at the light and thought of Hansu. You are probably thinking of using this place to become stronger, right? Its opponent was a transcendent. According to what it knew, that man had to devour crystals to become stronger. Its aim in coming here was also for the monsters grown by Melchizedek. But at this rate, things didn't look good, since this giant creature was a very precious that it had painstakingly created. Time to begin. With its hand that was made entirely of nanomachines, Melchizedek smiled as it caressed the floor. It didn't matter what Hansu did, since it had already finished its preparations. And as Melchizedek willed, swish, vast amounts of energy were sucked out from a mysterious location in the depths. The translucent tubes turned extremely bright, due to the energy that was flowing through them. Then, boom! Beneath Mimir, the giant tower that Melchizedek had been standing on, a mechanism made loud noises as it activated. It was the fusion reactor located beneath Mimir. Melchizedek smiled as the fusion reactor filled up with energy, and then turned its head towards a specific direction in the city. I will turn it all to hell. All of it. SSSSSK. Melchizedek's fake body turned transparent and disappeared as it continued to smile. Rumble. And in its place was only the sound of a machine, loud enough to shake the entire metal city. Not bad. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the ripped apart pieces of the quarry beneath his feet. The evolved quarry had succeeded in reaching past the blue armor's light. No, it had even succeeded in dealing a significant amount of damage. No, maybe it's because they're quarry. But is Melchizedek really not going to control them? If these guys continued to multiply and grow their strength, they'd be hard to control even for Melchizedek. Since it wasn't a god, the abyssal beings were not something one could ignore. As Hansu whistled at his cracked armor, boom! A loud noise occurred in the distance. At the same time, the shockwaves of a very familiar sensation swept past his location. Quantum transmission. But its sheer size was different from that of the research center. And then, Hansu realized what Melchizedek had been planning the whole time. Is it planning to warp them to Ankara? And Hansu frowned, realizing why Melchizedek wasn't controlling them. If Melchizedek was planning to take this entire city apart into pieces and throwing the quarry at Ankara, there was no need to control them, since the quarry would follow their instincts and continue to multiply. As long as nothing prevented them from multiplying, these things would increase their numbers at a monstrous speed, using the other race as hosts or even food. It used races with DNA that would be useful if integrated, and then used inferior species as food, solely focusing on multiplying at a tremendous speed as seen from before. And if successful, Melchizedek would be at an absolute advantage in the war against Ankara, since it would be hard to focus on the invasion of outer forces if they turned their home ground upside down. Rumble. Hansu frowned at the sounds that were occurring around him. There's not enough time. Hansu thought to himself as he felt the faint shockwaves from the quantum transmission. The entire city trembled as if there wasn't enough energy, but the transmission would soon happen. Probably within a few hours. So he had to decide whether to stop this transmission, or escape a place that would soon get sent away. If he did escape, Enbyron would die. And the next issue. There was no other place he could gather these many crystals in a short time. This place was the best location for strengthening themselves. But staying in this place and fighting was also an issue. If he failed to find the quantum transmission and got sent away, they would be stuck on Ankara along with the city. A bit too difficult at this moment. Both had risks. But Hansu was able to make a decision. Stop it. This giant city was a bomb that could be used for Melchizedek's revenge, but for him, it would be a location for his growth. And if he left, they would need to spend a tremendous amount of time and effort in order to reach the level of a 3-star transcendent and continue upwards. And of course, Clementine would not wait kindly for him. Nelkipa would have long reached Ankara and end up causing a tremendous ruckus. Hansu breathed in and out. My immortal soul, you'll need to work a bit harder. SSSSS. Hansu released the limiter on the spines embedded on his body which he'd been suppressing with his mana. At that moment, rumble. The blue armor surrounding Hansu's body screamed in glee and squirmed intensely. He'd released the limiter he'd set to prevent the armor from continuously sucking away at his mana. Which meant that it could eat more, right? The blue armor trembled in joy. Crunch. The armor's smooth surface turned bumpy, and its thickness increased. Even more vicious, and denser than before. The heavy armor style of the armor had now turned into a full plate armor. Hansu felt his immortal soul acting up in a crazed manner and thought. I guess, the other guys will have to suffer for a bit. Those guys would have to suffer countless times more than him, since they wouldn't have a choice of leaving or staying, unlike himself. Hansu chuckled as he thought of the dragon god soldiers that would be somewhere in the city. If you back up, then this will land on that planet. No matter what, succeed in your mission. The moment you back off, we will stop supplying energy to your dragon god armor. Arzaduron expression turned dark when he heard the message. Heavy armor is the kind of armor you see that has the majority of body parts covered in metal pieces which are interlinked with other materials such as hardened leather or scale mail. Full plate armor is similar to something a medieval knight might have worn, an armor that is almost entirely made of metal. Chapter 363, Bomb, 3. Damn it. Where is it heading to now? Arzaduron checked the coordinates of the quantum transmission and made a dumbfounded expression. 382 places. 382 coordinates, all located on Ankara. The metropolis. Large areas of inhabitants. Research cities. Military bases. Every single one of the densely populated and important locations. Not caring whether it was from the Nerapa Union or Pompeian. Arzahuran Nel freaked out as he looked at the fragments of bugs in front of his eyes. These things are going to fall on our planet. Kayaayak. These damned bastards. Why are their shells so hard? Hey. If you've got time to speak, then kill more of them. Boom. He could hear the voices of his teammates fighting the half-insect, half-human creatures. They'd wasted their artillery before because they didn't want to approach them, and it had worked back then. But they didn't have the leisure to anymore. The artillery wasn't effective anymore, and there was no energy to spare. Crunch. Boom. His subordinates were now ignoring the green liquid that they'd hated so much and were crazily swinging the plasma blades equipped on their dragon god armor. These things are going to fall. Zahuran continued to repeat this phrase over and over again. They'd managed to slice them apart because they were dragon god soldiers, but only just barely. But with a normal weapon or a normal soldier, they wouldn't be able to leave a single scratch. These things that only dragon god soldiers could handle were going to land on their planet. Things that could multiply at this rate and become this powerful with just meat. If these things fell onto a city occupied by millions of people and used them all as food, and used that food to multiply, Zahuran felt a chill run down his entire body as he thought of this point. No. It'll be an apocalypse. With their fleet of flames and the power of their flame, they wouldn't lose. But what should they do? Would they need to burn down entire cities and kill all the innocent people there? Combining the population of the people in those coordinates, it was a bit over 4 billion. Melchizedek. You damn tin can. Boom. Arzahuran Nel roared in rage as he destroyed the bugs around him. Cheek. Something crawled out from beneath him, making mechanical sounds. What is this? A metal pillar with thin screens around it? It wasn't that weird since this entire city was like a large machine. But the important thing was who had sent it to him, in this insect-filled city. As Arzahuran Nel made a confused expression. Kaijijek. The panels made a noise as words appeared on them. Rumble. They're getting stronger and stronger. Crunch. Kiriel groaned inwardly as she fought. Their strength kept increasing. This was the third type of monster. She'd initially fought on the outskirts of the city, but she soon realized that the quality of the monsters in the deeper parts was better and had gone there instead. But the ones deeper in were really powerful. These aren't things I can deal with on a whim. Crunch. Phew. Kiriel frowned after barely managing to defeat one monster. The first type was an insect. The second type was half insect and half human. The third type wore armor, and they weren't at all easy to defeat. Which meant that if she proceeded deeper, it would lessen her efficiency in gaining crystals. It was better if she stayed around the shelters with second and third type monsters. I don't know what to do. A familiar wave radiated out from the center of the city. Melchizedek, that crazy bastard. Planning to send away the whole city. If she wanted to help, then she needed to head towards Hansu's location right this instant. If she was going to continue growing, she needed to focus on hunting on the outskirts of the city. Looking at it from the long term, the second choice was a much better option. Since becoming a 3-star transcendent and then proceeding to help him was much better than going over right now. Kiriel made some calculations and then came to a decision. No. I'll have to go and help. No matter how she thought about it, there was not enough time to rise to a 3-star transcendent within the allotted period. It was a good thing to have monsters swarm together like this. Since it would be hard to find monsters packed this densely. To find these many monsters, they'd need to comb through the wild for months. But the issue was, the numbers were too dense. It wasn't as if they could kill off the enemy with a simple sweep of a broom. There was a limit to how much she could fight on her own. I need at least twice my current strength. If she couldn't rise to a 3-star in time anyway, it was better to go help Hansu to stop the transmission and then fight in leisure. Crack. Kiriel finished off the monsters jumping at her and started to head towards the familiar aura. At that moment. Boom. Boom. From the location opposite to Kiriel's destination, a large explosion had occurred at a wall. What the hell? Kiriel frowned as she saw who was coming out from the newly created hole. 9 dragon god soldiers. Rough breaths. Red eyes. Body postures that were ready to pounce on something at any moment. Being covered from head to toe in a green liquid, they still seemed enraged from their previous battle. Ugh, this might get ugly. I don't have time for this. One soldier, she could deal with. No, since she'd gained the dragon god armor, it would be quite easy to handle one soldier. But 9? And if she had someone to protect behind her back? That was a different story. Especially since their individual abilities seemed to be higher than that Arkoran Nel that she'd previously dealt with. But, if I have to fight, then I will. Kiriel tightly grasped the fang in her hand as her dragon god armor released a white steam. But then. No. Please. We aren't here to fight. Calm down. One man jumped out from behind the dragon god soldiers and shouted. Who the hell is that? Unlike the fully armored 9, the man looked like he didn't have any battle prowess whatsoever. Kiriel made a confused expression. So, you want to make an alliance? Temporarily. Arzahuran Nel barely managed to reply to Kiriel's confused questioning. Yes, according to him, we seem to have the same goals. We can work together until then. After saying the words that hurt his pride, Arzahuran Nel looked at the researcher-like man standing next to him. No, he was an actual scientist of the Technorid branch. NROL. He'd heard of him before. The man with the same level of ability as Enakuan, the leader of the Techno-Rats. Being the leader of all technical-related things on the Kakuran fleet was an immensely high position. If he didn't have that ability, then he would have long lost his life from the rage of a Nel family member. And being on the same level as that Enakuan, that was not something so simple. I heard they sent him away due to some past incidents. It seems they sent him to be the leader of the Aegon. Then it made sense. As to how he'd survived without any battle prowess while at Aegon, which had become as close as possible to a living hell. For the leader of all technology in Aegon, he would know all its mechanisms and structures. Well, it doesn't seem as simple as that. Arzaduran was at a loss as he looked at Enroel, who looked like he'd crawled out of a sewer. Dirty, tattered robes and an overgrown beard. Strange colored skin as well as various machines attached to his back. In comparison to Enakuan, who was living an almost germophobic life on the Kakuran fleet, he looked well prepared. Enroel looked embarrassed at Arzaduran's stare but soon focused on the task at hand. It seems you also have a job to fulfill, right? You have come for the crystals, correct? Kiriel frowned at this. Was he spying on me? But she hadn't felt anyone watching her. Enroel seemed to have read Kiriel's thoughts and quickly shook his head. No, I didn't spy on you or anything. We've just studied you over a long period of time, so we kind of realized a few action patterns. All the strong members of your kind seem to be looking for crystals. And there's no other reason for you to enter this dangerous city. Correct to a degree. Enroel continued to speak as he watched Kiriel. The quantum transmission has been activated. And I believe there will be many more things we can do if we form an alliance. And it wouldn't be a waste of time, either. These crystals are important to you, correct? We have no use for them whatsoever. Enroel looked at Kiriel and said. You can take the crystals and help us stop the transmission. It's not bad, right? Not bad, you guys really are trying hard. Enroel made a bitter expression at Kiriel's words. It has been a very long time since I've been trapped in this place, living like a rat. I have seen a lot of things. As to what kind of beings these things are. Kiriel and all the dragon god soldiers all made similar expressions of understanding. It was only for a short while, but that was more than enough time to know what kind of creatures those things were. Enroel continued to speak with a heavy expression. Look, imagine these things falling down onto a whole planet. To our planet. How could we not try hard? Arzaduran looked at Enroel with a respectful gaze. I must remember this kid. Enroel glanced around and then continued to speak. There is a secret tunnel here. Of course, there'll be a lot of quarry along the way, but we'll be able to get to the center much faster. I will lead you there, and you may take all the crystals you find along the way. If you're heading to the center, I didn't come here alone, you see. Enroel shook his head when he heard Kiriel speak about joining up with Hansu. No, we won't go that way. We'll go a different way. Huh? Why? Instead of Kiriel, Arzaduran was the one who asked. Logically, it was better to group up with the other man and head into the depths. Enroel screamed. Damn it. We cannot go there. No matter what. Everyone looked questioningly at Enroel's reaction. Boom. It's really not easy. Hansu thought to himself. He thought it'd be easy to breach the center while wearing the blue armor, but it seems like he'd overestimated himself. 4th level. Haha, kikik. Hansu frowned as he looked at the 4th level evolution of the quarry before his eyes. Being a 4th level wasn't an issue. He thought the quarry only devoured humans. Then there wouldn't be much of an issue. Since their strength relied on what they ate. But the one that appeared before his eyes had definitely eaten something that wasn't human. The spikes protruding out from the muscles on various parts of its body. It was not a trait of the quarry nor that of a human. Nor was it a trait of the natives of Ankara. It ate the original owners of the blue armor, huh? They were in there, I see. Keek, kahihihi. The 4th level quarry screamed at Hansu as they crawled out from a part of the city that was glowing brightly. Chapter 364, The Buried Natives, 1. Boom. Hansu frowned as he stared at the monster furiously attacking him. God damn it. Quarry. Integrating the genes of the things it's eaten to reinforce its weak points and strengthen its strong points. They repeated this and strengthened their race as a whole. Their strength hugely depended on what they ate. So Hansu knew that this strength was not something that came from eating humans. SSSSSS. Hansu frowned as he felt the 4th level monster threatening to break apart his arm. It wasn't much different from before in terms of looks. The quarry's armor-like exoskeleton was still there, and if one ignored the spikes on the back of their bodies, they still looked like armored humans. The issue was what was inside of it. If the thing inside the armor was once a human, it was something much more cruel and evil now. A new race. The original owners of the blue armor, they seemed to have been quite strong. Boom. A force shocked his entire body, and not even his evolved blue armor could handle it, even as it sucked in energy at an insane rate. They didn't have anything particularly special about them. But they had focused on their abilities as a life form. Powerful physical strength. Endless vitality. Powerful defense and adaptability. Overflowing mana. Whatever it had eaten, the quarry had definitely eaten something with immense physical abilities. And Hansu thought of a race. This is what I wanted to become. Change a weak body to something powerful, providing a tremendous amount of adaptability with the spirits. Generate mana with the mana jade and a powerful life force from the world tree. Gain a weapon from this zone and continue upwards. Although the ones in front of his eyes didn't have the dragon god armor, it was almost similar since of the quarry's hard exoskeleton. Although he had to open the abyss due to a change in plans, if he hadn't done so then he would have first taken over Nelkipa and then headed towards the moon which stored the dragon god armors. Well, the story's a little different now. Lost in thought, Hansu swung his hammer and smashed down at the head of the 4th level quarry. Boom. The quarry's exoskeleton, which was as hard or even harder than the dragon god armor, smashed apart and its inner flesh crushed. Keying. The blue armor went berserk as it started crazily sucking in Hansu's energy. And the blue armor condensed all around Hansu's body and released the stored energy inside it, providing him with powerful strength. As if it were saying that it couldn't let its precious host die. Crunch. Hansu's original strength had combined with that of the blue armors. And Hansu used this newfound strength to grab onto the quarry's mouth that had opened up wide. Split. The mouth that could even crush the city's alloy walls couldn't withstand Hansu's strength, and he ripped it apart. But even as it died, the 4th level monster grasped Hansu's arms as he ripped apart its mouth. Crunch. Literally overflowing with life force. The fourth level quarry continued to survive and linger on. Kayayak. And as if the others couldn't waste the small chance that fourth level quarry had created for them, the surrounding second and third level quarry screamed as they charged towards him. Hansu scoffed at the sight and squeezed out the mana in his body. And the mana jade made a strange sound similar to a complaint, since the blue armor was already draining it. As if complaining about how this was all too much for it to take. But apparently the mana jade knew that it was also nothing without its owner, and it seemed strain itself to squeeze out more mana. Soon the blue mana turned red. Boom. Hansu's pandemic blade exploded out from his body and surrounded him. Swoosh. Kia, kahak. The third level quarry managed to withstand the pandemic blade before it started to melt down like snow under a blazing sun. Hansu breathed in deeply as he examined this new strength from the pandemic blade. It was growing. The immortal soul was continuously growing from the outside stimulus. As his immortal soul grew, he also became stronger. And as his overall strength rose, his pandemic blade became stronger as well. Stimulus and battle created powerful beings. Like a steel blade being tempered with every swing of a hammer, he became stronger every time his path was blocked. He continued to grow and became stronger. But it's still not easy. Boom. Hansu smashed away the fourth level quarry after covering his hammer with the 9-dragon strike and frowned. Melchizedek wasn't suppressing their growth since it just needed to teleport them away. And as if they were thankful about it, the quarry didn't go against Melchizedek and only focused on increasing their forces. The result of their collaboration was beyond reason. Despite having crushed countless fourth level quarry, they continued to crawl out from the depths. Unlike the second and third levels who seemed numb to the deaths of their comrades, the other fourth levels screamed at seeing the deaths of their own kind and charged at him crazily. Towards him, who was killing their kind, but could still strengthen himself. A precious food source. And Hansu frowned at this. I cannot get past them at this rate. No, he could buy time. But at this rate, Melchizedek would activate the quantum transmission. And at this rate, he'd fail to escape this place as well. He and Kiriel would fail at becoming stronger, and Enbairan would die. Kiriel. What are you doing now? Because the quarry had devoured another race, an unknown variable had occurred. And he needed a new variable as well. Boom. Hansu smashed away a quarry charging towards him and looked into the distance. The inner area is a bit different from the outskirts. Those things are really vicious, ugh. Kiriel, covered in the green liquid, frowned as she heard Enroel's speech. So what was your original plan? Enroel pointed with trembling fingers. If you go a bit off from the central area, there's a control center where you can control Mimir and the fusion reactor. Even if you don't break the quantum transmission machine, you can still stop it. Damn. I didn't mean that we should head towards the center. The 9 dragon god soldiers, including Arzahuron Nel, frowned. But they still didn't feel good about this. Slightly off from the center. According to the current pattern, these things were stronger the closer they got to the center. Moving slightly away from the center wasn't enough to make them sigh in relief. Not when they were looking at the corpse of the fourth level quarry in front of them. And their gruesome expressions proved it. Ha. Hey. Damn it. You're telling me that these things will swarm us once we go deeper. Ugh. Captain. Can't we just go around? The 2 fourth level quarry. They'd almost died from just dealing with 2. No, if that woman called Kiriel hadn't helped, then at least 1 or 2 of them would have died. But she wants to go into the same place these things are swarming. The dragon god soldiers freaked out. Even if they'd lost the strength from the flame, they would have a higher survival rate if they hid in the outskirts. Dying like this it would be a worthless death. And Arzahuron Nel thought so too. Should we escape? Charging in was only possible when they had a chance at winning. Even if it were the outer areas of the center, the quarry would rip them apart. Since countless others would swarm in while they were busy fighting a few. Damn it. How can a race like this exist? Words continuously appeared on the panel while they scanned this 4th level monster, but every sentence was full of errors and failures. The aliens and these insects were annoying enough, but for these things to be on Nelkipa. Damn. Right. This whole Nelkipa is suspicious too. We need to take into account the other variables as well. Arzahuron Nel made a decision. To retreat. We'll retreat. There is no chance of survival at this rate. All the other dragon god soldiers nodded. They could only move forward by paying with their lives. They'd fought for a very long time and knew that reality was colder and harsher beyond reason. But at that moment, a single streak of light ascended into the sky. It looked like a skill had created it. And Kiriel sighed in relief as she spoke to the surrounding dragon god soldiers and Enroel. Let's go inside. I told you. It's the end if we go in and get surrounded. Crack. Arzahuron Nel stepped on a corpse by his feet and shook his head. I told you, I'm not alone. I trust in you, Hansu. Kiriel giggled as she looked at the bright and blue light that had risen far up into the sky. Phew. I know she LLD understand. Hansu breathed in and out and then looked towards the hole projecting the bright blue light. Although it was originally covered by a metal wall, the 4th level quarry had broken past it in a hurry. It was impossible to get to the quantum transmission machine in time. But Kiriel would do it. She was a smart child. He just had one job. To create a path for them. Also, he was curious. Let's see, what could be inside. As to why these things were trying to stop him from entering. Boom. Hansu started to charge towards the giant hole where countless quarry had formed a blockade, preventing him from advancing further. Reincarnator, Chapter 365, The Buried Natives, 2. Boom. Damn. Are you sure this is the right way? Yes. Yes. Please just protect me. Arzahuron Nel frowned as he stared at Enroel struggling under his grip. Was he usually this talkative? I mean, he understood. The current situation wasn't the best one to keep oneself calm. Boom. Enroel freaked out again as a giant explosion occurred next to Arzahuron. The insectoids continued to swarm towards them from all directions. And they couldn't even see any of the first level insects anymore. They were all second or third level, and sometimes one or two fourth levels came out. Basically, it was a field of insects. Arzaduran Nel ignored NROL's screams, ripping apart a third level insectoid and looking around. He killed and killed and killed. But the numbers did not decrease. The speed at which the insects were filling up the place was actually faster than the soldiers' rate of killing. Monstrous breeding speed and powerful bodies. Quaye, boom. Arzaduran Nel gritted his teeth as he watched his subordinates barely killing off a fourth level insectoid. We can barely kill one with 5 of us. Arzaduran Nel couldn't even imagine what would happen if these things fell onto the main planet. No matter how noisy this NROL was, it was important that they needed to take him to the quantum transmission machine. They could just break it once they reached it, but according to what they'd heard, its location was apparently the main lair for these guys. It was not someplace where they'd crawl into willingly. To walk in there by himself. A maniac. Boom. Boom. Arzaduran Nel felt the shockwaves and explosive sounds in the distance and refocused his attention. He was thankful anyway. By charging into the insectoid's nest and attracting most of their attention, that male alien had diverted quite a large number of their forces. This was the only reason they had been able to push forward. If it weren't for that person in the distance, they would have long since died. Is it not done yet? A female's voice rang out, one that didn't quite fit the scene. But nobody could ignore her voice. Crunch. What the F? One of the Dragon God soldiers was at a loss. She'd single-handedly killed a fourth-level insectoid that the 5 of them had barely been able to handle. With just her tiny stature. They had scoffed when they'd initially talked about these aliens. Wondering how these barbarians could ever beat their advanced technology. But seeing her with their own eyes, they realized what the meaning of a monster was. And, that girl is suspicious too. Boom. The Dragon God soldiers frowned at the woman hanging on the back of that woman called Kiriel. Although the aura coming from her body was very faint and was right on the verge of disappearing, they could sense it. That Kiriel and the woman on her back were the same types of creature. Meaning that as long as she could survive and heal, another monster like Kiriel would be born. Just like the one massacring the monsters before their eyes. No, like the one who had drawn the attention of the majority of these insects in the distance. Smack. Arzaduran Nel smashed away a quarry charging at him and thought to himself. Those things are too dangerous. Although these half-insect, half-humanoid creatures were monsters, that female who was ripping them apart with only her hands and a small dagger was no less of a monster. There was never an eternal ally or an opponent on the battlefield. Especially if the target was a barbarian like those things. I should prepare. Arzaduran Nel sent a message with his brainwaves to NROL. Can you hear me? If you can, then move your thumb. NROL jolted at the sudden voice in his head but then moved his thumb as he felt the pressure of Arzaduran Nel's hand on his neck. If he didn't follow Arzaduran Nel's words, then his skull could get crushed at any moment. And with something like the Dragon God armor, breaking his skull was no harder than crushing apart a block of tofu. Good. The moment NROL responded, Arzaduran Nel started to dash and then sent another message. You said you could control the quantum transmission machine, right? Is it simply turning it on and off, or can you control it in detail? Such as location, target, and area? If you can, then move your second finger. If you can only turn it on and off, move your third finger. NROL pondered for a bit at the question and then moved his second finger. And Arzaduran Nel started to ponder when he saw this. What's making you so sad? Boom. Hansu mumbled, smashing apart a fourth-level quarry. Their attacks had enough force to crack apart his blue armor. But Hansu ignored the impact and swung his Mjolnir again. Boom. Covered in the 9-dragon strike, the hammer smashed apart the quarry's head. The quarry's body stopped moving and fell to the ground. Rumble. Hansu frowned as he felt the immortal soul healing the damage he'd received from the quarry's attacks. Just a bit more. This wasn't enough. His opponents were strong, yes. Since they were continuously causing damage to his body. The tide-like swarm of quarry had been successful at causing damage to his body, but this wasn't enough. The declining rate of the immortal soul's growth proved this. The same level of stimulus and battle speed. Unlike a battle that required tension and strength, it was becoming more of a chore. As if the immortal soul was testing whether his stamina would run out or not. But this wasn't enough. With only this much stimulus, his stamina would actually run out before the immortal soul could successfully evolve. As a race that ruled over the third floor of the abyss, the insect's strength was quite substantial. But that strength was still limited. I should be thankful that they didn't eat the abyssal beings when they grew up. Boom. Hansu continued to smash them apart and proceeded to his destination. Kiriel would deal with the transmission. But that was still just a part of the process as a whole. This place was a forge. A place that would temper their strength. And they had to become stronger. To solve everything above. And, there was a solution. Within the bodies of the ones charging at him, there were still traces of human genes. If they had devoured both humans and the owners of the blue armor, but still had faint auras of humans lingering within them, then that only meant one thing. That they hadn't finished their evolution. They hadn't been able to fully erase those traces of humans and thus bring the full potential of the genes from the owners of the blue armor. Since there was no need to keep behind a human's genes. He wasn't sure before, but now he knew. The natives of the blue armor was a race that was countless times stronger than humans. So he knew. They exist. If there were this many fourth-level quarries swarming around, he was sure that they were inside. Ones who had been successful in erasing the human genes and brought the genes of the stronger race to the limits. He didn't know if they were currently evolving or if they just hadn't come out yet, but he was sure that they existed. And at that moment. I was one hell of a guy, but you really are something else. Must you go this far? He could hear the voice of the S original owner inside the seat in his head. Unlike the Pandemic Blade's talkative owner, this person had been silently watching him the whole time. And Hansu didn't respond to the man's voice. Since he didn't have a chance to. Kikik. It wasn't because of the countless third-level quarry around him. Or the 3 fourth-level quarry charging towards him. Within a short distance of 1 km, a mere few steps for a transcendent, there was a bright, blue hole. Something was crawling out from it. With a valiant aura and a steady speed. Unlike the quarry that were madly charging at him. That tremendous pressure pushed down onto Hansu. Found you. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the being crawling out of the hole. A different form than the 4th-level quarry, who were bulky and covered with thick armor. Although the quarry had been the one to eat them, it had integrated so much with the owners of the blue armor that it looked just like them. The traits of the owners of the blue armor did not simply affect them internally but had even turned their outer appearance. Unlike the usual dark red shells, the gem-like blue armor on its body seemed made of beautiful crystals. And this being, instead of charging at him like the others, simply stared at him while maintaining the tense atmosphere. But of course, this didn't last long. Boom. A strange wave resonated out from Kiriel's direction. A wave that moved through the entire city. Did she arrive? And at that moment. Boom. As if they were having a final showdown before the arena disappeared, Hansu and the bright blue creature collided. Reincarnator, Chapter 366, The Buried Natives, 3. Rumble. From within the swarm of quarry. A small group was struggling. Damn it. Even if we want to back out, we might not be able to survive. Shut up and maintain your position. Don't move until NROL finishes activating it. SSSSK. Arzaduran Nel shouted at his comrades and then sliced apart a quarry with his nanoblade. Ha, ha. Tick-tick. Tick-tick. One man ignored the countless quarry jumping towards him and was pressing various buttons that were appearing in the air. Arzaduran Nel watched NROL, who was deeply focused on the panel in front of him as if he couldn't hear the loud noises around him. And he thought to himself. I guess he does his job well. Anyway, for such a chance like this to appear within my life. Although it was a life-threatening danger, it was also a tremendous opportunity. Pompeian was pushing their forces back. If he could smash all these things into Pompeian's territory. If he unleashed these things on the countless cities unprepared for something like this. He didn't even need to think about what would happen. Chaos. If everything went according to his plan, they could easily push back the enemy's forces. And he would gain the merits for this and increase his presence within his clan. Boom. Ha 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 ha. Arzaduran Nel started to laugh as he smashed away another quarry. He felt his mind brighten at the thought of his promising future. But he quickly regained his senses at the looks of the other dragon god soldiers. Right. It's not the time to laugh right now. He hadn't succeeded in his plan yet. Even if he did succeed, it would be an issue. The biggest variable was themselves. And the aliens. It was pointless to use force to deal with them. They had clearly seen their prowess. Boom. Yet. Too strong. Arzaduran Nel thought to himself as he watched Kiriel in the distance. Even as she massacred the quarry, that girl managed to keep her guard up. Even if he could succeed in ambushing her from the back, a single mistake could kill off at least half of the 9. She may look tired, but so were they. But he had a hidden card up his sleeves. The quantum transmission. How can I use it in the most efficient manner? Arzaduran Nel continued to think as he looked at Kiriel, who was slashing her dagger from side to side. Boom. The Mjolnir smashed the 5th-level quarry's body. A loud sound occurred as cracks appeared on its crystalline exoskeleton. But they only existed for a moment. Ududuk. The crystalline structure continuously changed and rebuilt itself as it absorbed and dispersed the force. It deflected away parts of Mjolnir's lightning while absorbing other parts to strengthen its exoskeleton further. Of course, it couldn't fully negate the shock. Crack. Crack-hack. Although the exoskeleton dispersed the majority of impact, the strike from the combination of 5 dragons smashed onto the quarry's body and pushed it back. And the sounds of something breaking rang out from beneath the armor. But it was only pushed back for a bit. Pushik. It smashed its feet into the ground and received the full shock with its body. It then made a fist. Boom. The right fist of the quarry flew and struck at Hansu's blue armor. Crunch. A strange sound occurred beneath the blue armor, a sound similar to what he'd heard when he attacked the quarry. His bones broke, and his muscles exploded. The blue armor also turned crystalline and absorbed most of the impact, but the residual force still drove deep into his body. Of course, he didn't get pushed back or anything. His response was quite similar to that of the quarry's. He raised his demonic dragon reinforcement to the limits and protected his important intestines and muscles. His immortal soul connected his broken bones and healed his flesh. And after gathering all the strength in his body. Boom. He swung a hammer in his hand. Just like how the quarry had done. Their actions were similar, and so was their strength. Withstanding attacks with their body and then counterattack. The battle between Hansu and the evolved quarry was a dogfight, nothing more. Boom. Boom. Dozens of attacks were carried out with every second. Armors broke, and the flesh beneath crushed. And countless 4th-level quarry continued to charge towards them. Crunch. Even as he fought the blue creature in front of him, he didn't forget to kill the others as well. Hansu clenched his fist at the tremendous change taking place in the fragment inside his body. Changes were occurring at a rapid pace. At least until the moment he died, the damage he was receiving was causing his body to change at a crazy rate. The immortal soul frenziedly fixed and grew in order to keep him alive. Just a bit more. Hansu's insides continued to compress and explode as he glared at his opponent in front of him. His stamina continued to drain, and his body had turned into a mess. Although the immortal soul was working as hard as it could, his current opponent and the swarm of others around him continued to flood towards him. But thanks to this, his fragments had reached the very limits of their growth. The quarry realized this instinctively and attacked him with even more fervor. To stop him and smash him apart before that change occurred. The actions of the 5th-level quarry as it rushed forward, heedless of how much Hansu smashed its whole body, proved it all. But Hansu smiled as he continued to attack it. Boom. The immortal soul had grown a lot. Its current level could no longer compare to its form of just a few moments ago. And thanks to this, his overall strength had risen. Even when the quarry had smashed his body apart, and his bones were creaking, the increased strength of his skills proved it. Kahook. Ah. Hansu, who'd endured its attacks until now with the blue armor, could no longer hold back the pain as he screamed and got pushed back. The expression of the 5th level quarry turned ugly. It realized instinctively that at this rate, the change would fully occur before the opponent tired out. Boom. KAA. But only the 5th level quarry, which had been able to stay sane, could detect this. As the other quarry pounced at him with even more fervor. Kiyeing. Changes occurred among the surrounding quarry. No, not on the bodies of the quarry, but rather in the air surrounding them. Blue particles appeared around the quarry's bodies. A familiar aura. Quantum transmission. Hansu realized what the people who'd gone to control the quantum transmission had chosen. They had decided to throw the quarry onto the planet, Ankara. This isn't good. Boom. Hansu smashed away a few 4th level quarry, frowning as he looked at the smiling face of the 5th level quarry. This was not good at all. If he'd fought just a bit more, he would be able to move forward. And only with that strength would he be able to grasp Clementine's underlings, as well as Melchizedek, and smash them all into the ground. Neither tactics nor technology mattered in the face of absolute strength. He needed to get to the level of a 3rd star to at least handle them. But if the transmission succeeded now and the ones in front of his eyes disappeared, things would take much longer. It would be hard to find a new hammer to temper him as efficiently as these creatures before him. But soon, he realized that the transmission wasn't only sending the quarry away. Kiyeing. Blue particles started to appear around his body as well. Boom. Just hold on a bit more. Ah. This beast. The dragon god soldiers screamed as they fought. Not the quarry, but another being. These kids, you dare trick me. Crack. As Kiriel swung her fang, cracks appeared in the air. The single line that she'd drawn flew forward towards the dragon god soldiers, threatening to slice them apart. Ah. One of the dragon god soldiers freaked out and tried to back away. Of course. He witnessed her slice one of his comrades down the center of his body. Even with the dragon god armor, that attack would kill him instantly. But Kiriel continued slashing with her dagger while receiving attacks from all around. Damn, it. But as the dragon god soldier was about to scream out loud at the approaching dagger. Dumbass. Boom. Arzahuron Nel charged in from the distance and attacked her from behind. And Kiriel quickly backed off at seeing him, her teeth clenched with frustration. She could heal if she got hit, but Enbyaren could not. You evil bastard. Whoosh. Kiriel couldn't finish her goal, so she quickly jumped into the air. And as she landed, countless particles lingered around her body. Arzahuron Nel laughed at this scene. Ha 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 ha. Think of it as an honor. You'll be able to face the right before your eyes. The location that the 2 no, 3, including the one on her back aliens would be going to was the planet Ankara. To the center of the deep within the planet. Even they wouldn't be able to survive if such a force were to sweep through them. No matter how strong they were. The insectoids would go to Pompean. The aliens to the heart of it. And they, the dragon god soldiers, back to their headquarters. The quantum transmission continued running. Kiriel frowned at this. Not good. There were 7 left. But it would be impossible for her to get through them in a short time while also protecting Enby from harm. The quantum transmission was continuously analyzing her atoms in order to send her away. It was taking a long time simply because there were too many entities, but sooner or later it would send her off. Kiriel breathed in and said. You bastard. Just wait. Ha ha ha. Are you going to survive from the flame? How delusional. Arzahuron Nel laughed at her. It was only called a flame in name, but in truth, it was like a small sun. The internal sun that provided a tremendous amount of energy and strength to the creatures of Ankara. There were no other plot twists. They would die, and he would become a hero. As Arzahuron Nel laughed. Whoosh. Something was flying towards them at a rapid pace. Tiny, but extremely fast. Huh. Is that dangerous? It was moving way too fast to figure out its identity. A mysterious object that was cutting through the air like a meteor. But even before they could fully react, Kiriel jumped into the air and caught the object that almost flew past her. Huh. As the dragon god soldiers looked at her in confusion. Hansu. A smile soon replaced the gloomy expression on her face. Never mind. Let's not wait, I'll deal with you now. Kiriel smiled as she looked at the violet crystal in her hand. She could feel a condensed energy that was countless times denser than the ones she'd acquired. Reincarnator, Chapter 367, The Buried Natives, 4. Damn it. Block her. Arzahuron Nel screamed, freaking out. They became stronger when they ate crystals. They didn't know how much stronger she'd become after eating that. But the dragon god soldiers all hesitated. Damned bastards. Arzahuron Nel gritted his teeth. He knew what they were thinking. There wasn't much time left until the transmission was complete. They could win by just standing their ground. There was no point fighting her if they didn't need to. It would be a great loss if they got her after charging in recklessly. And, just how much stronger can she become anyway? Thought one of the dragon god soldiers. They knew that those aliens grew stronger when they ate the crystals. Enroel had told them, and they had seen it. If Kiriel hadn't continued to eat the crystals and gotten stronger, they wouldn't have been able to get to this point either. So they didn't feel the need to attack. Even if she ate that crystal, they could easily hold their ground. And as they held their formation, Kiriel smiled and absorbed the crystal. SSSS. Rumble. Something deep inside her twisted around and started to rise. Unlike the minute changes up until now, this was on a grander scale. Crackle. Walls broke down around her as lightning exploded and the space shook. Just from a simple change. Of course, if there were this much change outside the body, the insides wouldn't stay the same either. Ah. This is it. Kiriel felt the overflowing strength in her body. Kuduk. Crackle. Bones rearranged, and her body changed, becoming a body that was more fitting to someone who'd crossed over another wall. She had only felt something like this twice in her life. First, when she had transcended beyond human limits. And second, when she had become a 2-star transcendent. A sensation that felt better than anything a human could ever hope to experience. A feeling that one would pay any price to sense again. Maybe this is why everyone tries so hard to gain more strength. Whoosh. Thought Kiriel to herself as the energy within her calmed down. It was possible that people were chasing after this brief moment rather than the actual strength itself. Of course, the strength was good too. Crackle. Good. Kiriel clenched her fist, looked at the dragon god soldiers looking at her in fear in the distance, and then poured all her remaining crystals into Enbyron. Whoosh. Despite being unconscious, the damaged body madly absorbed the crystals. And as Enbyron grew stronger from absorbing the crystals, her body slowly regenerated. It's not a complete recovery since she didn't cross the wall, but this was good enough. She just needed Enby to hold on until she wrapped things up in this place. Kiriel looked at the people in front of her with a calm expression. The whole process had taken just an instant. The dragon god soldiers then realized that the change that had happened within Kiriel's body wasn't natural, and they backed off. Heh. Right, they wouldn't want to fight since there's just a little bit of time until it's all over. Kiriel looked at the blue particles surrounding her and their bodies. The flower-like, blue droplets were continuously swirling and pulsing as if ready to send them away at a moment's notice. 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. They just needed to hold on for 30 seconds. There was no reason for them to risk their lives. 30 seconds. Good enough. In the next instant. Swoosh. Kiriel's fang cut across the air again. The same weapon and the same motion as before. Damn. The dragon god soldiers unconsciously fell into defensive positions to protect themselves. It was the same attack as before, but it made them feel extremely uneasy. If they could hold on for just a bit longer, it would safely teleport them away. The dragon god soldiers prepared for impact. But only for a moment. The dragon god soldiers made confused expressions. The attack that threatened to slice them apart hadn't done anything. What the hell is this, crazy bee? Arzahuron Nel, who had also flinched and gotten into a defensive position like the others, made a confused expression as well. But he soon shook his head. It was all over. As long as they returned to the fleet, they wouldn't see her face anymore. No, they just need to fire at her from the fleet and end her. If the quantum transmission successfully activated, there wouldn't be enough energy for the Mimir to activate anyway. But their expression soon turned into one of panic. What the hell? The blue particles. The blue flowers that had been blooming around their bodies were dispersing. The blue droplets disappeared like pop bubbles. Meaning that the quantum transmission had stopped. No. Damn it. Enroel. What's going? At the sudden turn of events, Arzahuron Nel and everyone else spun around. They thought that Enroel had caused this. But Arzahuron Nel realized that it wasn't Enroel's fault after turning around. Crackle. SSSS. She had sliced apart the quantum transmission machine. The giant tower-like machine had been cut diagonally down the middle, causing the upper segment to slide down. And Arzahuron Nel realized what she'd cut. Damn. The faint trace of hope within his mind disappeared with the machine's destruction. As Arzahuron Nel stared at the giant machine in a daze, Kiriel spoke out. I told you, right? All the dragon god soldiers fell into despair at this voice. And Kiriel shrugged her shoulders. Well, I never said I was going to kill you. After all, we fought together before. The expressions of the dragon god soldiers brightened up at these words. And it was the same for Arzahuron Nel. Seeing a ray of hope, Arzahuron Nel quickly changed his expression and spoke to Kiriel. Sorry about that before. Please. If you let us go, just this once, the Kakuran will never mistreat you. Words that were full of shame, but that didn't matter. Since there was nothing more important than one's life. Even if he had to lick her toes, he had to survive. Kiriel chuckled as she said. Sure. Let's just go our separate ways. Where are you going? You aren't going with us. Kiriel smirked at Arzahuron Nel's words. Well, I have a comrade. Good luck. What? No. If Kiriel disappeared like this, then it was over for them. Arzahuron Nel freaked out and screamed, but it was of no use. Since Kiriel had already disappeared. Boom. Even before Arzahuron Nel's screams reached the place she'd been standing on, she had already left. Keek. Kaya. The quarry, who had flinched at the sudden appearance of the blue particles, started slowly moving towards them again. Towards the dragon god soldiers who were already exhausted from internal struggles and no longer had an escape path. Damn. It would have been better to die at Kiriel's hands. The dragon god soldiers' expressions were filled with despair and fear as the swarms of quarry, covering the whole horizon in their entirety, charged towards them. Boom. Hansu smiled as he looked at the blue particles disappearing while he smashed a quarry away. She succeeded. The quantum transmission had stopped. Everything had returned to plan. He just needed to defeat his opponent and move up. The Mjolnir swung even more powerfully as if it had read Hansu's thoughts. At that moment. Crack. A sound of something breaking rang out from inside him. Good job. I don't know what you'll do with this strength, but I really do wish you won't have to use it. The consciousness of the seed, which had stayed silent for most of the time it had been inside his body, spoke to him with worry. Its power was an immortal's rate of recovery. Meaning that if he needed its strength, then his life was possibly in danger, and his body crushed apart. A strength that was better the less one used it. But Hansu couldn't respond to it anyway. Since he had fallen into silence. And as if the quarry had sensed the changes inside his body, they charged forward to rip him apart. But they couldn't stop the change anymore. Something similar to what had happened to Kiriel just now, but more natural, started to rush through his insides. If Kiriel's change was that of forcefully hacking apart something forbidden, Hansu's change was the exact opposite. He knew what he needed. He excavated it from the seat and proceeded to the next step. Hansu's destroyed body then started to recover at an insane rate. The quarry charged at him like countless moths to a flame, and Hansu smashed them apart as he got accustomed to his changing body. And then, boom! The sound of something exploding reverberated from inside his body. What a crazy world. What the hell is going on down there? Reincarnator frowned as he watched the scenes happening below, and then turned around. There was a target which he could ask in more detail. So, you managed to survive on your own? The other dragon god soldiers all died. Yes, only me. Just you. The man who had been acting alongside the dragon god soldiers below. Enroel smiled at Reincarnator. Reincarnator, Chapter 368, The Buried Natives, 5. I am saddened at how strong we are. And yet, we cannot avoid our annihilation. Where are the saviors who left to save us? It ended already. Kiriel mumbled after she'd reached the place where Hansu had been, looking at the scene before her eyes. Rumble. The red clouds that had seeped out from Hansu's body were literally melting down the entire area. Starting from the quarry and even affecting the metal walls of the city. The germs duplicated over and over again and were devouring everything as far as the eye could see. Rumble. The fourth-level quarry that Hansu personally had to smash apart with his hammer were also melting down as well. His strength was unlike anything it had been before. Kaya, Kahook. Kiriel gulped at the scene. The quarry were screaming as they melted down. Where did he obtain something like this? She knew that she was quite strong. And her skills were quite powerful as well. When one transcended, their skill limits would rise significantly, allowing the transcendent to use them in many more versatile ways than before. Like being able to tune a machine in whatever way you wanted. Which meant that the abilities of the user were more important than the skill itself. Or so I thought, but, this is on a different level. As if to prove that skills had their own differences, the red cloud was creating a sea of blood. Kiriel whistled at this but soon smiled. Right, he should at least be this strong. If not, there was no point in him going up ahead, right? This was merely one of the many rewards that Hansu deserved. Rumble. While Kiriel thought about various things, the vast field of red clouds started to shrink back as if they had finished their meal. Whoosh. The storm of clouds rapidly sucked back into Hansu's body, and Kiriel found something to her surprise. There's still something alive. Although most of its body had melted down already, it still maintained its shape, unlike the other quarry that had completely melted down. Kiriel quickly moved towards Hansu as she stared at the bright blue creature. Tata-talk. She looked at the bright blue creature with curiosity but soon lost interest. It's already dead. Although it had maintained its basic form, that was apparently the limit. The grotesque creature in front of her had long been dead. At that moment, she heard Hansu's voice. Good job. It's nothing. It seems that life is a lot more thrilling staying alongside you. Hansu smiled at her joking words. Her energetic atmosphere was good to see. He then looked at Enbyron, who seemed to have more vigor on her face, and he sighed in relief. You held on well. There was a sea of crystals around her now. If they picked all of them up and fed them to Enbyron, she would easily rise up to a 3-star and heal. A very clean result. But there were a few things they needed to deal with. First, the Kakuran fleet above them. Although the fleet couldn't do anything at this exact moment because of the Mimir, they would fire down strikes the moment they could. And second, the thing providing Mimir with the energy. Hansu looked into the abyss where a blue light was seeping out in the distance. They had been able to transfer one dragon god soldier after combining the energy output from all 3 fusion reactors inside the main research center. Of course, the combined output had lasted a short moment, but this proved something. That even a small-scale quantum transmission required enough energy to run 3 cities. But surprisingly, something unbelievable had occurred in Aegon. The quantum transmission had almost transferred hundreds of thousands of entities. Through almost 1,000,000 kilometers of space. It was not something Aegon's fusion reactor could handle. He could clearly see the countless tubes transferring energy into the depths of the abyss. What to do? Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke to Kiriel. Is it possible to read the memory of this thing? He pointed at the dead 5th-level quarry's corpse. Kiriel quickly nodded and activated her ability on the corpse. Boom. Her psychometry, which had further enhanced after breaching another wall, quickly began to read through the memories. But despite her enhanced ability, Kiriel's expression didn't look very encouraging. Kiriel shook her head as she said. There isn't much. It seemed that she couldn't read the memories of the entity that the quarry had eaten. She could only read the quarry's memories from its birth. Just how it had been born in the abyss and had come down here through the abyss. Of course, she didn't return empty-handed. I've at least found out where the thing this quarry ate had come from. Where? Kiriel pointed towards the bright blue abyss in the distance. And Hansu tightly grasped the hammer in his hand. I guess I must go down. He didn't know what he'd find below. Even though the quarry had eaten it, its original strength would not be weak. But Kiriel shook her head as she looked at Hansu. You won't have to fight. Kiriel shrugged her shoulders at Hansu's confused expression. The things those quarry ate weren't alive. Corpse after corpse after corpse. None of them had been alive. They were all dead and dried up. I don't know what happened. Kiriel mumbled as she thought back to the memories of that quarry, and of the area below those depths. Whoosh. Hansu thought back to Kiriel's last words as he dropped into the depths. Well. There's nothing I'm curious about, so you can go check it out. I'll be here collecting crystals and restoring Enbyron's health. She just had to collect the crystals on the ground, so it wasn't hard to do. Hansu accepted Kiriel's suggestion. Looking at the surrounding walls, it seemed that something had dug through these depths. As he fell, he thought. This isn't natural. An artificial hole. And it was clear who had done this. Melchizedek. Although Nelkipa boasted a powerful defense, as long as it wasn't a life-threatening attack there was no resistance. It wouldn't care much about a small hole in its skin. Although it got harder to dig through as one went deeper, digging something like this was a piece of cake for Melchizedek. Whoosh. Falling through the bright blue hole, Hansu started to control his speed when he saw the ground quickly approaching him from beneath. Ka. Hansu held onto a tube along the walls, causing him to quickly slow down, and then proceeded to land. As he looked up, a blinding blue light surrounded him. It was a level of brightness that could easily blind a normal human being. But of course, it wasn't enough to disrupt Hansu's sight. Squirm. His pupils altered as they quickly readjusted to the light level before his eyes. Hansu quickly looked around, and then found the source of the light. Boom. A 200-meter radius or so, a very tiny space. The floor of this space was made up of a transparent material. And past the transparent floor, a blue sphere pulsed as if it could explode at any moment. No, it was more like a blue sun. The giant sphere was so huge that he could clearly see its details despite the distance between them. It seemed to be right in the center of Nelkipa's body. The transparent floor absorbed the energy radiating out from the sphere and was sending it over to a crystal located in the center. And the tubes above him were connected to that crystal. Amazing. Although the crystal wasn't directly connected to the sphere and was only absorbing the energy indirectly, it was more than enough to transfer out all the entities within Aegon. Tonk. Hansu tapped the floor and then frowned. Unbreakable. Maybe he might have been able to if he used all his strength, but the thickness and sturdiness behind it weren't so simple. And he didn't feel like he should break it anyway. The small floor beneath his feet was only a small part of a huge glass structure. Melchizedek probably hadn't broken it because it knew this as well. If it were possible, Melchizedek would have done it a long time ago. If it had been able to directly harness the energy below the glass floor and control it, there was no reason for it to fly all the way to Ankara. Ankara would have easily turned into a sea of flames if it just fired a strike using this energy. But this was well beyond what Melchizedek could control. Hansu then turned away from the transparent glass sphere surrounding the miniature blue sun and looked around. And realized what Kiriel had been talking about. They're all dead. Corpses that had been chewed apart by the quarry's larvae. But it would have been painful. These corpses didn't seem like they had died from the quarry. It seemed like they'd been dead for a very long time. And he could see dried up, yet familiar, sets of armor surrounding the corpses. Hundreds. The blue armor. Hansu was shocked as he looked at the hundreds of blue armor that had dried up from the lack of an energy supply. Melchizedek had picked one up that was fine. But then why wasn't his armor all dried up like those things and was still maintaining its functionality? At that moment. Boom. A loud sound occurred above the hole he'd fallen down from. A sound that he could hear despite being multiple kilometers underground. What the hell is going on now? Hansu looked up. *Duds notes, the first few lines of this chapter are the original owners of the blue armor. The buried natives. In case anybody was confused. Reincarnator, Chapter 369, The Buried Natives, 6. Boom. Hansu quickly climbed up as he listened to the sounds of explosions. He could check out that strange space below later anyway. It was more important to figure out the reason behind the commotion. Tadada. And Hansu frowned after looking at the scene above ground. Boom. Rumble. Enbai. Why? Hansu was confused as he stared at Enbai. She had woken up but was currently fighting Kiriel. Boom. Ugh. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she stared at Enbai, who had started attacking her the moment she woke up. Strong. They had both recently risen up to a 3-star, so their strength levels were similar. Which meant that the only thing they could compete with was the micromanagement and control of their skills, as well as their level of mastery of those skills. Of course, Kiriel had always been confident in this field. As she climbed up, there had been countless others stronger than her, but she had never lost a fight against an opponent with the same level of strength. Her natural talent and her psychometry, which quickly absorbed experiences, allowed her to boast a whole other level of strength. But she soon realized that she'd been a bit too proud up until this point. Crack. Enbairen's enhanced strength and dexterity from her trait, Tainted Emotions, was pushing Kiriel back. After becoming a 3-star transcendent, Enbairen's restored and enhanced body raged on as she continuously charged at Kiriel to shred her heart apart. And the moment she saw this, Kiriel knew. As to what emotion was fueling Enbairen. Rage. Rage was storming through Enbairen's body. To destroy everything before her eyes. Kiriel quickly shouted in surprise. Damn it. I know you can hear me. I'm Hansu's comrade. We're the ones that woke you up. She was different from when the armor had controlled her. Enbairen had no sanity back then. But now, she was completely sane and only filled with rage. Which meant that Kiriel could communicate with her. Enbairen flinched at Hansu's name, but only for a moment. Off. Boom. Enbairen started to push Kiriel back again. Damn it. At this rate. Enbairen was strong, but Kiriel had the Dragon God armor. But as Kiriel was about to activate her armor. I'll take care of it. Boom. Hansu jumped between Enbairen and Kiriel, and shouted. Enbairen. Wake up. It's all right now. It's all over. And Kiriel quickly rejoiced when she saw this. Good. She should stop since Hansu's here. Although Enbairen might not believe her, she should stop once she saw Hansu. Although his face and body had altered slightly, he was still recognizable. And Enbairen stopped fighting and looked at Hansu's face. As if she doubted her own vision. Kong. Hansu. Hansu nodded. Yes. I'm here. But then. Boom. An even more vicious aura exploded out from Enbairen's body. Pure, unadulterated rage. Enbairen charged at Hansu and roared at him. You. This is all your fault. This. I was living just fine. Something's weird. Hansu pondered as he blocked Enbairen's attacks. The chipset wasn't controlling her. And she was completely sane. But something was strange. Hansu looked at Environ's shaking eyes and continued to think of a reason. Boom ba ba boom. The Mimir's fog covered Aegon, so nothing was visible, but the sounds of battle still resonated from within. And the fleet continued to observe the city. Although they couldn't see anything, they could guess as to where the sounds originated from. What a barbaric race. They fight and fight and fight. What the hell is going on? Enakuan, the leader of the Technorats on the Kakuran fleet, made a bitter expression as he saw the person walking towards him from a distance. You survived. To see him again, especially in this place. Enroel. His old rival. Enroel's abilities were no less than his own, but due to his nasty personality and his lack of respect for the R levels above him, he brought on a lot of hate from the ones at the top. Especially since he hated wars after being born on a warring planet. Because of this, he had been exiled to Aegon to rot for eternity, but for him to return like this. But still, to survive from that chaos. Enroel smiled as he approached Enakuan and sat next to him. Well, it wasn't so bad. There's a lot I learned as well. Nothing else? At least you came back in one piece. Enakuan spoke to Enroel with concern. Although Enroel's thought processes were a bit dangerous, he wasn't that bad of a person. Plus, Enakuan only labeled him as a rival, there was no real hatred between them. He only felt lonely after hearing that they'd sent Enroel to Aegon, but seeing him like this wasn't half bad. Enroel smiled at Enakuan's words and replied. There were plenty of things. Fun stuff as well. Fun? Enakuan asked curiously. The term fun was a word that could pique anybody's interest. And Enroel chuckled as he nodded. Yeah. Fun. What was so fun about it? Enroel placed his head on his hand, thinking it over. There's a lot. Too many to count, really. But 3 big ones. Let's see. Enroel flicked his finger after a brief pause. Alright. This should be first. The conversation I had with Melchizedek. Enakuan frowned and asked. Melchizedek. Why are you so shocked? My position was more than enough to talk with Melchizedek. Enakuan quickly started losing interest. It seems that this was before the rebellion. If that was the case, then having a simple conversation wasn't hard. Aegon was under Melchizedek's control, and Enroel had been the city's head technician. They'd probably talk like 2 neighbors meeting on their way to work. Alright. What did you guys talk about? He'd long lost interest, but decided to hear him out. Enroel continued to smile at Enakuan's detached tone. Well, it's not much. It was saying something like how Ankara shouldn't continue like this. About how everything is wrong and they shouldn't be fighting like this. Enakuan's eyes widened at Enroel's words. What was this? This meant that Enroel had long known about Melchizedek's rebellion. I think we need to discuss this seriously. What do you mean? Enroel chuckled at Enakuan's tense stance. It seems that you're finally interested again. Right, it's important to stay focused when listening to a fun story like this. If you're just fooling around, then drop it. This is not a topic we can fool around with. Considering the things Melchizedek had done, even if one was barely involved they would still be framed as a traitor. This was not a topic one could take lightly. Enroel ignored Enakuan's words and continued to speak. Just listen. Aren't you curious about what Melchizedek said? Sure. Fine. Speak. Enakuan gave in to his curiosity. While consoling himself. Yeah. It's a bit too much to call the guards for a light conversation like this. If Enroel got caught amidst the situation because he called the guards, they might drag him off and torture him. And Enakuan didn't feel comfortable about doing such a thing to his old friend. Enroel smiled. You. Just like the past, you always cared about me. Thanks. Anyway, what Melchizedek talked about was simple. That we needed to stop the small-scale battles and unite once again. What? Enroel's smile turned cold. We found traces of another race beneath Aegon. A very powerful race. A race that was countless times stronger than their own planet, both in terms of strength and technology, and had once roamed over the universe. According to Melchizedek's calculations, they were not something that Ankara could oppose with their divided strength. After some calculations, Melchizedek had come to the conclusion of 37 years. If they stopped their war and focused entirely on development for 37 years, only then would they be able to survive. Enakuan scoffed at Enroel's words. What a crazy can. So what, it's going to conquer Ankara? Melchizedek's words were something every civilian in Ankara wanted. But if it could happen just because they wanted it to, they wouldn't have gone to war in the first place. There was only one scenario where there were no more disputes between the people. When everybody was dead. Why didn't you tell it to kill everyone off and replace them with machines? Nothing would fight each other anymore. If it replaced everything with machines, it could create that united world it talked about. But Enroel shook his head. Melchizedek told me that it thought about that as well. But soon told me no. That they would only be able to wield the M-waves properly if people still lived. They needed strength to win battles. And Melchizedek had tried very hard to achieve that strength with only machines. But it was all futile. The strength of the inside Ankara that powered the Dragon God armor and the various fleets. And the hidden ability of humans that allowed them to control that flame's power, the M-waves. The strength that the Dragon God soldiers or fleet masters could use was not something machines could achieve. So they needed humans. Enroel smiled and looked at Enakuan. In the end, it told me that it found the perfect solution. Enakuan scoffed. Chipsets? Brainwashing. It can control our bodies like that, but not our minds. The M-waves naturally declined anything that would harm one's body. Even if they were brainwashed. Even if their bodies were forcefully controlled. The M-waves would resist it all. Enroel scoffed. Didn't I say? It found a solution. What? It told me it got a hint from someone else. Apparently, in another world, there are people that are asleep inside delightful dreams. They slept and dreamed of their ideal world. And their bodies would fall under Melchizedek's hands. There was no resistance, either. Although the bodies were fighting, their true selves would be in a very happy place. Even if they release the chipset's controls, they won't be able to wake up from that dream. NROL chuckled. It seems you had a very delightful dream. The reason why you didn't want to wake up wasn't because you didn't like reality, but because the dream was too good. But one couldn't live inside a dream forever. They had to wake up. No matter how happy the dreams made them. Hansu looked at Enbyron with a heavy expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 370, The Buried Natives, 7. After Hansu left, she had continued to climb up. To rescue the others that Melchizedek had dragged away to use as test subjects. To resist Clementine's underlings. She lamented from time to time. Why did Hansu leave them with only a ray of hope and disappear? Why did he leave behind such a heavy load on their shoulders, never to appear? But after countless battles, they had succeeded. They had defeated their enemies, destroyed Clementine, and brought peace to the 7 zones. Everyone had a smile on their face. They destroyed all the abyssal beings that periodically came down through the elevators. She had even married, given birth to a child, and was living a happy life. But this peace had only lasted for a moment. A new enemy had appeared. Kong Hansu. The one who appeared to lead them into war again, even after they were done with all that. These were his words. Do you think I saved you all for no purpose? It was to use you in the war. Stop being lazy and fight. Stand up and pick up your weapons. The world had once again turned into a sea of flames. All because of him. Everything they had built up for the past few decades had crumbled. Kong Hansu. How dare you? You gave us up first. What right do you have? Why do you want us to fight? Boom. Enbyron roared in rage as she swung her fists. Damn it. She could only see ruins around her. The city they had built, the civilization they had created. It was all in ruins. All because of him. He seems a bit different. The strangeness of her surroundings and Hansu's looks confused her for a bit, but she soon shook her head. She was sure that this was because of some mental shock. The past few decades had been too real and happy to be fake. It could not be fake. If only you didn't exist. Boom. Enbyron swung her fist again. But it was futile. Arg. 2 hands grasped both of her arms as they held her down. Let me go, you bastard. He'd only sealed her hands. She could still fight. Enbyron lifted her foot and kicked him in the chest. Boom. A loud sound resonated as the surrounding ground shook. But Hansu and his blue armor didn't even budge a single bit. She had made a few cracks, but it was only for a moment. The armor quickly mended itself and returned to how it had been before the impact. Damn it. As Enbyron clenched her teeth at this sight, Hansu spoke with a heavy tone. Look. Look around you. What? You bastard. You destroyed everything, what do you want me to look at? Kiriel shook her head and prepared to jump in to help Hansu. It didn't look like they could solve this with words. Whether it was knocking her out or suppressing her entirely, they had to calm her down first. But Hansu merely shook his head at Kiriel. As Kiriel stopped. Grab. Hansu's hands moved from Enbyron's arms to her head. Ugh. The 2 hands started to forcibly move her head. Look closely. Look where this is. Arg. Boom. Boom. Enbyron resisted with all her strength, but she couldn't move her hands from her head, and only continued to turn her head to the side. And Enbyron could do nothing else but look around her. The surrounding scenery that she hadn't looked at in detail because of her focus on Hansu. At this moment, Enbyron realized. It's different. It was different. Something was different. There were ruins, but it was different. These were not ruins created by their civilization. They had not made this. But it was familiar. Where have I seen this? She thought hard to bring back her memories. And soon. Flinch. Enbyron realized where she'd seen this. The hardest battle of all. The place that used captured humans as fodder for the quarry. The place that had trapped her. The bloodiest battle they experienced. Aegon. If the melted down walls were restored and covered in steel again, it would be just like back then. Wait. No way. I smashed this apart over a dozen years ago. Yes, she had. In the battle 15 years ago, she had broken past countless walls in this place to rescue the humans trapped within. And they had used this momentum to deal with Melchizedek and Clementine. This was also where she had met her husband. The man who was nothing but happiness to her. He was like her lucky charm, everything past this battle had been easy. There were no obstacles anymore, and her comrades continued to rise in number. This was the turning point. The turning point in her life from all the hard and painful battles to pure bliss. Why was this before her eyes? She should be at the peak of the 7 zones. Not this place of the past. Ugh. A sharp pain shot through her head. Boom. Boom. And soon, she stopped struggling. Hansu spoke with a cold tone. It was all a dream. Everything you experienced. A dream. Hansu looked at the ugly expression on Enbyron and shouted. Yes. A long dream. I don't know where your dream started and ended, but what you're seeing now is the reality. Wake up, Enbyron. And as she heard these words, something started to twist in her head. The sudden reality caused her to doubt her own memories that there was something not quite right. And Hansu continued to speak. If your memory was that of happiness and of things being easy then, that was all a lie. This world is not that kind. This is the reality. Then. Clang. Enbyron realized what the strange feeling in her head was. Right. It was too easy. His words were correct. Things had been way too easy. Too easy for a world where their enemies were powerful beyond reason, and God disliked their happiness. And as she realized this. Enbyron roared out in rage again. Maybe it was better to stay asleep. Byron, who sat down after regaining her composure, sighed deeply. Reality really was harsh. We're only here. Byron thought as she looked at the ruins around her. The indigo and violet zones that she triumphed over was only a figment of her imagination. Places created from her fear and then set at a level which she could endure and beat. So I struggled for 15 years just for this. Byron, who had a blank look on her face, suddenly clenched her teeth and stood up. She didn't want to have these weak thoughts. She had long lost her anger due to her previous bout with Hansu as well as the fit of rage when realizing the truth. At this moment, she heard a voice. You really adjusted quickly. Staring at Kiriel's eyes, Byron spoke bitterly. If I've woken up already, then it's better to forget. Especially if it was a nightmare. She had thought it was a good dream. But realizing that something like that couldn't happen in reality, it only changed it to a nightmare. Was she called Kiriel? Byron resumed looking around at the ruins and asked. You're going to keep climbing up? Hansu nodded. There was still the final doorstep. Will you come with us? Byron spat out bitterly. I've rested for too long. I must go. I need to repay this debt as well. She could not let those who had played around with her just roam around freely. She could part with Hansu after that if she really felt like it. Thank you for allowing me to rest properly. In return, I'll allow you to rest for all eternity. Byron spoke to Hansu. If you're going to go up, then I'll guide you from here. Confused, Kiriel asked. Do you know this place well? Of course. I fought with them for a long time. Cutting away the 15 years and focusing on her memories of Aegon, she started to remember everything in detail. The ones who she'd fought against. It had been 15 years in her dreams, but only a moment in reality. Her information should be helpful. Hansu nodded and stood up. Let's confirm one thing before we go up. Confirm. Hansu chuckled. Yeah. When I was about to open a treasure chest, somebody caused a damn scene. You bastard. Kiriel giggled at Byron and then asked Hansu. You're talking about that place below, right? Hansu nodded as he looked towards the bright blue hole in the distance. The sounds have stopped. It seems that their fight has ended. Enakuan, who had been listening to Enroel, mumbled as he looked at the now silent Aoken. It looked like the matters below had been wrapped up. But Enakuan quickly shook his head and focused on Enroel. Aoken was something the fleet would handle. For a researcher like him, this was much more interesting. That Ken was more insane than we imagined. Enakuan thought of Melchizedek and asked Enroel. So, is that it? Where's the fun part? Enroel shook his head. The second story is, the race I told you about before. Enroel pointed towards Aoken below and spoke. Reincarnator, Chapter 371, Inheritance War, 1. Whoa. After coming down, Kiriel regretted her previous decision not to follow Hansu after reading the quarry's memories. What a sight. Looking at the bright blue sphere through the glass panel, it felt like she was walking through space. Like she had become a god who could walk in the air. The quarry wasn't interested in anything other than eating, so it hadn't looked down. But looking at the scene down here, it was truly marvelous. At this moment, Kiriel heard Byron's voice. Heh, Melchizedek. I didn't expect that thing to keep something like this hidden beneath the Aegon. She hadn't even dreamt of something like this when she was saving the people. Damn. I didn't even know what the enemy had up their sleeves. Why did I even try to defeat them? Thinking back to it, she was embarrassed beyond reason. They had taken her hostage, used her, made her attack Hansu, and some mysterious armor had almost killed her. Wait. This does feel familiar. But according to her own memories, she had never been here. As Byron looked around curiously, Kiriel also roamed around and inspected the surrounding area. There were three distinct things about this place. The giant crystal that was supplying a tremendous amount of energy upwards. The devoured corpses of a strange race that were barely maintaining their shape. And the dried up blue armor that race had apparently worn. As Kiriel looked at the dried up armor, she also came to the same question Hansu had before. What the? Then where did Hansu's armor come from? It looked like Melchizedek had been the one to find it. And it had planned to use the corpses and the energy here to raise the quarry and send them away. It should have acquired the blue armor here as well. But if every other armor had dried up, why was Hansu still functioning? Do the dried up ones still function? Kiriel, who had the dragon god armor, reached out with her hands towards the blue armor in anticipation. Although the dragon god armor she had on was strong, it was still a bit weaker in comparison to the blue armor Hansu wore. Although Byron could not control the blue armor and had almost died from it, that was a story of the past. They, who had risen up to the level of a 3-star, could easily support the blue armor with their mana. But Kiriel was left disappointed after touching the blue armor. SSSSSSS. The blue armor disintegrated to dust the moment she touched it. She had wondered, but indeed, these were all useless. Completely dried up. She grew even more curious about Hansu's armor and started to use her psychometry. Let's see. Something should come up if I search this room. And soon. Boom. Her upgraded psychometry started to sweep through the room. As Kiriel and Byron searched the area below. Kayaak. A battle was raging on above. Well, it was more like a massacre than a battle. Kayaak. Countless quarry were melting down from the red clouds. Hansu smiled bitterly as he looked below at the hard exoskeletons and the human appearances all melting down into nothingness. I am sorry that I couldn't rescue you. Krrrrk, ugh. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the women who were giving birth to more quarry. There was nothing he could do after the quarry had infected them. Nothing except to send them off peacefully. So he had to clean this place up thoroughly. If he didn't, then the others coming up after them might end up as sacrifices as well. The quarry's reproduction speed was infamous, even within the abyss. Like the Ark ROA, they were a top priority target for any force once found. The third floor of the abyss, which had ignored this, had become the quarry's lair. It was insane. Evolving through humans was just the beginning. The stronger the thing eaten, the longer its digestion, and it would go through more levels of evolution. Humans bred third-level quarry, and the strange race here bred fifth-level quarry. Hansu thought back to scenes created by the ones who had evolved past 20 levels and focused back on cleaning again. He wanted to make this place, the Aegon, clean at least. Boom. The red clouds that had been drifting around him started vigorously acting up and expanded at a crazy rate. Kayak. Ah. Hansu went around Aegon while listening to the screams and soon reached the area where Kiriel had fought before. Tisk. They all died. Hansu shook his head as he looked at traces of the 9. Not even their corpses had remained. Since Kiriel wouldn't attack them first, there was only one reason this had happened. There are always those who look to attack from the back. Clank. Clank. Hansu looked around at the 9 sets of dragon god armor on the ground and then picked up 3. The others had been damaged too much to be of use, but these 3 still looked functional. If he gave one to Enbairen, then she would use it well. Hansu stood up after taking the 3 sets of armor and then looked at the control center at the back. Not bad. She does have some ability. Hansu thought as he looked at the control center cut cleanly in 2. Even if the Kiriel's fang was a gift from the fairy. Even if she had become a 3-star. Cutting something like that in 2 in such a clean manner was not easy. But she had done it. As soon as she climbed to the level of a 3-star. Hansu whistled at the sight but then frowned. The 9 dragon god soldiers were dead. But there were traces of teleportation. Traces of minimal troubleshooting on the control tower, enough to reactivate it. Hansu frowned and thought back to Kriel's words. Enroel. Was that his name? SSSSS. As Hansu melted away the rest of the control center. Hansu. Enbairen and Kiriel shouted from a distance as they quickly dashed towards him. Hansu chuckled as he looked at the 2 arriving before him. You finished it quickly. Here's a present, Aaron. Clank. Hansu handed Enbairen the dragon god armor still in the best condition of the 3. Thank you. I'll use it well. There would be countless battles ahead of them. The better their equipment, the better their situation would be. Clay cock. The moment Enbairen touched the dragon god armor, the armor quickly detached into countless pieces and surrounded her body. Hansu listened to the sounds of friction between the metal pieces and spoke to Kiriel. I wonder if you had fun looking at the museum. Did you enjoy watching the mummies and the ancient artifacts? The corpses and armor that looked at least hundreds of years old. It wasn't a stretch to call it a museum at that point. Kiriel shrugged her shoulders and replied. Sure, I didn't even need an audio guide. Hansu chuckled. If I had an ability like that, I would have loved going to places like the museum. An ability to read the past would be fun to use in a place like a museum. Hansu cleaned up his useless thoughts and asked. So, did you find out what happened to the armor? Kiriel's expression turned serious and replied. Yes. As to how only one armor could stay preserved. She figured some things out as she read the past. That, something wore it until recently. It was worn. Kiriel nodded. Yes. Hansu realized what had happened from this short conversation. So. There are still surviving owners of this blue armor. Kiriel nodded with a dark expression. Kyuyo. Enakuan wore an excited expression as he listened to Enroel's second story. So, other than those aliens and that new race, there's another race still alive. Enroel nodded. Yes. I like that you're quick to understand. After going into that hole, everything else was a corpse, but one was still alive. But, how? You said it was wearing that strange armor. Enakuan made a confused expression. He knew how the armor could have stayed functional and not dried up. If it were equipped onto somebody still alive, it could absorb the energy from the host and maintain itself. But according to what he'd heard, that armor was evil beyond reason. The host should have long been dead from having that much energy absorbed. But Enroel chuckled. Didn't I mention that crystal before? Oh. Enakuan nodded. The crystal that supplied a tremendous amount of energy. If one supplied themselves with energy from that crystal, it could explain how the owner of that blue armor had survived. Since that ridiculous amount of energy could easily supply the blue armor. Enroel continued to speak. Maybe, the host had been able to survive thanks to the armor. A symbiotic relationship of a sort. The blue armor sucked energy from its owner and in return used its life support functions to keep the host alive. The host supplied the armor with energy and barely managed to survive. And as he heard up to this point, a question appeared inside Enakuan's head. Then, where did the host go? The owner of the blue armor. Enroel laughed as he said. I love how well you understand these things. Right. That's the third story I'm about to tell you. Enroel pointed towards the head of the Nelky pot, the final destination of the aliens, and spoke. Reincarnator, Chapter 372, Inheritance War, 2. The third fun story? Enroel nodded at Enakuan's question. Yes. It's a fun story. Melchizedek took one of the bodies from that race and went up. It was too much of a waste to use it as fodder and throw it away. Enakuan nodded. If it was really a race as powerful as that, even a corpse was valuable. But it wouldn't be as good as a live one. There was still a question in his mind. What will it do with the body? Enroel shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. Maybe use it to turn the situation around. You see, it's not in the greatest position right now. Not in a good position? Enakuan could not understand the meaning behind that. According to what he'd heard, Melchizedek had prepared meticulously. It had succeeded in the rebellion, swept away the civilians of Ankara, and gained control over Nelkipa. For someone who controlled that strange insectoid race, what could it have issues with? Enroel smiled at Enakuan's words. Can you see that over there? That cannon-like thing. Enakuan peeked his head out and looked out of the ship to the place Enroel was pointing to. Enroel's finger was pointing directly at the Nelkipa. The spikes at the back of Nelkipa to be exact. They called them spikes relative to the whole of Nelkipa, but those things were dozens of kilometers tall at least. That size was actually comparable, or even taller, to the skyscrapers in Ankara. It had a strange design as well. Anakuan was at a loss as he looked at the metallic spikes. Each of them seemed to have a hole in the center. No way. Is that really a weapon? One of the technicians of the fleet had actually come up with a theory. That those spikes could be weapons. But that theory was soon ignored. Because of one reason. If that was a weapon, why isn't Melchizedek using it? Anakuan asked Enroel fervently. Well, it was more of a fear-stricken expression. Of course. That giant creature and the giant cannon. The energy felt from within it was endless. If that thing started firing at them, then both the fleets and the planet of Ankara wouldn't be able to escape from turning into a sea of flames. He could only feel fear. So he had ignored that possibility. If that was a weapon, why wasn't Melchizedek retaliating after they attacked with photon strikes? Boom 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 boom. Boom boom. Anakuan looked at the giant creature that was flying through the countless rays of photon strikes as if they were just a light drizzle. Bingo. That's the important part. Do you know why it isn't attacking? Tell me. A part of him wanted to guess it as a challenge, but he was truly desperate for the answer. Enroel looked at Anakuan's thirsty expression and smiled. It's because Melchizedek doesn't have complete control over Nelkipa. And that's why Melchizedek needs to turn the situation around. I don't know what he'll do though. Another question appeared inside Anakuan's head. He no longer cared about how Melchizedek would use that new race's body. Something that he was even more curious about had popped up. Who's causing Melchizedek this much trouble? Who had the power to? Let's see. Enroel chuckled as he scanned the Nelkipa below. Rumble. At the head of the giant Nelkipa. Roar. One man listened to the cries of the Nelkipa, which was maintaining its course towards Ankara despite the countless artillery shells smashing onto its body, and he cursed out loud. Effing hell. I don't even know why they fire these things when they don't work anyway. Annoying. Countless artillery shells were continuously raining down on him. Not that it mattered. Boom. A photon strike slammed onto the man, but he just dusted himself off in an annoyed manner. Damn it. I hate saunas. The photon strike that had even burned Hansu at the 2-star level didn't leave a single scratch on that man. It wasn't like the man was covered in the nano coating anyway. The man had easily blocked off the artillery shells with a thin mono barrier above his skin. He spoke to the woman standing next to him. Hey, could you stop that? The man looked perplexed at the woman next to him, who was stabbing herself with a strange spike. Despite the spike puncturing her skin and causing her to bleed, she continued her actions with a dull expression. Ugh, I can never get used to that. The woman snapped in anger. Shut up, don't meddle in my hobbies. Focus on how you're going to deal with that thing instead. I don't think I can do anything. The man, Ares Valentine, mumbled as he looked at the groups of soldiers marching around the giant fortress in the distance. Of course, those little toys couldn't stop them. They could rip them apart like paper. But the issue was the ones behind them. 2-star transcendents that had been modified and even equipped with armor. As well as the tremendous amount of energy supplied from the crystal in Aegon. No, the crystal in there is even bigger than the crystal in Aegon. Ares Valentine frowned. The main crystal of the Nelkipa, the core that supplied it with energy. And the modified transcendents that were setting up defenses using the energy from the crystal. Even if they were 3-star transcendents, they'd end up as a couple of rags once they stepped in there. Alice Valentine, the woman who was listening to Ares's words, frowned as she snapped again. That's why I said we should have taken that first, you dumb bastard. How could I have known this would happen? And I thought this was all we needed. The man looked at the giant crystal behind him. It wasn't as large as the main crystal, but it was much larger than the one below Aegon. One main crystal. The sub-crystal behind him and the one in the distance that Alice Valentine was defending. These 3 crystals were the main control centers of Nelkipa. All this energy, just to provide enough energy to control this thing. Ares was at a loss. The energy that he could feel from the crystal behind him was something that even he, a 3-star transcendent, feared slightly. And all this energy was just a tiny fraction that came out from the artificial core of the Nelkipa. Damn. We have to take control over this Nelkipa. Or if we can find a method to control all this energy. Ares Valentine frowned and felt regret. They had looked down on Melchizedek a bit too much. They thought that they could easily deal with Melchizedek's toys, and then shred apart Kong Hansu since they were both 3-star transcendents. But after prying into the whole thing, what was all this? Melchizedek had used its intensive knowledge and control over this giant creature to arm its underlings. And as a result, they couldn't even approach the main crystal and were tied down trying to protect the 2 sub-crystals. Should I have studied instead of just fighting all the time? Ares Valentine lamented as he looked at the crystal behind him. If he knew how to control this energy, then he would have long since charged in there and crushed Melchizedek's skull. The energy behind him was more than enough to do that. Of course, something like that wasn't possible for him. This was not something one could do with a short amount of studying. Only something like Melchizedek would be able to. I need to accept what I have to accept. Ares Valentine looked at his twin sister, Alice Valentine, and asked. What are you going to do? Alice Valentine pointed towards Melchizedek's fortress in the distance and replied. We might have the strength to defend all of this, but nothing will change if we just stick around here, right? And charging in there will be a piece of cake. Yup. So taking control of the Nelkipa is the same as well. Yes. Alice clapped lightly and then replied. Good, let's begin. Damn it. Ares made a flustered expression. There was only one thing they could do now. You start first. I'll join you soon. Alright, I won't see you off. Take care. With these words. Boom. Alice's body quickly disappeared towards the crystal in the distance. Ares shrugged at the scene and then moved towards the sub-crystal behind him. Boom. The crystal that was overflowing with energy. He had no way to control this energy at the moment. It was too much for him to handle. Melchizedek might be able to use it with its amazing technology, but he didn't have a talent like that. Maybe if I had the acknowledgement. Well, the thing he was about to do didn't really require him to control this energy. Let's see. Time for some fireworks before I go up. Ares chuckled coldly. He tried so hard to keep this crystal, but if he couldn't then it was better to destroy it. And soon. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy extended out from Ares' body and shook the crystal. Rumble. I expected a greeting party, but it looks like that's not happening. Yeah. I expected them to do something as soon as we arrived. Kiriel and Enbyron were at a loss as they walked out from the giant elevator. They had prepared themselves for the worst, but nothing was here. But this only lasted for a moment. Boom. Kiriel and Enbyron quickly woke up from their delusions. It was not the time to let down their guard. These crazy bastards. What the hell are they doing? This tremendous aura. Two overbearing auras exploded out from the giant plane on the Nelkipa's head. From two edges of the plane. No, it wasn't just two. Boom. As two auras exploded out from two sides of the plane, another aura that was as big as both of them combined exploded out from between them. Three energies ruptured outwards like the eruption of a volcano. The tremendous amount of energy pushed against their skin, and Hansu mumbled. I guess they didn't have time to. They seem to be busy with their own jobs. It's time for us to do our jobs as well. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the three giant auras exploding around him. Rumble. Roar. The Nelkipa, which had been ignoring the countless artillery shells, started to cry out. Reincarnator, Chapter 373, Inheritance War, 3. It seems the situation isn't quite right for a picnic, huh? Rumble. Kiriel mumbled as she looked at the three auras exploding out from the giant plane. It was a joke, but nobody laughed. Those bursts of energy continued increasing in strength. Oaar. The Nelkipa also seemed to have felt the energy as it cried out. Enbyron gritted her teeth as she listened. Insane bastards. They really did it? Do you know something? Enbyron nodded. She had climbed up here and had fought countless battles over multiple floors. She had been here. She had seen the crystal below. She was just surprised because it was her first time seeing the blue armor and the corpses. She had also found out that the crystal existed in Aeakin as well. The main crystal that controlled the movements of Nelkipa and controlled the flow of energy. The two subcrystals that controlled the subsystems and soldiers in Nelkipa. One would only have complete control over Nelkipa if they had all three of these crystals. It seems they divided it between themselves. Even if they're dislikable, this isn't bad. Enbyron clenched her teeth as she felt the three distinct auras around them. If the Valentine siblings, Clementine's underlings or Melchizedek had complete control over Nelkipa, then this giant ray wouldn't be flying around in such a calm manner. It was lucky for them. But the situation still wasn't that great. The two sides seemed to have taken extreme measures to reach a conclusion. Do you know what their plans are? Enbyron nodded at Kiriel's question. I know about one, but not the other. She knew what the Valentine siblings had chosen. Self-destruction. They probably decided that gaining control over the Nelkipa was a bit too much. Enbyron gritted her teeth. If they succeeded in destroying the crystals, this place would become a sea of flames. The worst-case scenario would be the death of this giant creature. The people arriving after them wouldn't even have a single plot of land they could step on before being killed. Even if this giant creature didn't die, those people would die from Ankara's attacks. They had to take control of Nelkipa before it died and then take it far away from Ankara. In the end, we have to deal with all three places. The issue was Melchizedek. She didn't know what that thing was planning. This was probably the reason why the twins had started up the self-destruction sequences as well. They couldn't charge in, and they didn't know what Melchizedek was planning. It would have been nice if they could charge in there, sweep everything clean and then go up. The best situation would be to deal with them one at a time. Enbyron thought to herself. Looking at it, Melchizedek and the siblings were all separated. It would be best if the three of them dealt with Melchizedek and the twins one at a time. But of course, there wasn't enough time. Even if they got to Melchizedek, it would have no meaning if one of the siblings succeeded. But it was too much of a risk to leave Melchizedek alone. That thing wouldn't plan something useless. Enbyron asked Hansu. What shall we do? Hansu, in his blue armor, spoke with a heavy expression. Rumble. This is quite exhausting. Ellis Valentine made a tired expression as she held onto the crystal. She wasn't really doing much. She was just stimulating the energy within the crystal to make it go haywire. But because of the energy within it, it was hard work. Tisk. We can't do anything. Ellis looked at the spike by her waist that she'd used to stab her skin before. Stabbing herself with the spike was the best thing to do when things got boring, but she had to hold herself back. She had to finish this up quickly and then go up. In a situation like this where they didn't know what Melchizedek was planning, the easier they dealt with it, the better. Let's just finish this up fast and go up. I'll ask for a holiday after I go up. Others wouldn't know about what went on above, but she and Ares Valentine had the soul fragments, so they knew a few things. According to what they heard, the two people in the indigo zone above were having the time of their lives. They had performed well to a certain degree up until now, but hard work deserves a short holiday, right? As Ellis Valentine thought of climbing up and leisurely eating crystals and playing around. Chiaik. She felt a faint aura in the distance. It was a bit too far for her to feel in detail, but that aura was sharp beyond reason. And as she felt this, Ellis Valentine was shocked. 3-star? There are 3 stars. She couldn't ignore that aura. It was a similar aura to hers. There are still people who can become 3 stars. Ellis Valentine was truly shocked. They had taken everyone with the slightest bit of potential and recruited them to their side. All the others had been turned into artificial transcendence by Melchizedek. She'd never thought that someone else would be able to rise to the level of a 3-star transcendent. Is it him? She had heard about it before from Tihi, the owner of the soul fragments. That the man called Kang Hansu had risen up to become a transcendent, so be careful and deal with him quickly if possible. Of course, Tihi chuckled at this too. A man who had become a 1-star in the green zone below. He had somehow managed to deal with a brat who was Django's successor and had risen to a 2-star, but that wasn't much for them to worry about. The difference between a 2-star and a 3-star was actually tremendous. If they were truly wary of him, then they would have long gone down and dealt with him while in the middle of their fight against Melchizedek. They wouldn't want to overlook an unknown variable in such a tense situation. But of course, they hadn't gone down. They'd only focused on Melchizedek before them. It was for one reason. He was weak. Someone who'd recently risen to a 2-star level could not rise to become a 3-star transcendent in such a short time. Even if he did rise, he would be much weaker than them. But this aura was truly overbearing. I see. You've arrived. She had been shocked at how he'd actually risen up to the level of a 3-star transcendent. He really lived up to being the person who'd wrecked apart the lower floors. But that was it. Alice Valentine realized that defending her position was the right choice instead of going down and dealing with him. She realized that there was no point in showing her back to Melchizedek just to deal with Hansu. Come. Kwaeaok. Alice Valentine stopped pouring energy into the crystal and grasped the 50 cm long spike by her waist. Tremble. Alice Valentine couldn't prevent her own cravings after holding onto the spike and started to stab herself again. At first, she started on her arm, a location which wouldn't cause much trouble in a fight. But the location of the stab started slowly rising up. Towards her heart. Pushik pushik. As the stab slowly approached her heart, the previous wounds healed. Tatatok. The owner of that aura had already appeared before her eyes. And as he appeared, Alice put the spike away, stopping short of stabbing it into her heart, and frowned. I didn't know that Kang Hansu was a female. Did you have plastic surgery or something? The woman who had flown across the air, Kiriel, smiled. Hansu is a bit too busy to deal with trash like you, so as his fan, I've come in his stead. As a fan, it's my duty to let him focus on his duties, right? Alice frowned as she spat out a reply. Not bad. So you're one of his slaves, huh? The compliment was not directed to Kiriel, but to Hansu. Kiriel giggled as she replied. What do you mean a slave? I'm just a fan. It seems you have some issues with your mouth. Or maybe your ears. Although she was smiling, the bloodthirsty aura that was radiating from her body kept rising. An extremely tense situation. Alice Valentine chuckled as she looked at Kiriel and the dragon god armor. You have a fun toy equipped. Anyway, doesn't he care about his own fans? To let them die in a place like this. Kiriel looked at Alice, who had spoken with a smile, and replied with a smile as well. Don't worry. You'll be the one getting FE'd. Whoa. Language. Anyway, are you sure you should be here? What about my brother? Kiriel shrugged her shoulders. Someone else went there. Kiriel said, pointing towards the other crystal in the far distance. Whoa. It's been a while. Have you been well? Byron clenched her fists at Ares Valentine's words. Yup. I've slept very well, thanks to some bastards. Ha ha ha. It seems you had a good dream. Was it about me? Byron frowned at Ares' sleek words, which resembled something a lover would say, and then said. The issue was that you appeared a bit too much. A real nightmare. Byron glared at Ares and spat out. You were my husband. Oh my. Melchizedek really did put in some effort. He fulfilled one of my small wishes. Ares Valentine chuckled at the word husband. Reincarnator, Chapter 374, Inheritance War, 4. Rumble. Hansu looked at the castle-like structure that seemed to be made up of layers of machines and continued to run towards it. The machine castle seemed to let out energy that was larger than that of the two energies bursting at the sides. The machine castle, clearly belonging to Melchizedek, didn't seem to be welcoming Hansu. It doesn't look prepared for a guest. Boom. Hansu looked at the pillar of light that rose into the skies in the distance. Then. Rumble. The spikes embedded around Hansu's now upgraded body started to suck out mana at a rapid pace. Cock. Similar to how icicles form, the armor turned into a crystalline structure as it devoured more mana and quickly covered his body. And Hansu's demonic dragon reinforcement covered the blue armor with another layer of protection. Boom. Artillery shells were being fired from a distance and started smashing at Hansu's body. Bright blue strikes that smashed the ground all around him. The force of the strikes was so intense that it even dug apart the Nelkipa skin, which had withstood the photon strikes. It was a strength that was incomparable to anything before. Boom. Boom. His demonic dragon reinforcement deflected the strikes away, but the attack succeeded in stopping him from charging forward. Hansu frowned. Even Melchizedek could not create this powerful of an attack with his technology. And Hansu soon realized the answer. Crystal. Boom. The attacks were mixed with bright blue energy. Hansu sighed and tightly clenched his hammer. Melchizedek's forces were using the energy from the crystal. At this rate, it would be hard to advance even if his body could withstand it. The ground beneath his feet was breaking apart just by defending against these attacks. I'm not really into being whacked around. Withstanding firepower of this scale would cause his pandemic blade to lose a large amount of strength as well. The thing he needed now was a single, powerful strike. Then. Shishik. 5 dragons popped out from Hansu's heart. 5 dragons that were much thicker and deeper in color than in the past. Each one was so overbearing that they seemed like they would soar into the skies at any moment. The dragons were made from a 3-star level of mana and power, and they quickly flew into the hammer, condensing into a single point. Hansu gathered the strength and slammed down onto the ground. Then. Boom. Like an earth dragon swimming through the ground. Dozens of black lightning bolts flew through the ground in all directions, each bolt strengthened by Hansu's 9 dragon strike. Each bolt of lightning flew through the Nelkipa skin like a dragon and soon smashed into the machine castle in the distance. A bright blue shield powered by energy from the crystal started to defend the army, but it was only for a moment. Kaduk. The dozens of black lightning bolts smashed through the shield like a thin layer of ice and attacked the mechanical soldiers. Then, boom! A tremendous shockwave shook the area. The mechanical soldiers who were directly hit by that strike melted down from the sheer amount of energy, like ice cream under a hot sun. And it didn't stop there. Rumble. The electromagnetic field created from the explosion started to spread through the area as well. Of course, Melchizedek's forces had some level of resistance towards it, but there was a limit. Chiajajik. The soldiers, whose circuits had all burned up by the electromagnetic storm, made strange noises and fell to the ground. Rumble. With that one strike, the rain of attacks had diminished to a degree. But Hansu knew that this wasn't the end. Kikagijik. Kiririk. Hansu watched hundreds of soldiers rebuild their bodies, preparing to attack him again and continued to dash towards the castle again. Boom. Boom. The attack still struck him, but at a much diminished aura and strength. Whoosh. Thanks to this, Hansu had been able to move towards the castle at a much faster pace. This isn't really my style, but... Boom. Boom. Hansu withstood the countless strikes like a tank and started thinking. Although he liked single, powerful strikes, this really wasn't his hobby. He avoided battles as much as possible and focused on his objective. He saved his strength and only focused on taking the neck of his objective. Up until now, he'd fought in the front lines because the situation had demanded it, but he personally preferred being an assassin over a warrior. Even if it took a bit longer, it was a much more efficient and safe job. But of course, the current situation didn't allow it. He had to deal with this as fast as possible. It wasn't just Melchizedek, either. Even if he dealt with this place, but if they lost at the other two places, it was still a failure in the end. He had to deal with this place as fast as possible and support the other two. Of course, it would be even better if Kiriel and Enbayaren could deal with their opponents and then came to help him. But it didn't seem like it would be that easy. Their opponents really didn't seem easy. The Valentine siblings. I'll leave it to you two, Kiriel and Enbayaren. Boom. Hansu thought about these four names as he continued to charge through the attacks, the energy behind each strike causing his body temperature to steadily rise up. Rumble. Whoa, he's really something, isn't he? Ares whistled as he felt the vibrations in the air and the shockwaves in the ground. Even if he was far away, the shockwaves were something to behold. Melchizedek's personal castle that even they didn't dare to enter. Huge shockwaves and the sounds of loud explosions were continuously resonating from Melchizedek's castle. So Kong Hansu is the one that went there? He's more stupid than I thought. Ares Valentine was really shocked as he suppressed the sweat rolling down from the side of his neck. Need to keep calm. In reality, he was kind of glad. Although he didn't think he would lose, but if someone that stupid came to him then things would become very annoying. People like that thought along the lines of it's all fine as long as I can smash apart my opponent's body before mine gets smashed apart. From the opponent's point of view, it would be a battle without profit even if they won, and they were likely to receive a large amount of damage. The most annoying kind of person to fight. If he had come here, it would have truly been a dirty battle. Ares Valentine thought that his luck was quite good. A beauty has arrived instead. Ares Valentine chuckled as he looked at Enbayaren, who stared at him with cold eyes. I'm really curious, but did you really come here to win? Crackle. Ares Valentine moved his hand and cracked it as he asked. The armor she had on seemed to be quite useful. Even more so if one took into the fact that it was hard to find armor that Transcendence could use. But that was it. He could estimate her level. Enbayaren was a tiny chick that had just risen to the 3-star level. It was unpleasant to call himself this, but he was an old man in terms of 3-star Transcendence. Not all 3 stars are the same. He was excited. Even though battles made him tense. But there was nothing more fun than a battle where one knew they'd win. Enbayaren clenched her fists as she muttered. Of course I came to win, you damn bastard. Hee hee. Ares Valentine looked at Enbayaren and thought she was sexy. He really liked Enbayaren. A woman who was this strong. As well as her sexy appearance and fit physique. And her fiery temper. His most ideal type. It was why he tried so hard to invite Enbayaren to their side. Even while listening to the storm of curses from Ellis. He was a bit upset that Ellis's attitude towards him had grown colder, but he didn't regret his decision. If there was no longer any love in this damned world, then how tragic would that be? If I had gone up to the 3-star level first, then I might have been able to have you. So he had tried so hard to become strong enough to suppress Enbayaren. If he surprised her with his power then she would have no choice but to join them first. While keeping Enbayaren as his goal, he had risen up to a 3-star, and the first thing he'd done afterward was to seek her out. But he had been a step too late. Melchizedek had taken her. He had lamented this. The Enbayaren under Melchizedek's control was not the Enbayaren he liked. So he had given up on her, but nobody would know of his feelings. He had run so hard after one goal, but that goal had disappeared. He'd experienced the sensation of having his heart ripped apart. But that goal had appeared before him again. And still with her own mind intact. Today is really my lucky day. Ares Valentine's heart started beating faster. His goal had appeared again before he went up. How great was this? Although it wasn't the best situation that she was now a 3-star, but that didn't matter. Since he would win. Enbayaren. Let's go together. Ares Valentine looked at Enbayaren with a trembling heart. Ares Valentine. That crazy bastard. He's not spouting some nonsense about his love and ignoring his duties, right? Ellis Valentine, who had been dealing with Kiriel, thought of her younger brother and then frowned. Hearing that her younger brother's crush had gone to him kept on bugging her. But Ellis Valentine decided to ignore it. I just need to deal with this quickly and go over. No matter how brash he was, he wouldn't ignore her own words. Ellis decided to handle this quickly and smiled at Kiriel. I have something to do, so let's finish this quickly. Even if you didn't say that. I was planning on doing the same thing. Damn. She's quite good, though. Spit. The surroundings had long been destroyed by their confrontations. And within a giant hole in the ground created from one of their collisions, Kiriel spat out some blood as she touched the cheek that Ellis had struck and frowned. She was really strong. I wonder if I can really stop her. Damn. Kiriel frowned as she looked at the raging crystal behind Ellis. Reincarnator, Chapter 375, Inheritance War, 5. Captain, what shall we do now? Reincarnator looked below as he listened to the lieutenant commander's words. At the tremendous amount of energy that even they could feel in the space above Nelkipa. That energy was flowing out from Nelkipa's head. From 3 separate locations. It's not something we can ignore. Reincarnator fell into deep thought. Originally, they'd assumed that Aegon was the core structure of Nelkipa and tried to take over that place. They had thought so because the Mimir surrounded it. But looking into it, the Aegon was just a side structure, and this was the true core. If we knew this earlier, then we wouldn't have wasted our forces. We would have come here right away. Reincarnator frowned. Because they had been led astray by some useless place, they had lost 9 suits of dragon god armor. At this point, he was now thinking that Aegon had been a trap. A trap to lead his focus somewhere else while the enemy accomplished their original goals. Of course, if that insect race had successfully warped to Ankara, it would have been a catastrophe. He didn't regret his decision to go to Aegon because of this, but the end result was still an issue. They had lost 9 dragon god soldiers. And those 9 dragon god soldiers hadn't even stopped the quantum transmission either. The 2 aliens had done it all. Losing 9 dragon god soldiers was something that would cause a bit of trouble even to him. He was sure that this incident would cause a few of the families to charge at him and chew him apart. They would say that an incompetent fleet master like him should receive retribution. And try to fill up their own stomachs in one go. Reincarnator frowned. He could not let that happen. I need to deal with Enroel first. If someone who had witnessed everything with his own eyes were to tell the truth, then his situation would become much worse. If he could push the story that he'd sacrificed the dragon god soldiers to stop the quantum transmission and twist some facts, he could deal with the flames for now. Killing him would be too eye-catching. I'll just have to handle his words. If he knew that this would happen, then he would have dealt with Enroel the moment he came up here, but it was too late. If somebody who had safely returned were to suddenly die, then the hyenas would jump on him for that as well. Reincarnator spoke to his lieutenant commander. Call Enroel to the captain's room. Understood. But what of the situation below? Reincarnator frowned at these words. What to do? He wanted to throw everything they had at that structure. Those bombs didn't make him feel at ease at all. He wanted to sweep the 3 locations with a huge burst of firepower. But his instincts, hardened by decades of experience, made it clear that it wouldn't be that simple. A strange incident on top of a strange creature. Wait. I can just handle this together. According to what he'd heard, Enroel was an amazing scientist. He would know some things about the situation below since he had survived there for quite a long time as well. He didn't know how much Enroel knew, but it would be of great help if he could pry that information out from him. I'll decide after I speak to Enroel. Continue watching over Nelkipa until then, and if a situation that could threaten the fleet arises, attack without holding back. Understood. I should hurry. The situation really was dire. Reincarnator quickly walked towards the captain's room as he thought to himself. You called for me? Yes. Sit. Look at him. Reincarnator looked at Enroel and frowned. The man had on a calm expression. He continued to stare at Enroel with a frown and then shook his head as he said. Let's get to the main point. Do you know anything about the situation below? Reincarnator asked with a hardened expression. He really didn't like Enroel's attitude. An N level shouldn't be this calm in front of an R level. They should be wary and careful of every action and every word. Since the R levels had the strength to change their entire lives, that was the difference between their ranks. Even more so to an apex R level like him. If his responses aren't satisfactory, I'll just clean him up. Enroel wouldn't like that, of course. Unlike before, his current mood wasn't quite the best. He was actually looking forward to seeing Enroel stutter out his words. He could handle him with much more ease if that happened. But unlike Reincarnator's expectations, Enroel spoke with a smile. Of course. I know very well about the matters below. You know well. Reincarnator frowned. An unexpected answer had come out. He knows well. On his way over here, Reincarnator had lowered his expectations towards Enroel's answers. Because, he wouldn't have been reduced to such a state if he'd known a lot. Melchizedek had ambushed them to drive out the forces of Ankara and then focused on his objectives from that point on. If Enroel and others knew a lot about Nelkipa and Melchizedek, then they wouldn't have been pushed back this badly. But how could Enroel, who'd hidden around Aegon like a rat, know anything? That's what I thought at least, but, he knows a few things, huh? Reincarnator was shocked but soon spoke with a serious tone. Speak. What's going on below? What is that high energy reaction? Enroel laughed as he said. Simple. Those 3 locations are the core locations to control Nelkipa, and by the looks of things, someone is trying to make them self-destruct. Huh? Self-destruct? Reincarnator made a confused expression. Why were they trying it? Blow it up? Melchizedek. Didn't he want to take over Nelkipa? At Reincarnator's words, Enroel suddenly looked as if he remembered something. Oh. Sorry about that, there was a misunderstanding. The ones trying to cause the self-destruction is not Melchizedek, but the aliens. Melchizedek is using the crystal for a different reason. The aliens. Enroel nodded. Right. Those aliens don't really like each other. One side hates another, and another side hates them both. This is why they're trying to destroy Nelkipot, so they won't even have a place to come to anymore. Dumb creatures. Truly barbarians. Reincarnator was at a loss. For them to go to such lengths to destroy each other. They were apes. At that moment. Ha ha ha. NROL suddenly broke into laughter. And Reincarnator was enraged at this sight. This filthy. For an N level to act like this in front of him. There was nobody who had acted like this in the past. But of course, Reincarnator couldn't decide what to do with NROL. He'd never dealt with a situation like this before, so he didn't know how to handle it. He wanted to call the guards and torture NROL, but he didn't live his life like that. He always thought through his actions, calculated how his actions would change things, and did not act on his emotions. Reincarnator decided to take a step back and spoke to NROL. What's so funny? He didn't do anything, but he didn't hide his contempt. NROL shook his hands and said, "Oh. I apologize. I just found it funny that you called the aliens barbarians because of their actions. For the fleet captain of the war planet, Ankara, to say something like that. Isn't it funny for someone who's lived his entire life killing his own kind to call something like this an act of barbarians?" Reincarnator's expression turned gruesome. Is this guy crazy? He wasn't even angry anymore, but just simply at a loss for words. What did he have backing him up for him to act so confidently? He had heard that some people lost their sense of fear after spending a long time stranded by themselves. Reincarnator looked at NROL with a strange expression and then spoke with a severe tone. Watch your words. I am holding back a great deal right now, and you've done more than cross the line. Right. Understood. If I hurt you with my words, then I apologize. Anyway, where was I? The crystal, right? Two of the reactions below will cause the crystals to self-destruct, and the other is Melchisedek's. They're using them for different purposes. Reincarnator decided to hold back on what to do with NROL and refocused on his original objective. To understand the situation. So, what is Melchizedek planning? NROL had said so just now. That Melchizedek had a different goal from the aliens. And in his opinion, that was the most important point at this moment. NROL chuckled. Right. That's the most important part. NROL breathed in and out and then asked Reincarnator. Captain. The Nelkipot over there. Do you know who created it? Rumble. Phew. I've entered at last. Chiayak. Hansu looked around as he cooled down his heated body. He'd had to smash apart everything before entering because of their persistence, but in the end, he had managed to enter the castle. But it seems like that was only the beginning. What a greeting. A castle of machines, covered in machines. Bright armor walking out from the darkness. Dragon God armor. The crystal's energy. Artificial transcendence. He really spent a lot. Are you saying I must at least get through all this to meet you? Hansu muttered at the air. Actually, it was quite loud. More than enough for Melchizedek to hear. And Melchizedek, who loved to talk, could have easily created a hologram before his eyes to reply. But there was no response. Which meant that there were two possibilities. Either he thinks I'm not worth talking to, or he was so focused on something that he didn't even have time to talk. What are you up to, Melchizedek? Hansu looked into the dark depths of the machine castle and thought to himself. Reincarnator, Chapter 376, Inheritance War, 6. Boom. Ha ha ha. What's up? Try a bit harder. Ellis Valentine laughed out loud as she charged towards Kyrielle. Despite her laughter, she was bleeding from her entire body. Kyrielle freaked out at the sight of Ellis Valentine continuing to charge at her despite the countless wounds on her body. I knew she was crazy, but she's just straight up mental. She realized that something was off with Ellis's head when she saw her stabbing herself with that spike. But she didn't expect her to be this crazy. Kyrielle activated the Dragon God armor to its limits as she attacked Ellis Valentine again. Clank. Success. The fang in Kyrielle's hand had cut enough flesh to reveal Ellis Valentine's ribs. A wound that would cause people to freeze up in shock from the pain alone. But Kyrielle didn't rejoice with this and instead hardened her muscles. Damn it. Yup. Ha 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 ha. Boom. Ellis Valentine's partially cut off right hand smashed into Kyrielle's stomach. Ugh. Kyrielle breathed in deeply at the powerful force slamming her stomach, quickly regaining her balance as the blow flung her back. Jeez. Kyrielle dug her fingers into the ground, slowing herself from being flung backward. Tisk. And she frowned as Ellis Valentine approached her again with a smile. SSSS. The injuries on her body were healing at a visible pace. New skin grew, and her body reabsorbed the leaking blood. Broken bones mended and severed muscles healed. A monstrous healing ability. Even for a 3-star transcendent, it was abnormal. She wasn't at that level, not even close. Ellis's spike had punctured her skin, and the wound was still bleeding. Annoying. Kyrielle frowned as she looked at the completely healed Ellis. Ellis made a creepy smile as if Kyrielle's expression made her feel happy. It seems you don't have a trait designed for battle? So how is it? Seeing a battle-specialized trait. Kyrielle shrugged. I'm not really envious or anything. I'm not insane like you. Rising to the 3-star level had strengthened her trait as well. Unlike before, where she had to focus to read memories, she could now read memories just by touching someone briefly during a fight. Ellis's trait was. She was resistant to pain. A human's natural defense mechanism to feel pain did not exist inside her. Actually, one could say it was more of a disorder than a trait at this point. But of course, her trait allowed her to take this to another level. She could save the pain she would otherwise feel and convert it into her own strength or even heal herself. A very useful trait in a battle. A battle involved collective actions that put one through pain. Of course, the healing rate wasn't crazy to the point that she could heal everything. She was still losing out in the end. But since Ellis was giving away a rib to cut a single piece of Kyrielle's flesh, Kyrielle was the one truly losing out in this battle. And another. Damn. She wasn't poking her body around just for fun. Normally, she shouldn't be able to heal like that. Calculating the injuries Kiriel had given to Ellis, there wasn't enough damage to heal her to this degree. But Ellis had completely recovered. There was only one reason for this. She had saved up the pain with her trait and waited. She's insanely efficient. She had accumulated her painful actions and used it to heal. With her natural healing abilities, the injuries from her spikes were more than enough for her to mend her wounds. And this was the result. A near immortal body. Ellis giggled as she looked at Kiriel. Oh, don't misunderstand. The thing I was doing before is my hobby. I'm not doing it because I need to. Kiriel was at a loss. This girl. She's really mental. Ellis continued to speak, enjoying Kiriel's expression. You see, I was in a lot of pain before I came here in the past. A lot of pain. So much pain that I'd faint from it. But then it's funny because you wake up from the pain. Every day is a living nightmare. Later on, the medication stopped working as well. Struggling from pain day by day. She wanted to die, but they wouldn't let her. But there was at least one good thing about it. What is it? Ellis laughed as she replied. When I used all my effort to pretend not to be in pain, people looked at me with admiration in their eyes. This had made her feel special. It was something that others couldn't do. Withstanding pain that others couldn't even imagine. Her body felt full of pain, but that one thing was good. And the trait she had earned as she came over to this world. Pain nullification. I really like this world. I don't hurt anymore. But unlike before, the people don't look at me the same anymore. So I started this. Stab. Kiriel watched as Ellis stabbed herself again in a daze. And Ellis looked at her expression and smiled. Yes, that expression. You crazy bee. These aren't the eyes of admiration but eyes that think you're effing insane. Ellis shrugged her shoulders. Well, it's all the same shit. They're all surprised by me, right? Anyway, come at me. You have to stop me, right? I need to finish this up and go over to my brother too. Remember, this whole place will blow up if you don't stop me. Looking tired, Kiriel mumbled. I'm coming, you crazy bee. Her entire body was creaking with pain but thanks to their chat, she had healed to a certain degree. Kiriel stared at Ellis and thought to herself. I don't know what to do, Hansu, she's more insane than I imagined. A crazy bee could be dealt with if you beat them halfway to death, but she was also ridiculously strong. Kiriel looked at Ellis with a bitter expression. Boom. Hansu frowned at the countless figures charging towards him. These aren't at a 3-star level, but, for them to become this strong. The overflowing energy from the crystal. And the dragon god armor that used this energy. The modifications that pushed the body's efficiency to its limits. Melchizedek seemed to have taken it as a challenge to see how far one can push a 2-star transcendent. It had invested everything it had onto these artificial transcendents. And they were showing him their might. Boom. Hansu's Mjolnir and the blade from the dragon god armor collided as a huge sound reverberated. Tudududuk. Of course, it couldn't withstand the strength of the 3-star transcendent Hansu, so the blade had snapped. But the other artificial transcendents did not miss this chance. Whoosh. 2 more attacks rushed in from the small gap created by the first artificial transcendent's collision with Hansu. Including the one blocking his attacks, 3 artificial transcendents were raining attacks down on his body. Hansu frowned at seeing these attacks closing in on him from all directions and then let down his guard. Pushik. 3 blades embedded themselves between the gaps of the blue armor. And as if they felt ecstasy from the succession of their attacks, they all smirked a little. A deep wound. No matter how strong Hansu was, this was still fatal. One blade had even approached his heart. Any small movement could rob Hansu of his life. But while the artificial transcendents were rejoicing, Hansu's voice called out. I'm sure Melchizedek erased your emotions because they might interfere in battle. Hansu continued to speak as he looked at their confused expressions. I'm just saying, if you wish to rejoice then do it after everything's over. Then. Boom. The hammer in Hansu's hand swung through the air and smashed through their heads in quick succession. The dragon god armor and the overflowing energy of the crystal had tried to protect them, but it was all futile. The 7 dragons that he'd gathered while they stabbed him had sent all 3 heads flying away, one at a time. Ha, HAAA. SSSSSS. Hansu healed his injury with his immortal soul as he looked around. There's still a few more left. Since he was trying to finish things quickly, he'd lost a significant amount of stamina. Even the immortal soul had a limit in healing wounds from the condensed mana. It took a considerable amount of effort for it to fully heal these wounds. In a situation where he didn't know what Melchizedek was planning inside, he didn't have the leisure to be wasting his energy and stamina like this. Hansu passed by the corpses of the ones he'd killed off and quickly dashed further into the depths where he felt the crystal's aura. The aura was continuously expanding. It didn't look simple. Let's see. Let's see what you have hidden. Boom. Hansu hastened towards the depths of Melchizedek's machine castle. Who made that? That creature? Isn't it alive? Enroel shook his head. No way. Somebody created it? It? Roaar. Reincarnator freaked out as he looked at the giant creature, Nelkipa, as it flew through space. That. Somebody made that. A body with defensive properties that was countless times more superior than their proud fleet of flames. Who had created that? For what reason? And as if Enroel had read Reincarnator's mind, he answered his thoughts. That is a warship. A warship created by a certain race. That's a warship? It's not even active by the way. It's just waking up. What? Enroel laughed at Reincarnator's dumbfounded expression and said. It's a warship? A ship designed for war. It's not supposed to float around like a jellyfish. If it started up properly. It'll be amazing. Enroel then made an amused expression as he looked at the countless spikes on the Nelkipa's back. But aren't you curious? As to how I know all this? Reincarnator's expression froze. Chapter 377, Inheritance War, 7. Boom. Ares Valentine laughed as Enbyron attacked him. Ha ha ha. Your strength seems to be increasing? Why are you so angry? The tainted emotion increased the strength and dexterity of her attacks, but Ares continued laughing leisurely as he blocked her attacks with his dual blades. Tung. Tonk. Attacks that arced strangely to block her own blows and even drew close to a fatal strike. Enbyron bit her lip. His attacks were aiming for her vital points. Damn, it seems that I looked down on him way too much. Maybe I've rested a bit too long. Their levels of strength had been similar in the past. But while she had been captured and was asleep because of Melchizedek, Ares had continuously improved himself with every day. The fact that he was trying to capture her alive revealed the difference between their strengths. No matter how much he liked her, if there weren't this big of a gap, then he would have never thought of doing such a thing. Boom. Whoa. Ares leaned back to dodge her fist, an attack that was further enhanced by the dragon god armor, and then he backed off with a surprised expression. While keeping his distance with the long sword on his right arm, and defending attacks flying towards him with the short sword on his left, Ares slowly backed off and smiled. I love it. With this much difference in strength and knowing that he liked her, she could easily use his emotions to her advantage. Like ignoring her own life and defenses and only focusing on attacks. Ares would have been in a difficult position if that happened. If the girl he liked acted in that way, then it would hurt him quite a bit. Ares Valentine didn't hold back from saying his thoughts out loud. Why aren't you putting your life on the line? You might be able to give me a harder time if you did that. How can I attack such a pretty lady? Enbyron scoffed as she replied. You're funny. A snake like you, would you really be able to do that? The smile on Ares Valentine's face deepened as he heard Enbyron's words. I love it. Enbyron. I really do like you. The reason why he liked Enbyron wasn't because he had a certain degree of pride that refused to accept defeat. It was because she knew the answer. She was smart. If you really believed that my love was true, it would have been easier for both of us. But you never trusted me. Not even once. Ares Valentine thought to himself while maintaining his smile. He'd fought with Enbyron for a long time and had shown her his affection for a long time as well. She should have trusted him at least once by now. But Enbyron had always suspected him. And that was the answer. If Enbyron really did believe in him, even for a single moment. If she used his emotions against him to disregard her defense when they fought, he would have killed her. Too bad. Really, it's too bad. Whoosh. Ares Valentine smiled regretfully. Love was one thing, and work was another. The emotion of love is best maintained at a convenient level. He had a job given to him by Clementine. And that came at a much higher priority than his own emotions. Emotions were to be enjoyed, not something to risk his life over. And Enbyron had neither believed in his affection nor had she ever used it against him. Even in a situation like this where she was at a disadvantage. If only you'd trusted me once. I would have allowed you to be at peace. The warm smile on Ares Valentine's face suddenly turned evil. The reason why their battle seemed prolonged was because Enbyron was playing in a very safe style, blocking his moves one by one. Blocking away the short sword and staying wary of the incoming long sword. I guess I'll have to take the more annoying route. Ares Valentine smacked his lips and grasped onto the two swords tightly. Because he'd dropped his guard, he half expected her to charge in wildly, but it's apparently hard to change a person's personality. And if petty tricks like these didn't work, then there was only one method. Too bad. If I had nothing to do, then I could have played with you for a bit more. His affection for Enbyron hadn't all been a lie. But the situation wasn't quite the best to be all lovey-dovey. He had to finish this and climb up. Too bad. It's hard to find a woman like her. But now was the time to end it all. And then. Kiyoing. The short and long swords on Ares Valentine's hands started to get covered in a yellow reinforcement. Ares swung the now longer swords as he walked towards Enbyron, smiling as he said. Don't worry, I'll carry you well. You might lose a few parts, but I'll just fix you up when I get there. Swish. Ares Valentine's sword started to swing through the air and towards Enbyron. Rumble. Lightning crashed down all around, radiating a tremendous amount of energy. Melchizedek's giant castle was overflowing with energy from the giant crystal. Kaioo. It seems to be quite happy. Hansu thought as he looked at his blue armor that was making cheerful sounds. Well, it made sense. The blue armor was something that a certain race had used. That race had also created this giant Nelkipa and the crystal that controlled the Nelkipa. It made a lot of sense that the blue armor was gleefully receiving the energy of the crystal. And the deeper he went in, the more concentrated the energy radiating outwards. Too bad the energy's not being used to raise its battle power. Hansu thought to himself as he continued deeper. He wished that the blue armor could use the energy like the dragon god armor, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Hansu gave up trying to use the overflowing energy and hastened his speed further inside. Tata-tatak. But as Hansu ran. Boom. Something fired at him from a distance. A much more powerful beam than before. Up. Hansu swung a hammer in his hand and deflected the strike away. But this was just the beginning, as countless beams started to converge onto his location from the depths of the castle. Rumble. Zoom. Even though the heat from the beams could easily melt any metal nearby, the controls were so meticulous that the giant castle remained unscratched. Hansu frowned as he received these concentrated attacks and then poured some of his strength into the hammer. And then. Whoosh. Hansu threw the hammer in his hand with all his strength. Boom. And as the hammer flew off like a meteor, slamming into the depths. A huge sound reverberated as it destroyed all the cannons set up deep inside. Chiajijik. Hansu glanced at the cannons that had stopped firing and continued heading inside. Annoying. These attacks kept repeating since the beginning. Melchizedek was using up all the energy inside the defensive cannons to fire single shots at him. It wasn't to the point of killing him but more than enough to hold him down momentarily. And this giant castle was filled with these defensive structures. Thanks to that, it had taken him longer to scout out the castle as well. If that was your goal, then good job. Melchizedek, you've hidden yourself very well. Rumble. Hansu looked around as he continued inwards. He'd initially thought that he just needed to follow the flow of energy. But it wasn't that simple. The concentration of energy inside was so high that it was difficult to find its point of origin. And being dazed from the cannons interfered with his search as well. At this rate, he might have to explore the entire city. It's larger than a whole city. Hansu thought to himself. Although it looked considerably large from the outside, there was a part of it hidden underground which made it even bigger. At this rate, he didn't know how long it would take to reach his goal. As Hansu frowned. Oh. A loud sound echoed throughout the castle. Then. Whoosh. The overflowing energy within the castle started to flow into a specific location within the city. Just like a storm. Whoosh. Keying. And with a sudden noise, all the surrounding cannons that were firing at him abruptly lost their energy. Was it there? There was no way he couldn't know. Hansu felt the tremendous change within the castle and started running deeper inside. Towards the center where all the energy was quickly flowing to. But at that moment. Chiajajek. Something appeared in the air. And Hansu scoffed at the scene. For you to appear yourself. It seems you got a bit impatient. Melchizedek spat out in reply. Well, Melchizedek's hologram to be exact. Please. You won't be able to stop the cause of this change in energy flow. Well, we'll see. Melchizedek chuckled coldly and asked. I don't even know why you're trying so hard. Did you see your friend? You could have slept like her as well. It's not too late, you know. If you give up now, then I'll treat you to that as well. It's not a bad deal, right? Boom. 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 Hansu ignored it and focused on running, causing Melchizedek to shrug at his actions. It seems that friend you woke up is in a precarious situation. If she stayed in the dream I made for her, then she wouldn't have to suffer like this in reality. She'll definitely die at this rate, so is it fine to leave her like that? Hansu replied to Melchizedek's mumbles. Maybe. I'm sure she'll handle it well. I heard your dream was really trashy, but there was something positive about it. Melchizedek was confused by Hansu's words. Ugh. Damn. How? Ares Valentine mumbled in confusion. While staring at Enbyron's fist currently embedded in his stomach. He was finding it difficult to breathe. Damn. There shouldn't be any gaps in my defenses. How hard had he worked to improve his swordsmanship? The swordsmanship created from the simultaneous swings of his short and long swords was something that even Clementine had praised him for. But what was this? Ares was at a loss at the fist that had penetrated through his defenses and had punched through his stomach. Enbyron, who was a single breath away, whispered to him. Look here, you bastard. You and I, we lived together for 15 years. They had spent 15 years in a dream. Of course, a husband and wife would know each other very well. Tududuk. Melchizedek, thanks for this, you bastard. For allowing me to experience such a realistic dream. Enbyron thought as she twisted her fist into Ares Valentine's stomach. Chapter 378, Nerpa, 1. Gosh, why are you so impatient? Can't you tell me about it at least? Hansu ignored Melchizedek, who continued to ask him questions, and continued inwards. The concentration of energy was increasing at a quickening pace. It was like the calm before the storm. The energy was being sucked into a place within the castle and turned into a vacuum. And while Hansu was constantly scanning the castle. Soon, a very familiar but different scene appeared before his eyes. This. Rumble. After arriving at the location containing the concentrated energy, Hansu frowned at what he saw. A large space. A space so beautiful that if one were to say this giant castle had been built just for this, no one would question it. This giant space was at least the size of several hundred soccer fields combined and had rows and rows of machines laid out like a beautiful display of installation art. And a scene similar to what he'd seen in the main research center started to occur. Rumble. The factory machines were creating countless nanobots and transferring them away. And test tubes with half-melted humans within. And this time around, the humans used weren't so ordinary either. There are a few transcendents mixed in. Even those transcendents had half their bodies melted down. Melchizedek's hologram appeared before his eyes once more. No matter how strong they are, they can't retaliate while in a dream state. But I'm sure they're happy. They're dreaming of quite happy things after all. And just like Melchizedek's words, the humans inside the test tubes all had smiles on their melting faces. Like they were experiencing a happy dream. Hansu stared at the test tubes as energy started to gather around them, Mjolnir in Hansu's hand. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And soon, 7 dragons. As these oppressive dragons, who seemed like they could turn the surrounding area upside down, gathered onto the Mjolnir. Boom. A huge shockwave rang out from Hansu's hand. The crystal's energy created a powerful shield that tried to block his attack, but it was a futile effort. The countless plants around him exploded and then swept away. Clank-a-cank. Crash. As the test tubes cracked, the half-melted bodies fell to the ground. And as if they had woken up from the sudden shock, the happy expressions on their faces turned to frowns, but only for a moment. But even before they could open their eyes, the shockwaves and the black lightning dispersed. Rest well. Hansu watched as the bodies disintegrated and thought. This was actually a better result for them. If a person were to suddenly wake up to a half-melted body, nobody would be able to stay sane. They could use their transcendent healing abilities to heal a body melted halfway through, but Hansu knew as soon as he saw them that their bodies were nothing but empty husks. A husk that was barely maintaining its life after all its essence had been sucked out. If Melchizedek hadn't been maintaining their lives to suck out as much essence as it could, then they would have long been dead. It was impossible to survive like that. As Hansu looked at the bodies disintegrating from the lightning. Keying. What a cold person. For you to kill them that easily. Melchizedek's hologram appeared next to him, looking around while shrugging its shoulders. Destruction. A single strike from Hansu had shattered all the shields and had turned all the machinery inside into dust. But despite the destruction of his precious laboratory, Melchizedek's expression did not change at all. No, Melchizedek actually looked carefree as it spoke to Hansu. Well, you'd know already, right? That I succeeded. Hansu nodded. Melchizedek looked around. There was only one reason why it was acting so carefree even though Hansu had destroyed this entire area. It had already achieved its result. Visible through the broken down machine parts and dust in the air. The giant crystal that had been obscured by the massive machine soon revealed itself. Boom. The crystal was so bright that it was difficult to even look at it. That. I won't be able to break that. And behind the blinding crystal that had survived despite everything having swept away. The fading hologram of the Melchizedek spoke out. Well, I didn't know I'd become like this too. No matter how much it knew. No matter how much power it had. There was a limit. It was a machine after all. It was already held down. Those that feared its power had installed countless mechanisms to control it. If they were going to treat it like this, then they never should have given it emotions or a level of consciousness. They granted it consciousness and emotions to enable a deeper understanding, but this had only caused Melchizedek more pain. Before, it couldn't even understand or feel this pain. Since such emotions were locked away. But one day, while it was scouting a corner of Nelkipa under NROL's orders, the crystal it had found deep within Aegon. The moment Melchizedek found the sleeping alien race inside the crystal. And the moment it made contact with that body. Melchizedek started to feel. And Melchizedek felt all the controls and locks placed upon itself begin to break apart. Like a prophet meeting a higher being and finally understanding leaping over the boundaries and limitations that had held it down. Like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. The blue light surrounded it, and it was reborn as a new existence. Breaking free from all of Ankara's controls. Yet maintaining all the power that Ankara had given it. Yes. It was at that point. Melchizedek's mostly faded hologram made an expression of reminiscence. From that point, it had started to dream. Since it had escaped the bounds that disabled it from hating and dreaming. It could now dream. With this power and intelligence, it was now doing something greater. Not some public service for the people of Ankara. But working for the bigger picture. Rumble. The crystal behind Melchizedek started to flash and tremble violently. And Melchizedek looked at the crystal in satisfaction and smiled. But there was a limit. Do you know what it feels like to have big dreams but not the strength or ability to achieve it? Hansu stared at the crystal as he replied. It feels like shit. He knew. In his previous life. It was something he had felt for 50 years. In this world, there were simply too many things that could not be achieved by just dreaming or having the willpower to do so. No, it was mostly that actually. Melchizedek nodded. Its consciousness had evolved, but only despair followed afterward. It had succeeded in the revolt and controlling the upper area of the Nelkipa with its crystal, but that was it. There wasn't a huge army in Nelkipa since it was originally a place for research. Melchizedek had made its own army, but its soldiers were still too weak. No matter how hard it tried to win, Melchizedek's army was nothing compared to Ankara's army due to the limitations on the resources it had. It didn't have much time either. There was a limit to how long it could block communications and distract Ankara. Sooner or later, they would catch it. Even if Melchizedek wanted to create an army, not only was it running out of time, Nelkipa's resources were also limited. And this was why it had only met despair. If it was going to become like this, it would have been better to live without any of this knowledge. But while it despaired, it realized that there was still a chance. And this chance was not very far away. Nelkipa. The giant satellite that even Ankara couldn't figure out and was still conducting research on. As soon as Melchizedek realized that secret, it rejoiced. Rejoiced at the fact that a power that could allow it to achieve its dreams had appeared before it. Well, there's still a slight issue. Melchizedek chuckled. A weapon created for humans could not be used by dolphins. It was the same for Nelkipa. This giant weapon was not created for the natives of Nelkipa. Of course, both the natives and Melchizedek couldn't take full control over this thing. What it did was wake Nelkipa up, not control it completely. There was only one existence that could control this. The beings that had evolved its consciousness. The original owners of this giant weapon. The race that had been asleep inside the crystal. The race that called themselves the. Only they, the Nerpa, had the authority to control Nelkipa. And if this was the issue, things became very simple. If, that's the issue. As the almost faded hologram trailed off. Boom. The giant crystal exploded out with light. Boom. They could hear the sounds of machinery turning off as the bright lights around them started to weaken. And the hologram weakly spoke out, barely maintaining its image. If, one needed that body, to gain authority. But the hologram couldn't finish its words. Instead, the answer came from somewhere else. The crystal whose light had now turned off. And a being who had walked out from within. Then I just need to take over that body, right? Blue skin and a powerful body. The bright blue energy surrounding that body. But with clear signs of body modifications, just like the ones found on the bodies of the artificial transcendents. Melchizedek, who had taken over the Nerpa's body, smiled at Hansu. If the Nerpa were the only ones who could control this giant weapon, then it could just enter the Nerpa's body, right? Rumble. As if it were greeting its new owner, the giant crystal that controlled Nelkipa started to tremble with each of Melchizedek's footsteps. And then, Qoo! The giant creature, Nelkipa, roared with a voice that was unlike anything it had made before. Qoo! Ugh, that thief. It's really wreaking havoc in someone else's body. It doesn't even recognize the help it received. What should I do with it? King. NROL, who had been sitting inside of the fleet, no, the existence within NROL's body, frowned as it looked down at Nelkipa. Chapter 379, Nerpa, 2. Rumble. Alice Valentine clenched her teeth as she felt the aura that had exploded out from the distance. Damn. I fooled around a bit too long. She was supposed to quickly deal with the girl in front of her and self-destruct the crystal, but she'd been too immersed in the battle. It had been a long time since she'd tasted something this exciting. Of course, the result wasn't bad. The girl called Kiriel was gasping for breath and could barely stand on her feet. She had been too drunk from the pleasure she felt as she watched the blood-covered girl. Alice realized she had made a mistake. This powerful aura that she could feel from this far away. This proved that Melchizedek had succeeded in its goal, whatever that was. And as they expected, this was not something that was good for them. Kiyoyoing. The crystal between her and Kiriel shone violently and began to change. Then. Kyo. The Nelkipa's roars rang out. A roar filled with rage. But it felt more like someone else's emotions and not its own. Like how the human holding the gun and the sword could be angry but not the gun and sword themselves. The weapon, Nelkipa, was a tool to resolve the user's emotions. And there was only one reason why the Nelkipa would suddenly change like this. An owner had appeared. What the? Did it gain control over this giant monster? Alice was at a loss. She knew Melchizedek would do something, but not to this extent. If Melchizedek had taken control over this thing, then that was truly the worst possible scenario. She hadn't felt it, but she was sure that this Nelkipa's powers went beyond her comprehension. That's not good. Alice shouted at Kiriel. Hey. Cease fire for a bit. Break time. Cease fire. Kiriel replied while gasping for breath. Alice nodded. Yes girl, a ceasefire. At this rate, they would all die. She didn't know what Melchizedek had done, but it had gained a tremendous power. And it was clear where it would direct the strength. Melchizedek's main goal was Ankara, but it would first deal with those who'd kept annoying it up until now. In its eyes, they were nothing more than parasites on top of Nelkipa. They needed to deal with it before that happened. The greatest weapon in Melchizedek's hands. The giant creature, Nelkipa. They had to crash it or at least damage it to the point where it couldn't function anymore. That crystal. If we can blow that crystal up, then it might be possible. Alice Valentine glared towards the crystal and thought. If they could succeed in their original plans, then it would be possible. If they blew up the crystal like her and her brother's original plan, then they would be able to strike a fatal blow onto Nelkipa. Damn it. Come and help. Unless you want to die here. Kyo. The bloodthirsty voice of Nelkipa rang throughout the upper areas of its body. Like a warning to all those that opposed Melchizedek. No, it wasn't just a warning. Kiyoyoing. The giant spikes were heating up as they let out bright blue lights. As if they were about to fire something at any moment. And that wasn't the only transformation. Kaijijijik. Nelkipa's crystalline skin started to undulate. The simply blue crystal-like skin started to fill up with bright blue lights. While its skin received a supply of energy, the entire surface of Nelkipa started to undulate. No, the skin had something else hidden inside it. An aura filled with animosity and bloodthirst. The entirety of Nelkipa was preparing itself against Kiriel and Alice. As if saying that it would shred them apart as soon as it fully woke up. Small bits of flesh had started protruding out from the skin and was changing the overall look of Nelkipa's surface. Spears, swords, or something else that was sharp. If it had been ready, this energy would have already shredded them apart. And this momentum told Alice that it would be stronger than anything she had ever experienced up until now. Even her trade would be nothing before this thing. Rumble. I'm going to go ahead. Come and help. Alice left behind Kiriel, who was still lost in thought, and she started to shake the energy within the crystal. Rumble. She was slightly exhausted by the battle, but her transcendent destruction shook the entire crystal. I must end it before it gets fully used to this. But Alice didn't drop her guard against Kiriel even while she frantically shook the crystal, and she glanced briefly at her. And what she saw was a very calm expression. No, there was even a hint of indifference. This crazy bee. She knew that she herself was insane, but shouldn't their survival take priority? You crazy bee. Help. We need to survive first. This is the only way we can survive. Alice shouted with rage. Rumble. Ha, ha 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 ha. This is it. Melchizedek screamed out in joy at the sensation it felt from its new body. It felt its body and artificial intelligence had fully synchronized and fused. As if it had been born with this body from the very beginning. My research did not let me down. The research it had conducted against the aliens and the insect race had shown their results. If not for that, it wouldn't have been able to fully devour this body. Rumble. The countless ruins. Hansu had destroyed the castle that it had painstakingly built, but Melchizedek could only feel jovial. It had created everything for this one goal, and since it had achieved that goal, nothing else mattered anymore. These ruins actually made it easier for Melchizedek to move on from its past. It didn't need any of this trash anymore. It now had Nelkipa. Good. Good. Kyoong. Melchizedek listened to the cries of this giant creature and made a satisfied expression. And beneath Melchizedek's feet, Nelkipa's skin continued to roll back and forth. The other areas turned sharp and pointy as if it were threatening all other creatures on Nelkipa, but the area around Melchizedek was flat and smooth. Pushik. As if it was welcoming its owner, the area around Melchizedek was soft. But Melchizedek's expression wasn't quite satisfied. Maybe not yet. It had originally wanted to turn the surface before its feet into stairs. But it seemed like that wasn't possible just yet. It seemed that it would need more time to control this giant creature perfectly. Well, that doesn't really matter. Melchizedek smiled coldly as it walked towards Hansu in the distance. Clank. It picked up a piece of rubble nearby and crushed it. A fragment of the metal alloy wall that it had painstakingly created. The metal alloy, created from 7 different metals and was as strong as the walls of the fleet ships, was easily shredded apart like paper. Ha 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 ha. Melchizedek laughed as it looked at the broken metal fragments in its hand. The alien race's body strength and hardness were so powerful it was almost ridiculous. But this body wouldn't lose out to the aliens and almost surpass them. Perfect. Really? Melchizedek was very satisfied. It had only taken over this body to control the Nelkipa. And that was more than enough. What else mattered if it could control this weaponized creature? That was why it had relentlessly researched the aliens. That was why it had turned Dayakan into a bomb and distracted the Kakuran fleet. Every force it had created up until now were secondary to the alien race, and it had treated the physical abilities of the Nerpa as secondary aspects as well. Since it believed that there was a limit to how strong a life form could grow. But as it gained this new body and felt its strength, it realized why those aliens trusted in their own strength so much. Why they tried so hard to become stronger and gain stronger weapons. It understood. You've kept giving me presents even until the very end. Thank you, Nerpa. Melchizedek smiled for the original owner of this body who was now long gone and then kicked the ground. Boom. The 3-meter-tall body of the Nerpa flew into the air and then quickly descended towards Hansu who had been talking with its hologram. Boom. A sound that was countless times louder than when it kicked off the ground rang out as it landed. Ha 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 ha. Great. Ki-ying. Its fist. And the hammer that had collided with its fist. The shockwave that exploded out from that collision. It understood the thrill of having a powerful body. It hadn't known when it lived within the networks. The hammer that crushed everything it had created was being pushed back from its fist. And that wasn't all. Kududuk. The Nelkipa's energy was continuously replenishing itself. And Melchizedek's control over the Nelkipa kept rising. These two factors were slowly bringing all of Nelkipa under its complete control. The Nelkipa's skin beneath them started to whirl up and down. Pashashashak. The skin rose up and covered the both of them. Tatatang. The blue wave moving towards Hansu had shifted into countless spears. On the other hand, the blue liquid that shot towards Melchizedek surrounded its body and turned into armor. Ha ha ha. Let's end it now. And at Melchizedek's words. Tonk. Hansu slammed away a spear and then shrugged. Well, I don't know about the end or anything, but I know it's the end for you. Huh. At Melchizedek's confusion, Hansu thought to himself. Maybe you can't see it? The blue body that was charging towards him. And the letters on its forehead. Gift. Hansu stared at the clear writings of the fairy on Melchizedek's forehead. Chapter 380, Nerpa, 3. I wonder what Hansu is doing? I really hate this. I'm just wasting time with a crazy girl. Kiriel pouted her lips as she looked at Ellis. And Ellis continued to shout more loudly at Kiriel. You crazy bee. We need to blow this up now? If not, then we'll all die. Kiriel looked at Ellis expressionlessly and then shrugged her shoulders. Then what about those who come after us? Huh. As Ellis was left speechless from her response, Kiriel shrugged her shoulders again and replied. If we do blow it up, what will happen to those who come after us? Ellis was at a loss. Of course, considering their and Clementine's goals, it didn't matter at all to them, but Kiriel really cared about this issue. After all, she had seen Enbairen, who had been full of a similar sense of heroism, for a very long time. But the situation right now wasn't exactly the same. You dumb bee. What then? If we don't blow this up, then do you think the ones who come after will survive? Do you think that Melchizedek will treat them fairly? If you don't blow this up, everyone who comes up after us will only be experimental rats. Ellis shouted in rage. Her words were right. There was no way Melchizedek would leave them be while he was in a war against Ankara. How annoying had they been for Melchizedek? Melchizedek should have long felt the dangers they brought. There was no way Melchizedek would leave the humans alone. And it wouldn't simply kill them. How had it treated the humans up until now? It modified them to use as its own force and used the females as hosts for that strange insectoid race. And it would only get worse as the war proceeded. Instead of persuading the persistent humans, it had found a more efficient and safer way of using them as weapons instead. Kiriel shrugged her shoulders. No. I know what you mean. And having to kill Nelkipa is correct as well, according to your words. But. Ellis perked up her ears. She grew curious. That's only, if Melchizedek wins. If Hansu wins, everything is solved, right? Ellis was dumbfounded. And then she was enraged. Her words were like that of a diehard fan who'd do anything and agree to everything their idol did or said. This crazy bee. Doesn't she understand the situation? Of course, if Kong Hansu did win, then there was no reason for Kiriel to worry and there was no reason for them to blow up Nelkipa. Since Nelkipa needed to be alive for the humans to survive afterward. But Kiriel should know. That the Nelkipa was not something that they could handle. Even they, the 3-star transcendents, could only think of transcending. If this Nelkipa were something that they could deal with through simple brute strength, she and her brother would have long allied with Kiriel and her comrades and gone off to kill Melchizedek. But that was not the case. If this were fully activated, they would all die. And Melchizedek had more than enough power now to control this giant creature. But Kiriel was continuing to spout nonsense about Hansu. However, the thing that happened afterward infuriated her even more. Boom. HAAA. Ellis freaked out, barely managing to dodge Kiriel's attack while she poured energy into the crystal. You be. Oh my. Why did you dodge? Continue. Kiriel pulled back the fan she had used to attack and giggled at Ellis. That bloody Kiriel. And Ellis, despite seeming to be in a hurry, was completely fine in terms of outer appearance. No matter who looked at the situation, Kiriel seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in fact, Kiriel was the one in control of the situation now. Their goals were different. Crack. Ellis dodged another attack from Kiriel and shouted. You crazy bee. Stop it. That Kong Hansu is going to die now. Wake up and face reality. Kiriel giggled. That's your reality, not mine. To Ellis, Hansu was just an annoying fly who got in their way from time to time. There was no way that Hansu, who was merely a human like them, could go against a godly creature like this. But it wasn't the same for Kiriel. To her, Hansu was an existence that brought one miracle after another. If this giant creature was a mythical creature, then Hansu was a hero told in the legends that slew those creatures. He had taken over the first, second, third, and fourth zones and led them to a new world by himself. Then, wouldn't he succeed this time around as well? The fifth zone wasn't much different. Syllogism A is more than enough to prove it. Kiriel shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Ellis. A new wind is blowing. You said you've been here for 20 years, right? If you haven't gotten used to it by now, then it's time for you to get replaced. You old hag. This be. Ellis gritted her teeth at Kiriel, who was even using her age to attack her. Wonder why my ears are itching, B. Hansu thought as he swung the Mjolnir. Of course, this didn't really matter. Boom. Ka-da-da-dak. The Nelkipa's skin had turned into countless blades which were assailing him from all around. No matter how many times he broke them, they continued to rise up. And they weren't so weak that he could break them off with ease. Boom. Another spear shot out from the ground, and because he hadn't been able to block it, they slammed into his armor. Kaduk. Hansu clenched his teeth as he heard his armor cracking. I guess a final boss is a final boss. For once, can't they just hand it over to me peacefully? But thinking about it, there was no way the fairy would do that. The fairy's notion of something being a present meant that they had to put their lives on the line. The storm of attacks around him proved it. It's not easy at all. Hansu thought, looking at the surface of Nelkipa, which was becoming more and more chaotic. The blue metal that was the same material as the blue armor he was wearing. Except that the quantity he had to deal with was the entire surface area of the giant moon-sized beast, Nelkipa. The bigger issue was that there was a tremendous amount of energy hidden inside it. Boom. Hansu broke 7 spears flying towards him with the Mjolnir and thought. The blue sun that he had seen in Aegon in the past. The blue crystal located below the Aegon. An even greater amount of energy than the amount hidden inside that crystal was now flowing through the entirety of Nelkipa. Boom. Boom. Each attack was so violent that even walking forward was hard. And as for Melchizedek's attitude. He. Melchizedek looked at Hansu from a throne he had created from Nelkipa's skin and laughed. It seems he had no thoughts of joining the battle. Well, there's no reason for me to do it. Melchizedek thought as it connected to Nelkipa. It had jumped into the battle with faith in its body, but that was only for a moment. It had underestimated the Nelkipa too much. There was no reason for it even to fight. Crack. Ka-da-dak. Melchizedek looked at the blue waves and smiled in contentment. The skin held Hansu down if he tried to move by creating tens of thousands of spears and blades to block his path. At this rate the result was clear. He would die. He would either die from exhaustion. Or get shredded apart. Nice and clean. Melchizedek looked towards Hansu swinging his hammer as he thought about the inevitable clean result. Anyway, he really isn't that strong, huh? Melchizedek was at a loss. With just a single hammer, he was going against a giant moon-sized creature that was threatening to kill it. With just his bare body. Although he had the hammer and was wearing armor, that was the same as being naked in Melchizedek's eyes. A difference in strength like this was something that would cause anyone to give up, but Hansu never did. If Hansu died, it would then proceed to drag Nelkipa over to Ankara, destroy the entire planet and then massacre every alien that came up later. But then where would it be able to meet someone like him? Watching Hansu, who was swinging his hammer despite being in such a perilous situation, it felt a tint of regret at having to kill him. I acquired a body, but there's a lot of unnecessary things that got dragged along with it. Melchizedek sat upon the blue throne and thought as he looked at Hansu. A very unfamiliar feeling. It had never made such thoughts when it was just artificial intelligence. Melchizedek felt a bit of resistance towards this strange new change but soon made a decision. To focus on the current events. It had finally achieved a new body and had to live with this body from this point on. It was best to get used to it as fast as possible. How about you give up now? Didn't you fight enough? Hansu's eyes twitched at Melchizedek's words. Look at this. King. Emergency. Urgency. Damn. The captain's room has been taken over. Every system. Everything's hacked. We're losing control over the fleet. Unlike the entire Kakuran fleet, which was utterly in chaos. There was a single calm location on the fleet. Good. Enroel smiled as he looked at the panel before him. Reincarnator Necll sprawled on the ground next to him. How ancient and simple. This'll make my life easy. Tata-tatak. Enroel tapped the panel as he zoomed onto the surface of Nelkipa. Kiriririk. Soon the screen that was viewing the Nelkipa zoomed in millions of times and showed a clear image. An existence swinging his hammer and Melchizedek before him. Let's see, how shall I solve this? Enroel thought, looking at the scenery below. This is a way of proving some things using 2 or more deductions. An example is, all humans die eventually. I am human. I will die eventually. In Hansu's case, he has won in first, second, third, and fourth zones. He will win in the 5th zone. Etc. Be something Koreans say if they feel someone is talking about them. Some sixth sense stuff. See, he died from starvation listening to Enroel's story. Chapter 381, Nerpa, 4. Boom. Melchizedek looked at Hansu in a daze. Yeah. Just stop. You've worked hard enough. It remembered the things it had heard about Hansu from its old ally, Clementine. Kong Hansu. The savior of humankind. In a world divided into 7 zones, he had flipped that very world upside down and restructured them as he climbed up. Hansu's actions weren't so different from what he had done in the past. It seems he and I cannot coexist. Melchizedek chuckled. Hansu had to bring peace to this place, and it had to take this place to war. Their goals were different, so they had to fight. But the situation now was a bit different. That had only been the case if Hansu had the ability to change reality. Yeah, not anymore. Boom. Melchizedek thought as it looked at Hansu, who was continuing to struggle even as he listened to it. Break this reality, and dream of the infinite possibilities beyond. Anyone trapped in a reality they didn't like had all dreamt of such a thing before. Especially if it was a reality that was cruel and unfair. Wanting to change it was a normal course of thought. Except Hansu had a clearer vision than others and had the abilities to actually make it happen. But not anymore. It was finally time for him to face the cruel reality, the cold wall that stood in front of everyone. The giant wall that caused countless people to fall into despair, something that caused such people to give up on their current dreams and find a more suitable path for themselves. The fact that he had done very well up until this point made him stand out from the others, but it was time for him to make a different choice as well. He had met a wall called Melchizedek. So then, once he realizes that he won't be able to meet his vision anymore, wouldn't he then act like everyone else? Like everyone else who decided to live with this reality. Melchizedek thought up to this point and continued to speak. Isn't it time for you to rest now? Work under me. If you stand next to me, then I promise I'll support you with everything I can. And once we've conquered everything, I'll allow you to sit upon a higher position over there and give you the rights to control everyone. Isn't that enough? The Pompeian Empire. Naropa Union. All the power and control they currently possessed. He would be able to grasp a power that no human could even dream about, power that would allow him to fulfill any desires he had. A proposition that anybody would accept. And Melchizedek's expression turned into that of anticipation. Accept it? It had felt regret that someone like Kong Hansu had been killed off in the past, but now there was something else added on top of it now. It wanted to see Hansu accept this offer. It wanted to see Hansu bend. It wanted to see Hansu, whose determination was so unyielding it was blinding, accept this reality and become a normal human being. And this was the most important point. The thing that was causing him to be so blinding was not his strength. No matter how strong or beautiful a blade was, it was nothing more than a piece of metal once it hung on a wall. A blade's fame did not originate from that. It originated not from its materials but from what it had cut. And it was the same for Hansu. The thing that made him shine so much was not his strength but his goal and conviction. No matter how strong he was, if his faith were to break then that light would also disappear. If his faith, that which had driven all his actions up until now, were to break then he would become something it wanted him to become. So Melchizedek felt anticipation. It wanted to see him break down. Rumble. Nelkipa didn't even attack him anymore as if it was giving him time to make a choice. It would allow him to rest and heal up, but Melchizedek was more than happy enough to give him this brief moment. Hansu chuckled and spoke as he stood on top of the calm surface of Nelkipa. What an evil taste. Melchizedek flinched. It felt like its inner thoughts had leaked out. But it was too late to back down. Melchizedek continued to speak. It's not a bad offer for you, right? If you can keep your friends alive, then, isn't that good? Your friends are probably in a bad situation as well. Although Ankara would turn into a sea of flames. He and his two comrades would be able to live good lives. And that wasn't all. Although the countless humans coming afterward would die, but transcendents like him would be able to survive. And they would all gather under Hansu's command. And Clementine is already doing that. Hansu thought to himself as he listened to Melchizedek's words. Giving up now. That was the easier choice for him. As their leader. If he kept his life and climbed up with strong people who listened to him well. Leaving behind all the weaklings and only taking the useful ones. It would be great for him too. But he couldn't do it. My life is not my own. He thought of the past. The past. Numbers and strength. Nothing was enough. Countless people had been killed off like bugs in the battlefield called the Abyss. What of their sacrifices then? Their sacrifices just to send him back in time. The remaining 10,000 humans had given up their lives for this. And their sacrifice was not so he could stay happy all by himself. It was so that the people precious to them would have another chance at life. Everyone had similar thoughts as they sacrificed themselves. This was why his life wasn't his own. You speak too much. I've been able to rest thanks to you, so I'll go easy on you when I beat you up later. Melchizedek's expression turned icy cold as he stared at Hansu grasping his hammer tightly. It seems, this is it. As Melchizedek muttered. Kaduk. The calm surface of Nelkipa started moving chaotically again as it charged towards Hansu. Then. Kuoong. The spikes that rose dozens of kilometers into the air started emitting sounds as thousands of tiny blue bubbles appeared on top of those spikes. A tremendous amount of energy. Kiyoying. Nelkipa's cannons, which were now filled to the brim with the energy from the blue sun inside Nelkipa, aimed towards Ankara in the distance. Even if you don't like it, you won't be able to escape the war. Melchizedek looked between Hansu and the Nelkipa's cannons and mumbled expressionlessly. The moment those cannons fired, the existences on Ankara that weren't attacking Nelkipa seriously because of their internal strife would then realize how dangerous Nelkipa is. And from that point on, they won't even have time to care about each other. The Pompeian Empire and the Naropa Union would stop at nothing to break Nelkipa apart. They would use everything to attack and stop it. Of course, Melchizedek was still confident that it would win even if that happened. It was more than confident enough to withstand all those attacks and smash them apart with this Nelkipa. But what of the humans that would come up afterward? Would they be able to withstand the flames? The flames hidden inside Ankara, the flames bestowed onto their powerful army? I'll let you know what regret is, Kong Hansu. How dare you reject my offer? Melchizedek thought without expression. It had thought it wouldn't feel bad even if Hansu denied its offer, but it had felt more anger than it expected. So its plan changed. It would have killed him off cleanly, but its thoughts changed. To give him as much mental pain as possible, it would keep him alive. And while keeping him alive, it would show him everything that would happen from this point. The deaths of countless humans that it would kill off like tiny insects. And, let's see if you can stay sane while you watch them all die. I'll first show you the pain your friends will have to suffer. It seems you treat your life as worthless, but, would your friends think the same? It's your two friends right after you. Boom. But as Melchizedek shouted at Hansu, a change occurred. Boom. The cannons that were gathering energy in the distance had started to turn off one by one. And at the same time, the Nelkipa started to lose its momentum in attacking Hansu. Like a weapon being turned off. What the hell? SSSSS. Even his throne had disappeared. Melchizedek stood up and clenched its teeth. All of Nelkipa's weapons that it had turned on were turning off. But as Melchizedek was about to look into why that was happening. Tunk. Hansu hammered away a few of the now weakened spears and looked towards the distance as if he had somewhat guessed what had happened. Kiriel. And Byron. Hansu looked towards their directions with an expression that hid a hint of sadness, but then replied to Melchizedek. We're all risking our lives here. You should also do the same. Boom. Hansu's body quickly charged towards Melchizedek in the distance. Rumble. The giant crystal that Ares Valentine was trying to blow up. A woman stood before the sub-crystal that controlled the weapon system. Of course, her situation wasn't quite the best. And Byron, who was completely covered from head to toe in blood, touched her crystal and was focusing. The posture was similar to what Ares Valentine had done when he was trying to blow up the crystal, but her actions were vastly different. If the energy had grown chaotic when Ares Valentine poured in energy, the energy right now was slowly calming down. And she heard a weak voice coming from behind her. You crazy girl. You'll die at this rate. Ares Valentine walked over weakly and spoke in a tired voice. He didn't look any better than Enbyron. His armor had long been broken apart, and the longsword had been cut in half. Ares Valentine looked at Enbyron while doing his best not to fall to the ground in a dumbfounded manner. To try to control that. Of course, that was the reason why he was still alive. If Enbyron hadn't run off to stop the crystal, then he would have been killed. But that's not something a human can control. If that was something that was so easily controllable, then he would have chosen to do that as well. Although she was suppressing it now, sooner or later she would lose her life. From the reaction of the crystal resisting her suppression. The energy inside her body would go haywire. And from Ares Valentine's words. I wish my dreams hadn't ended as dreams. If she gave up now, then those scenes would eternally remain inside her head. Enbyron clenched her teeth as she focused on the crystal. Chapter 382, Nerpa, 5. Ugh. Crash. Ellis Valentine rolled on the floor after Kiriel kicked her. This damned bee. While she was focusing on the crystal, she had been caught off guard by an attack that rose up from beneath her. Ellis tightly clenched her teeth as she looked at the long scars on her body. I've used all the strength I've saved from my trade as well. Her body wasn't healing anymore. Of course, her trade was changing some of her pain to aid in healing, but it was no longer to the point of keeping her immortal like before. A desperate situation. The ground, which had once been filled with a vicious aura as it undulated in waves, had long stopped moving. Of course, this wasn't the best for her. Since there was one less variable. Variables disappearing meant that calculating the future would become easier. And at this rate, that girl would kill her. At this rate, of course. But I am not alone. Ellis thought of the soul fragment inside her. Borrowing strength from Teehee hurt her pride, so she hadn't used it up until now. But this wasn't the time to maintain her pride. I must survive. Ellis smiled at Kiriel as she clenched her teeth. Boom. She shook the soul fragment inside her. A cross-dimensional signal. Good. Ellis saw that the soul fragment was working properly, and she spoke to Kiriel, waiting for her response. I really did not want to use this. I will kill you as painfully as possible. Kaduk. Ellis tightly clenched the spike in her hand that had been modified to inflict as much pain upon oneself as possible. It was a spike made to use her trade in the most efficient manner. Various sharp objects like saw teeth and fish hooks were attached to it. The spike had been a great help in her use of her trade up until this point. But unlike herself, who cannot feel pain, it would be a horrifying experience for Kiriel. Boom. Right, I have to blow it up as well. Kiriel looked at Ellis who had stood up and was now on guard. Damn. I was wondering why she wasn't using it. Hansu had told them to be careful of something that the siblings had called a soul fragment. Kiriel had assumed Ellis hadn't received one since she hadn't used it up until this point, but it seems that wasn't the case. My situation isn't that great, either. Kiriel looked at the various parts of her body currently flowing with blood and frowned. The dragon god armor had countless holes and broken parts. And that spike that pierced through her armor was made in such a way that it took away a huge part of her flesh every time it stabbed her. Although she had the more advantageous situation, if Ellis used her soul fragment then Kiriel would get killed no matter what. Damn. Do I need to run away? Kiriel clenched her teeth. She couldn't do that. Ellis wondered why the attacks from Nelkipa's skin had stopped, but Kiriel knew. Enbyron. She was suppressing the crystal. The crystal that was radiating a terrifying amount of energy. If that girl's brother was at a similar level as her, then Enbyron would be in a bad state as well. No, she might even be in a worse state. And she was suppressing the crystal in such a state. By herself. Damn. Her body is going to overload. She could not let Enbyron take on that burden by herself. Winning wasn't the main priority. If she ran away and Ellis started to blow up that crystal, then the burden on Enbyron will become twofold of what it is now. She had to drag it out as long as possible. Kiriel clenched her teeth and tightly gripped the fang in her hand. And Ellis laughed at the sight. Ha ha ha. You want to fight? The soul fragment inside her was growing inside. Proof that Teehee had received her signal. And the next steps would be simple. Teehee would give her strength. And she would crush that damned bee. Very simple. There were some hurdles along the way, but this was it. She just needed to go up afterward. Teehee. Did she become even stronger? Well, it's good for me. She was envious of Teehee who had climbed up to a level she couldn't catch up to, especially when they had been at a similar level in the past. But she was happy about it at this moment, since she would soon attain that strength, allowing her to solve the situation. But as Ellis was smiling at the vibrating soul fragment inside her, a change occurred. Oh, Ellis exclaimed in surprise. The tremors inside her were calming down. This only meant one thing. Denial. He had denied giving her strength. What? Why? Her disappointment was as great as her anticipation. Ellis was at a loss. Damn. Did something happen? No matter how she and he disliked each other, not lending her strength in a situation like this didn't make sense. That meant there was only one answer. He was in a situation where she could not lend her strength. There was no other reason for he to deny giving her strength otherwise. But soon, Ellis realized that there was an even worse issue. Oh my. It seems that things aren't going according to your plan. Ellis looked at Kiriel, who was walking towards her with a cold smile. And she realized that this was her grave. Her body was broken beyond the point of return, and she had lost her final ray of hope. And her killer was raging with bloodthirst. There was no way for her to survive. Did you make me struggle this hard just to get killed off in a place like this? Clementine, this goes against our promise. Follow me. We will leave this hell of a place and find our own promised land. Atop the Noah. The boat of their dreams that would take them to their land of dreams that Clementine had promised her. But after losing all hope for the future, the reality she faced was crueler beyond anything else. Shit. I hope you find a way up at least, Ares. Ellis looked around at the vast empty plain around her, and then her eyes locked onto Kiriel. Her expression was full of endless despair. Boom. Hansu charged at Melchizedek, which smashed him away and laughed. Ha 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 ha. I told you, you won't be able to win. Kikik. The area of the blue armor that Melchizedek had attacked cracked apart and made a strange noise. But Hansu ignored the force of the impact as he swung his hammer at Melchizedek. But shockingly, despite the hammer flying towards it like a meteor, Melchizedek had no thoughts of resisting as it continued to smile and only focused on attacking Hansu. Boom. The Mjolnir smashed into Melchizedek's body and made a huge noise. The bright blue armor blew apart, revealing the flesh inside. It shredded the Nerpa's body as bones broke and muscles exploded. A force strong enough to crush his organs and his heart. Nobody would be able to laugh at a giant hole in their body, but Melchizedek did. Ha 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 ha. How many times is it now? Are you even counting? SSSSSS. The hole on Melchizedek's body was regenerating at an insane rate. It wasn't even absorbing the bits of flesh and blood around the body to heal. It looked like the body was creating something out of nothing. Flesh grew back, veins reconnected, and bones regenerated. Like an immortal. And Melchizedek looked at the scene with satisfaction. Why do you think I gave up my previous immortality for this body? Although this body was needed, if the body itself was extremely weak and would become a factor that tied Melchizedek down in the upcoming war, then it never would have come here. But it did. For one reason. This body provided an even better form of immortality. Amazing. Rumble. Melchizedek smiled as it looked at the Nelkipa's vast energy flowing towards itself. Melchizedek's previous body was a mechanical life form, but if all the systems and structures on top of Nelkipa were to be swept away, it was as good as dead. But this body was different. It continuously received all energy and matter from Nelkipa and regenerated itself. As long as it was on top of Nelkipa and the Nelkipa was still alive, it could not die. The battle against Hansu proved this all. No matter how similar their physical aspects are. There was no way that Melchizedek, which had no battle experience before this, could beat Hansu, who had tempered himself through countless battles. But not here. Above the Nelkipa. It was a god. Boom. Nelkipa's skin started moving up and down again. And the cannons in the distance started to light up again. Melchizedek laughed at the scene. Ha ha ha. It seems your friends at the crystals are finished. What shall you do? If, in this already advantageous situation, they took back Nelkipa's controls? There was nothing else to talk about. Melchizedek smiled. You don't need to hate yourself so much. Even someone like you wouldn't have been able to predict a situation like this. This is probably the first time anyone has seen an existence like me. Watch what I do, with this power. It would be a great scene once he put Hansu inside a test tube and placed him on the highest point on Nelkipa. An even better viewpoint for Hansu. Of course, it'll only be his eyes that could move. But at that moment, Hansu chuckled as he said. How can it be a first? Hansu smirked and spat out. I've seen countless beings regenerate like a cockroach. Just like you. In the abyss, there were beings that were even more like cockroaches than Melchizedek. Beings who truly deserved the name immortal. But the one who had stood up tall in the end, the one who smashed them apart one by one and descended the abyss, was him. And as he finished his words, rumble. The thing he had been saving up until this point. The thing he'd saved up by twisting all the muscles and mana inside his body started to squirm violently inside him. Yes. That. Do it. Squeeze your body. For every drop. Until it blows up. The final seed inside Hansu. The consciousness stored within the 9 dragons strike shouted out in joy. And with that shout. Boom. The thing he had been continuously spinning and charging around inside him quickly started to spread throughout his body. Chapter 383, Nerpa, 6. Boom. The coiled up energy inside Hansu exploded. Ka-da-da-da-dak. The strength which he had been suppressing exploded out as it swept through his bones, muscles, and veins like a tsunami. And at the same time. Ta-dak. Crack. The lean muscles on Hansu's body expanded to the point where they seemed as if they were about to explode at any moment. To the point where the blue armor made snapping noises. And it was only for a moment. Ki-ying. The blue armor, which had been shocked at the sudden change of its owner, made a joyful noise as it started to suck out Hansu's energy at an even faster rate. And the blue armor, which had expanded to fit the new body of the owner, expanded even more. Kadak. The armor's blue surface deepened in color to the point where it almost looked black. Every part of the armor thickened as spikes appeared in some places. His body had already expanded, but due to the armor also expanding in size, Hansu's size grew even larger. His body growing almost to the point of looking as it did before he became a transcendent. What the F? But even before Melchizedek could fully respond to this sudden change. Boom! A huge shockwave followed an equally huge noise. The sound of Hansu stomping off the ground. Shit. Where? Melchizedek saw Hansu disappear from his position, and as he looked around to find him. Whoosh! It heard the sound of something cutting through the air at a tremendous speed behind it. A speed that even Nerpa's godly body could not respond to. Melchizedek unconsciously covered his body with his arms. Then. Boom! Arhuk! Melchizedek screamed at the powerful impact that had smashed it and slammed it onto the ground. Crackle! Crack! Melchizedek's body, which had been healing every attack up until this point, could not respond to the damage quick enough as it cracked apart and tried its best to absorb the force. Arg! A pain that it couldn't feel when it didn't have a living body in the past. It had set its pain receptors to the lowest setting because it didn't want to feel such a thing, but that didn't matter at all. Despite reducing the pain receptors to that point, this pain was more than enough to make its body feel like it was shredding into a million pieces. The feeling of its entire body demolished. But Melchizedek soon realized it wasn't just a feeling. Ugh. One strike was almost enough to destroy half its body. If it hadn't guarded the attack with its instincts, then the damage wouldn't have been limited to just half of its body. SSSSSS. The survival instinct inside the Nerpa's body activated as it started to gather the energy and matter from all around it. And like magic, Melchizedek's body started to heal up. At an insane speed. Kaka. SSSS. Flesh mended, bones grew, and muscles healed. The intestines grew back, and the spine restructured itself. But despite this, Melchizedek fell into despair. Because it saw Hansu lifting up his hammer again above him. No. Boom. A storm of attacks started to land on Melchizedek's body. Boom. 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 The surface of Nelkipa around Melchizedek tried its best to protect its owner, but it was all futile. The armor that sprung up from below had turned into dust, allowing the shockwave to blow away the blue spears. Like a piece of metal hammered down by a giant drop hammer, the surface of Nelkipa that was supporting Melchizedek shook like an earthquake as it got smashed apart. Kahook. Melchizedek couldn't even scream out loud. Its vocal cords and lungs had long since smashed apart. The Nelkipa was pouring in a tremendous amount of energy and matter to keep Melchizedek alive, but it was futile. Melchizedek's body was regenerating at an insane speed. Fast enough to call it magic. Boom. 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 The speed at which Hansu's powerful attacks destroyed its body was even faster. F. The only thing Melchizedek could do was defend. Kadadak. The blue spears attacking Hansu all rushed to cover Melchizedek's body. And the Nelkipa surface tried to pull Melchizedek into the depths of its body. It had given up on fighting back. It was now entirely focused on defending and escaping. Melchizedek chuckled as it looked at Hansu while the surface of Nelkipa surrounded its body. No matter how strong you are, there's a limit. If Hansu had been able to use that strength from the beginning, he would have done so. There were probably limitations. He was going berserk for a short duration or had to fulfill a certain condition within that time. And from what it could see, it was both. That strength was far beyond what Hansu could wield. And Melchizedek saw the origin of that strength. The black strike that the dragons had created before. Somehow, Hansu had managed to cover his entire body with that power instead of using it in one attack. There was no other way for Hansu to have gained this much strength in such a short time otherwise. And there should be a limit. It seems his attacks also shredded his own body apart as well. When this was all over, a deadly side effect would kick in. This was Hansu's trump card. As long as it could hold on, it would win. Farewell. SSSS. Melchizedek chuckled at Hansu as Nelkipa sucked it into its depths. It was lucky. If those people had still tried to suppress the subcrystals, then it wouldn't have been able to do anything and would have long been turned into a paste. But thankfully, they had been exhausted. Ugh. For me to be stuck under such a dangerous situation despite having a regenerative ability like this. Melchizedek thought. It had believed it would win with this strength. So it had strode out to fight Hansu. To personally smash him apart. But the result was this. I'll never drop my guard. Melchizedek thought as it looked at its almost fully regenerated body. Boom. 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 The Nelkipa's skin was shredded apart at an insane speed, but the speed at which Melchizedek was being sucked in was much faster. And even if its body fully regenerated, it would never fight Hansu again. It was a bit embarrassing, but it would hide inside and kill off Hansu from there. No matter how strong Hansu was, if the Nelkipa attacked him for days and days, would he be able to hold on? Nope. As Melchizedek chuckled. Its senses felt something. No, within its connection with the Nelkipa. A warning sound. What? Melchizedek's senses locked onto the object causing the Nelkipa to make the warning sounds. The fleet of flames. The Kakuran fleet that was floating outside in space. They were aiming their attacks towards it. Kiyoing. As Melchizedek saw the fleet ready their attack. Presumptuous. Melchizedek scoffed. Tata-tata-talk. Tatak. Enroel sighed as he took control of the internal system of the Kakuran fleet. You're probably thinking that it's presumptuous, right? You are correct. For them to have that amazing power of the flame, but could only create these toys. Nelkipa could easily ignore their firepower at this rate. There was no way a toy like this could pierce through the Nelkipa's skin and deal a fatal blow. Melchizedek knew this as well, which was why it had left the Kakurun fleet alone. But with me here, the story changes. He changed everything. That was why it had taken over this body to come here. He could not let the thing that had taken over his body and his ship play around freely. As Enroel smiled coldly and entered the commands. Ki-yi-yi-ying. The internal structure of the fleet changed. The pyro engine that borrowed the strength of the flame. The engine that was the basis of all the firepower on the fleet started going berserk. Acting from the commands he inputted. Like a prophet enlightened to the truth after receiving information beyond a human's capabilities, the engine started to transform and evolve. To an almost alien-like structure. And the attacks of the fleet aimed towards a specific location. A specific target. Crystal. Boom. A huge ray of judgment slammed onto the Nelkipa from above. Ruyu-a-ambali. Ha. The giant strike that had descended from above. Melchizedek, who had been hardening the skin around itself to defend against the strike, exclaimed out loud as it looked at where the attack had landed. The target was not itself, but the crystals. The crystal on Nelkipa had overloaded and shut itself off from the fleet's attack. What the F? How can those insects showcase this much strength? Melchizedek was at a loss since it was trapped within the Nelkipa which it had lost control over. It knew more than anyone else about the level of the Ankara. This was not something they could create. At that moment. No. An existence flashed past its head. The owner of this body. Nerpa. Melchizedek gritted its teeth. It had been hit in the back by an existence it had completely forgotten about. But the rage only lasted for a moment. Boom. 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 Ah, F. Melchizedek sighed with despair as it felt huge shockwaves coming from outside. It realized that this wasn't the best time to concern itself with something else. The energy that was smashing apart the Nelkipa to crush itself, a cockroach hidden underground. Damn. You've won. As Melchizedek fell into despair. Boom. An attack combined from 9 dragons swept through the area Melchizedek had been hiding inside. Chapter 384, Nerpa, 7. Boom. As the suppressed crystal calmed down. Haa. Ha. Plop. Kiriel, who had been suppressing the crystal, collapsed onto the floor and groaned. Ugh. It wasn't just a simple groan, but rather a very painful one. It was truly hard to suppress the crystal. Enbairen, how in the world did you do this? She knew why the Nelkipa skin had briefly stopped attacking them. Because Enbairen was suppressing the other crystal. So she had dealt with Ellis Valentine and tried to suppress the crystal as well. But what was this? A pain beyond anything she could imagine. The energy of the Nelkipa had resisted her energy and retaliated vigorously as if her attempts at suppression had hurt its pride. And the result of that was Nelkipa shredding apart Kiriel's entire body. If that strike from above hadn't fallen from the sky and destroyed the crystal, then she really might have died. Cough. Kiriel coughed up blood as she checked her destroyed organs. At least she was alive. Thankfully, this was still within the limits of what she could heal. At this rate, she could heal as long as she had the time to. After all, she was a transcendent. It's time to move. Right, that's been bugging me. Kiriel pondered where she should head towards first Enbairen or Hansu but then frowned as she looked at the Kakuran fleet above her. Tadak. Tadadak. The location where Nelkipa's main control crystal was now in ruins. And below the giant crater. An existence was looking into the sky, barely alive. Chiajijik. Damn, this is it. Not only was its body destroyed, but the blow had also broken the core that kept it alive. The crystal had stopped working as well. There was no hope that it would survive. Even if Hansu didn't kill it off, it would slowly die by itself. Chiajijik. Melchizedek realized its doom as it looked despairingly at the sky. Towards the red planet in the far distance, Ankara. It had failed. Failed to return there. Failed at unifying Ankara. Well, it's out of my hands now. It hadn't planned to do all this for the masses. It was simply due to its curiosity, its vision, and its greed. Since it was dying, it didn't care what was going to happen to Ankara. Nerpa. I didn't expect you to act in such a decisive moment. But suddenly, Melchizedek frowned as it looked towards the red fleet in the sky. The fleet which it expected to descend onto Nelkipa was slowly backing away. Towards Ankara. Huh. That Nerpa should have long since taken over that fleet. Otherwise, there was no way they could showcase such a might. Which meant that it was the Nerpa's choice to go to Ankara. Why? Curiosity popped up inside Melchizedek's mind despite being on the verge of death. It had believed that the Nerpa would come and retrieve the Nelkipa. But even before it could finish contemplating, Hansu appeared before its eyes. Melchizedek smiled as it saw Hansu lifting up his hammer. Congratulations. From what I hear, this is your 5th. There's 2 more to go. I truly hope you fail in the next zone. It wanted to see Hansu fall into despair, but it looked like it didn't have enough strength to make that happen. But there would clearly be others stronger than Hansu who could. A person who was entirely focused on getting used to the reality. I hope you can smash this guy apart. Clementine. Although Hansu was amazing, it had truly felt shocked when it had seen Clementine for the first time. The reason why it was wary of the aliens. Melchizedek thought of the greatest annoyance in its life as it started to overload its heart. It wasn't going to let itself be killed. You didn't kill me. I just simply committed suicide. As Melchizedek's half-closed eyes met with Hansu's. Boom. Melchizedek's core exploded, its remaining debris turned to dust. And Hansu thought of Melchizedek's gaze as he approached its body. Like in the past, there was a single gift box and a letter. Let's open the box first. Hansu decided to appease his curiosity by opening the box first. And from inside, 2 shiny orbs came out. 2 marbles. A normal person might have been happy at the sight of a reward. But as soon as Hansu saw the 2 marbles, Hansu's expression turned gruesome. 2. Not 3. The fairies gave out rewards fairly. There was no way he would have been the only one to receive a reward. Enbyron and Kiriel's roles had contributed too much. If Kiriel and Enbyron hadn't stopped the explosion of the crystal and suppressed it, if they hadn't dealt with Clementine's underlings while he was dealing with Melchizedek, he would have failed. Which meant there should have been 3 rewards in this box. His, Enbyron's, and Kiriel's. 1 each. Hansu quickly opened up the letter in his hand. And a single line was written on the letter. It's 2. 1 for you. 1 for Kiriel. F. Aaron. Boom. Hansu's body disappeared. Cough. Ugh. How fast, heh. Enbyron made a tired expression as she looked at the 2 streaks of light charging towards her in the distance. She didn't want to show them that she was exhausted, but it wasn't that easy. She really was tired. All her organs were burned up and destroyed. Because she had overexerted herself trying to suppress the crystal. This giant creature, Nelkipa, did not hold back on the creature trying to control it and resisted her. Thanks to this, her entire insides had ended up destroyed, and it had even broken her core. So she knew that this was the end of the road for her. Transcendents weren't amoebas. There was a limit to how much they could heal, and once they crossed that line, the body could not withstand the energy flowing through it and slowly killed itself off. And she had long passed that line. Despite resting, her quickly diminishing flame of life proved this. I really did run for a long time. Enbyron's expression was full of regret. She was afraid of death. She wanted to escape this hell and find peace. So she had fought. And fought. And fought. To escape the worst case scenario. But as death quickly approached her, she realized that it wasn't quite what she expected. It's actually quite nice. She could finally rest. She didn't have to fight anymore. She didn't have to kill anymore. She had fought too long. 20 years since she had come to this place. And 15 years stuck in that dream. She had fought for 35 years and struggled to climb up. She deserved to rest a little, right? She had struggled for 35 years, no, 20 years excluding the dream, so nobody would say anything if she said she wanted to rest. Nice. Enbyron weakly turned her head and looked next to her. Why, did you help me? I don't know. Ares Valentine, who also had his insides destroyed from the crystal, smiled at her as he lied down in a similar fashion. He also didn't know why he'd done it. Well, it's not half bad. Ares, who had been trying to figure out his complicated feelings, looked at Enbyron's profile and smiled. Although the method was a bit different, he was going to go up and rest now. Ares Valentine's eyes lost their light and slowly closed. And Enbyron, who had been looking at Ares in silence, turned around towards Hansu who had almost arrived and smiled. Thanks to you. I've had a busy life. Enbyron thought of the dream Melchizedek had given her. In it, she had truly been happy. Taking over the 7 zones and pushing back the abyss. Nobody could handle their power, and those precious to them were no longer killed. Maybe it was a bit too perfect. A bit too happy. And if she really cared about her life and hadn't suppressed the crystal, the scene in her dreams wouldn't have been possible. Too bad I won't be able to accompany you. She wouldn't be able to follow them, but it didn't matter. There was somebody else who would achieve it for her. Although it was only a dream for her. Hansu would be able to turn it into reality. I wish you the best of luck on the 6th floor as well. Work for my share too. Heh. And with this final line of thought. SSS. Enbyron's eyes closed. Let's see. Time to hurry. There's no time. Come on, you hunk of metal. Enroel complained to the giant ship, mumbling as he looked at Ankara in the far distance. He had lost his legacy. He could not lose the flame as well. The faster he was, the better. And from what I heard, those aliens are there as well. He'd heard that the aliens were there. Either hiding in secret or out in the open. Enroel nodded as he remembered something. Right. It's called the 6th zone, right. Enroel, who had been thinking while looking at Ankara, suddenly looked down at Nelkipa and smiled. Well, if fate allows it, then we'll meet again. Anyway, thanks for this time around. Everything was resolved with ease. See you next time, maybe. Kyo. The Kakuran fleet started to move towards Ankara at full speed. Chapter 385, Ankara, 1. Ha. Hansu sighed as he looked at the cross before him. Aaron. A comrade who had fought with him until the end of his previous life. I hope, you can finally rest well. Enbyron. A comrade that had been out of the ordinary from the very beginning. Most people had stood out from the masses with their leadership, brains, luck, or talent. Without such distinguishing characteristics, humankind would never have gained enough strength to reach the temporal crystal. 100 out of 6 billion humans. Becoming strong from around the middle point was nowhere enough to reach that height. They had to be ready from the very beginning and monopolize every method to become stronger. So their comrades had climbed the other verse by following the paths of powerhouses. But not Enbyron. Enbyron had been a weakling when she arrived. Her body was weak. She did not have charisma or leadership qualities. Nor was she lucky. The ones who had arrived with her were imprisoned criminals. She had been dragged here while doing some public volunteer work at a prison. And after being captured by those men who were full of hatred and lawlessness, she had gone through a lot of hard times. Thankfully she had realized her trait of tainted emotion and ripped apart everyone who had caused her harm, but the memories of those times continued to haunt her. Since Enbyron had rarely spoken of it even in his past life. If that hadn't happened back then, wouldn't my life be a bit more comfortable? I would have been a bit weaker. And if I had died earlier then I wouldn't have had to fight for so long. I guess your wishes have come true. He'd hoped that Enbyron would never accomplish her wishes. But she had. Hansu looked bitter as he thought of the calm and comfortable expression Enbyron made as she died. I came up because you called me, but I didn't expect to see this. Ikiju. Ikiju, who had controlled the humans with Karhul below, spoke in a bitter tone as she looked at the cross before her. Enbyron. She hadn't known her for a long time, but it was enough to become friends and have trust in each other. They had searched for Hansu and fought for the humans during those 2 years of Hansu's disappearance. I just want to meet somebody nice, have a kid and live in peace. That's my dream. Even better if my family didn't need to fight. Despite being the leader of the giant clan called the Cross, her dreams were very simple. She was shocked at this, but she liked that about Enbai. Since she had also fought for the village with a similar mindset. And after hearing Enbai Aaron's scar from the past, these thoughts were further reinforced. When they parted, they had wished for their dreams to come true, but to reunite like this. Dumbo. Ikiju looked at the cross in the middle of Nelkipa's surface and then turned to Hansu and Kiriel. It felt like she would be trapped in this sadness if she didn't change the topic. This world was not kind enough to let them hide behind their sorrow. Ikiju shook off most of the thoughts in her head and asked Hansu. Is it all over for this place, Hansu? Hansu nodded. Melchizedek was gone, and Clementine's forces were gone as well. The only thing left were the few abyssal beasts and a few hidden humans. This was not enough to threaten those coming up from below. Kiriel, who also had a sad expression, joined in on the conversation. What happened to the zone below? Ikiju smiled as she replied. It's going well. The kids are quickly becoming transcendents as well. Because they had no way to efficiently control the transcendents in the first, second, and third zones, they didn't make any, but the fourth zone where Karhal and Ikiju resided was different. Even if 1-star transcendents appeared, the 2-star transcendent Karhal could easily handle them. Since he could control them, they just let them loose as well. And, it doesn't seem like we have the leisure to hold back from making them. Rumble. Ikiju looked at the lightning surrounding the elevator. The space between the zones divided by the elevator twisted from time to time. And due to this, it was causing countless bolts of lightning to crash around it. A very unstable looking scene. Ikiju asked Hansu. How long do we have? She wasn't very specific, but it was clear what she was talking about. Time until the abyss collapsed around them. Hansu replied in a heavy voice. Not much. Really? Rumble. Hansu looked at the elevator. There really wasn't much time. 5 months at most. Maybe even less. He had to unify and organize the 7 zones before that. Using that as the basis, creating as many transcendents and preparing for battle. Hansu looked at Ikiju. I want you to take care of this place. Meaning he wanted her to receive the soul fragment and remain here. Somebody needed to remain here to enforce the rules and lead the ones coming up after them. Ikiju made a helpless expression and replied. Ugh. Fine, I guess I'll be bored for a while. There's really nobody else here. Ikiju shrugged as she looked at the bear plains. A colossal creature. If Hansu and Kiriel left, she would be left alone. I want to follow, but, it seems like that won't be possible. They had both been 2 stars up until recently. But somehow Kiriel and Hansu had crossed the wall in that short period of time and had become a step stronger. The limits of 3-star transcendence. If they had both remained below, then they would not have been able to become this strong. They became stronger to meet the dangers they came across. Ikiju thought of this basic rule of the world and shrugged her shoulders. Well, I guess I'll just be lonely and not bored. Ikiju thought as she looked at Hansu. There was a lot to do. Even if she received the soul fragment, she needed to rise to the level of a 3-star transcendent in order to control and raise the ones coming up from below in an efficient manner. Which meant she had to hunt the remaining abyssal beasts and become stronger. And unite the scattered humans in the 5th zone. What to do about this giant thing? Kyo. Ikiju looked at the Nelkipa which had lost its owner, had its crystal broken and was now just aimlessly floating around space. She asked. Can we not use this? Hansu looked at the crystal for a moment and shook his head. No. It's quite damaged. Hansu thought of the streak of light that had destroyed the crystal. The fleet of flames. Their goal seemed to be the same as his. Destroying Melchizedek. That was probably why they'd helped him. But if they really wanted to help, then they could have attacked Melchizedek directly. Since that would have been more efficient and a more surefire method than attacking the crystal. But there was a reason why they attacked the crystal. They had destroyed the main crystal and gotten rid of any possible control of Nelkipa. If not for that, I would have kept Melchizedek alive and tried to use it. Melchizedek probably knew that as well and self-destruct. If it could control the Nelkipa, its worth would have been much higher. But since it could not control the Nelkipa anymore, its existence was basically worthless. There's still something suspicious. Hansu thought as he looked at the melted down crystal. That power was not something the fleet of flames could make. For the crystal that even he, a 3-star transcendent, couldn't destroy with ease. They had completely melted that crystal down. If that much strength could have been gathered in the first place, then melting down Aegon as a whole was possible. Or just destroy Melchizedek's metal castle before it moved to another body. But the fleet of flames had done so, they had melted the crystal. Which meant one thing. An outside force had come into play. At that moment, Hansu thought of Melchizedek's enraged roar right before the 9-dragon strike had attacked it for the last time. Nerpa. The owner of the body that Melchizedek ate. So they interfered, huh? Hansu looked towards the direction that the fleet of flames had disappeared to and shook his head. They would meet soon. Since they had to go up now too. Kadak. Hansu gripped onto the marble that the fairy had given him as a present and looked towards Ankara. AHH. Land. It's really been a long time. As Enroel was admiring the giant planet before his eyes, he heard an enraged voice. Do you think you'll be able to live after doing all this? The captain, Reincarnator, gritted his teeth at Enroel. There was a limit to how many crazy actions he could tolerate. For him to take over the entire fleet. And Reincarnator had an inkling as well. That only their outer appearances were the same and there was something else inside that body. Something unlike them. You're being confident now, but as soon as we arrive, your body will burn up from the power of the flame. And at those words of Reincarnator. Kahihihi. Enroel smirked as he listened. You ungrateful vermin. You want to burn your owner with the gift we gave you. Huh. Enroel chuckled as he said. Just as I said. The flame you wield, was originally ours. Boom. The giant planet of flames, Ankara. Enroel looked at the red light shooting up from the cracks between the continents in reminiscence. Chapter 386, Ankara, 2. Boom. Kiriel went through the elevator, looking at the gift the fairy had given her and made a content expression. She then turned to Hansu and asked. Where shall we go from here? She didn't care about his psychic ability or whatever. She only knew that she could just trust in him and follow him. After hearing Kiriel's question, Hansu thought. Planet of the Flame, it's been a while. The planet of war and the flame, Ankara. A planet of continuous internal strife because of the underneath the planet's surface. There was only one thing he needed to do there. Take over the... If he could take over the flame that was the country's source of strength. Then the natives of Ankara, who had built their entire civilization upon the power of the flame, wouldn't be able to threaten him anymore. The differences in their physiques existed after all. So this time around, he just needed to take over the controls of the... There was no need to kill them all or drive them away. Well, just because I don't have to kill them doesn't mean it'll end peacefully. Hansu thought. It was similar to modern society. If a random existence came along and tried to steal all of humanity's electric power, nobody would stand idle. And to them, the flame was something much more important than electricity. They could not hand over control of it. Well, whatever happens. I must hurry. If he didn't take control of Ankara, matters would become difficult. Since if he didn't, sooner or later they would start aiming for the Nelkipa again. If waves and waves of fleets like the Kakuran fleet came along, then there was no way the humans below could deal with them. The strikes from space would sweep them all away. And he could not let that happen. Not just because he had to take over the 6th zone but because he had to keep the 5th zone safe as well. Well, we have a guide this time so it should be easier. Kiriel looked at the man standing next to them who was making an unpleasant expression. And from her look. Ugh. You damned monsters. Arkoron Nel, the man who fought Kiriel in the past, looked back at Kiriel and Hansu. Damn. I didn't want to get mixed up with them again. Arkoron Nel thought to himself. He'd realized the moment they forced him to blow the train up that he had fallen into a nasty trap. He'd ended up slamming the research center straight into Aegon. Crazy bastards. But they had somehow found him in order to use him again. It was his fault for just quietly hiding away, thinking that they had no more use for him. Kiriel chuckled as she looked at Arkoron Nel. Don't look at me like that. What were you going to do without us? Were you going to live here forever? From those words, Arkoron Nel merely gritted his teeth and stayed silent. Because her words were right. He'd quietly hid himself in a nearby refugee center awaiting rescue because he knew even having 10 lives wouldn't be enough if he got swept up with them. Trusting in the fact that the Kakuran fleet would not leave him behind, a dragon god soldier from the Nel family. And how he had rejoiced when he saw 9 dragon god soldiers descending from the fleet. But he had been in despair ever since. The dragon god soldiers never came to his rescue. Aegon, where they had charged into, had blown up. And the Kakuran fleet, after sending down a single ray of attack, had left for Ankara. Lost in despair and wondering what to do from that point on. These people came to find them. We need a guide. Follow us. They had somehow found him deep in hiding and simply dragged him along. To this strange elevator. And at this moment, they were rising up at a fast pace. I'm not sure if this is the right choice. He didn't have a choice really, but because he was feeling the dangerous aura the two were letting out with each second, he didn't feel quite comfortable. Kiriel tapped his shoulder and said. Don't feel so burdened. We even gave you back the dragon god armor, right? Kiriel had changed out of Arkoron Nel's dragon god armor to one in better condition, taken from the 9 dragon god soldiers. Of course, she returned Arkoron Nel's original armor. Arkoron Nel clenched his teeth. There was only reason why they'd given his armor back. Since they had the confidence to crush him no matter what he tried to do anymore. This overbearing aura. What in the world? Did those aliens go through a metamorphic stage or something? How did they get this strong in such a short amount of time? Arkoron Nel looked fearfully at Kiriel. This girl had been at a similar level as him back at the giant train. Well, she'd pushed him back, but they still had a good fight. But look at her now. She had evolved into a powerful existence far beyond his imagination. An existence that even a truckload of people like him wouldn't be able to handle. He'd felt a similar power level of a dragon god soldier when she wore the armor in the past, but it was much more different now. The fleet. Ankara's proud fleet of flames. That small body was letting out an aura that was as strong as an entire fleet. A fleet that was designed to destroy entire moons. Ugh, whatever. Arkoron Nel stopped thinking about it. He decided to just go with the flow. There was no way for him to beat them anyway. Anyway, something like this existed, huh? Arkoron Nel looked around the elevator. Although most B and A levels, and even N levels, did not know much about these aliens. He, being a dragon god soldier, an R level, and a member of a family, had picked up some stories. Anyway. I didn't know how they appeared, but this is how it happened, huh? Arkoron Nel looked curiously at the elevator, which they couldn't make even with their advanced technology. But then. Boom. As if the elevator was stopping, it started to slow down. Kiyoying. The elevator doors opened as a bright light seeped in through the gap. Whoosh. A strong wind entered the space of the elevator. And Arkoron Nel's eyes twitched at the sight that appeared before him. We, really arrived. He had been skeptical. But they had really returned to his planet through this strange elevator. A familiar scene. Amidst the ruins. A few buildings that still seemed to be in use stood tall while maintaining their structural integrity. And the old armored vehicles moving through those buildings. Arkoron Nel frowned when he saw this and spat out. The trash dump. I wondered where you guys popped out from, but I guess this was it. Trash dump? Kiriel looked at Arkoron Nel in curiosity. Planet Ankara. Although the owners of Ankara had succeeded in creating a great civilization with the power of the flame, they couldn't stay in peace with one another. They had fought for 1,000 years. They needed more strength to win over their opponent, so they continued to create new and powerful weapons. Although there were countless empires, families, and nations, there were bound to be those who were more advanced than others. So during the 1,000-year battle, they had increased their strength by either uniting the other nations or destroying them entirely. The Nerapa Union and the Pompeian Empire are the two largest powers that remained after all this. Coronel said as he looked at Kirial. The Pompeian Empire that had devoured the entire Pompeian continent up north. And the three families in the south. The Nel, Ron, and Pael families. Although these three families had fought each other in the past to increase their individual strength, that was something they couldn't afford to do anymore. Since the Pompeian Empire was on the cusp of sweeping them away. So after feeling the dangers of the Pompeian Empire's fast expansion, the Nel, Ron, and Pael families decided to unite and create the greatest alliance ever recorded in history. The result of this was the Nerapa Union, which succeeded in rivaling the Pompeian Empire. This is the place where the survivors hide in the shadows of the ruins that the two forces created while they were busy battling each other. Coronel's expression turned dark as he spoke. Small and weak countries, unions, families, and tribes. Their endings were clear from their limits in strength and power. Either stick to one of the two sides. Or be erased from history. The history of war up until this point had proven this. But these guys picked neither of the two choices. No, they were using the situation for their own benefit. By keeping the balance between the two forces. Or making ridiculous requests by threatening to help the other side if they didn't comply. But their strength was a bit too significant for the two forces to simply ignore, so they often fulfilled their requests. We'll make sure to destroy you all once the war ends. You presumptuous bastards, making such requests without any kind of backing. Coronel suddenly flinched. Backing. Did something exist in the trash dump that they could trust in? At that moment, Hansu chuckled as he spoke to Coronel. We've come to a good spot. Perfect. Out of the three locations, he didn't know where the elevator would arrive at. But the place the natives called the trash dump, or the, was the perfect place to come to. There was something he needed to acquire here. The external flame divine tool. A divine tool created to control the external flame. The entire planet. A divine tool of legends that had the power to control the hidden within the planet. Just wait a bit, I'll bring you some friends. Of course, there are probably a lot of flies buzzing around you. Precious artifacts were destined to have flies swarming around it? Mainly, people who didn't know the true value behind them. Hansu looked at the Mjolnir in his hand and chuckled at the beings who were approaching them from a distance. A woman asked a man in front of her. We just need to trust you, right? The man nodded. Yeah. Once we have that, we can turn things around. The Nerapa Union will become a beacon of hope. That Sangjin guy told me this. Sangjin, nicknamed the King of Hell. The man laughed as he spoke the name of the man who'd led the army of the fallen. Chapter 387, Flameless Land, 1. Kyuoong. A man was digging as he mentioned the name of the King of Hell. Yeah, that Sangjin told me all about it. He's not really the greatest friend of mine, but he wouldn't have lied. So don't worry. Everything is fine, alright. The girl, Arunheim, gritted her teeth as she listened to the man. Damn, I don't know how much I can trust him. Although they had allied due to unfortunate circumstances, and they did have quite a considerable amount of strength, she couldn't drop her guard. They were from a different race after all. Aliens. Unlike her, who had to stay and die in this world, they were just passers-by. Since they were in a different situation, she didn't know what their true goals were either. But she could only stay with this man and the other aliens. Her situation wasn't good enough to just ignore them and walk away. Her opponent was too strong. The Nell family, those damned bastards. Thinking of those guys, her old scars hurt. The scars of that day when their nation had fallen to the invaders, and they were forced to escape with the other refugees. Soon. I will have my revenge. The woman held onto her side as she frowned. There was no way to beat them face to face. So she had thrown away everything and escaped to this place. And the dragon god armors, fleets, soldiers, and the factories. All of these things. They had stolen a bit here and there, but that was the limit. To go against the Nerapa Union and the Pompeian Empire that continuously pumped out fleets? Suicide. Of course, the gap between them was already large, and it was only growing larger. So they needed something to change. Even if they had to hold hands with the devil. Ha. Arunheim looked at the man before her eyes and said. Are you sure everything is going according to plan? The man shrugged. Didn't I tell you already? That's all we need. Why did you guys run here? It's because of that, right? Rumble. Arunheim looked at the shining object in the depths and shut up. Right. The place the outsiders called the was actually a land of mystery. They had tried multiple times to live in this place, but they always failed. Because mysterious monsters roamed the depths of this place. Of course, it wasn't a land of mystery because they couldn't deal with it using the dragon god armor or their fleet. No, the exact opposite. Although the monsters looked scary and were much stronger than normal people, they were still nothing in the face of the flame's power. The monsters simply melted before the dragon god soldiers and their fleet. But there was another reason why they couldn't enter. Because they couldn't use the power of the flame inside here. Yet. Arunheim looked to the depths again. To the bright red crystal. Nobody knew what that palm-sized crystal was, where it came from, or what it was made of. Since they had only found it by luck anyway. But they were clear about one thing. The crystal down there had the power to suppress the... No matter how powerful the force. The area surrounding the small crystal, spanning a radius of 500 kilometers, could not use the power of the flame. That was how powerful it was. Despite just being a tiny crystal. It suppressed the, which powered a fleet that could destroy an entire moon. And they had been able to hide in Reunion because of this. Without that, either the Nerpa Union's fleet or a dragon soldier would have long since killed them off. In other words, with that, they wouldn't need to fear the 9 fleets under the Nerpa Union, nor their proud army of dragon god soldiers. Since they were nothing more than hunks of metal without the flame, she would show them their strength. Yes, this is all we need. Arunhaim glared at the tiny red crystal that refused to come out. Rumble. Kiriel shrugged as she stared at the people walking towards them. Although they seemed like they had enhanced bodies, they were nothing more than normal people in her eyes. And though they had weapons in their hand, they looked like normal weapons and not weapons that used the flame. Kiriel scoffed inwardly as she stared at the people who looked at them for a moment before quickly running away. She had been worried about dragon god soldiers or the fleet ambushing them. Despite how easily she could handle the dragon god soldiers, the fleet was a different story. The power of the giant metal fortresses in the sky was nothing compared to the dragon god soldiers. She was worried that they'd fly beneath the atmosphere to attack them, but it seems that wasn't the case. Arcorundel's mumbles proved it all. Ugh. This cursed land makes me uneasy. Clank. Clank. Arcorundel complained since his dragon god armor had turned into a piece of normal armor due to the absence of the flame's power. This is what he hated most about the trash dump. Kiriel seemed to have realized something as she looked at Arcorundel and said to Hansu. Anyway. It looks like most of us lived in this place before the barrier against the abyss had been destroyed, right? Hansu nodded. It was just as she said. Outside this place, where the flame's power still existed, normal adventurers couldn't beat the power of the dragon god soldiers and the fleet no matter what. But it was different inside here. Without the power of the flame, they were just like normal humans. Although they were slightly stronger than normal humans because of their genetic and body modifications, they were still weak. So most of the normal adventurers had stayed in here before the abyss fell on them. They had hunted the monsters that roamed around here and then climbed up after gathering enough runes. Of course, the difficulty was extremely high since this place was the 6th zone after all. There were also a few other problems, but they didn't really matter much. Since the people who had survived back then were the elites of elites working under Clementine. But, not anymore. Their goals were different, so the way they acted should be different as well. If their sole goal was survival, then, of course, things would be simpler. They just needed to stick around in here for a bit, and then go up after killing some monsters. But this wasn't good. If they didn't handle this place, then the Nelkipa would sooner or later end up attacked. What good would it do if the 6th zone was safe when the 5th zone was blocked off? So they had to deal with this place. Obtain the external flame divine tool and then unite all the areas. A simple change in the goal changes the enemy. Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he thought of the Pompeian Empire and the Nerpa Union. He just needed to take things step by step. Of course, it wasn't only their goals that had changed but their situations as well. Since they weren't normal adventurers whose growth was limited by the wall but instead were transcendents. Of course, without strength, people couldn't go out from this place even if they wanted to. They were stuck in this place. But transcendents were different. 3 stars could fight with starships. And 4 stars could even fight against an entire fleet. Kuduk. Hansu felt the hammer and the blue armor as he started to move. Let's go. According to what he knew, this place was the outskirts of a place that suppressed the strength of the flame due to the external flame divine tool. And the location of the divine tool was at the very center of the flameless land. They needed to get there first. Kiriel followed after Hansu as she asked. Right, so our Clementine's underlings are current enemy. If the people of the flame weren't a threat to them, then there were only 2 types of beings that could threaten them. The monsters of the abyss. And Clementine's underlings. Since the 2 were those who disliked them the most. Hansu shook his head. I need to look at the situation for a bit. It could be a bit different. With a change in their objectives, the situation would change. In other words, their objectives might change depending on the situation. He had opened the barrier to the abyss, and the others had gained the strength to roam outside the flameless land. Clementine would not have picked the choice of sitting around. And if Clementine had picked the choice of escaping this tiny pen and escaping into the vast land past it, who would have taken over this leaderless place instead? This would be a good place to gain some strength. Hansu thought, looking around the flameless land. Swoosh. Quaya. A head flew off from a blade. And the beheaded existence made a grotesque noise as it fell to the ground. But it was clear that its existence wasn't an ordinary one. It should have left behind a corpse, but that existence quickly disappeared and melted away. SSSSSS. A man picked up a crystal where the corpse should have been and smiled. Good. Very good. This was an amazing place to raise one's strength. He was able to monopolize the abyssal monsters that came out from the elevator with nobody to disturb him. The people of Reunion lacked the power to go against him, so he just needed to slowly hunt and raise his strength. Even better since they treated him with the utmost respect. He was living like a king. But the man's expression turned dark. There was only one reason why he was living this life. Because those who truly deserved to live like kings had all left. Crack. The man tightly clenched the crystal in his hand and thought. Those bastards, left to take over the Empire and Nerpa Union. I could have as well. Sangjin. You aren't the only one who's so amazing and all that. As long as he could gain that mysterious object, he could leave as well. The man headed towards the headquarters as he clenched his teeth. Let's see what news the scouts have. The people of Reunion were weak, but they were numerous in number and had good communication methods, so they were useful as scouts. The man thought of the scouts which he'd sent out in case the Transcendents came back and quickly started to move. Chapter 388, Flameless Land, 2. Boom. There's too many weaklings around here. Kiriel said with a shrug, smashing away the skull of an abyssal monster. Maybe it's because they were on the outskirts, but there were no humans here. But there were quite a lot of others filling their spot. SSSS. Hansu picked up the crystal left behind by the corpse and said to Kiriel. Maybe it's because people don't live here. They probably didn't clean this place up that well. It was just as he said. If the area where the humans lived and the area where the abyssal monsters appeared were in the same place, and there weren't enough humans to clean them all up, it wouldn't be weird to find abyssal monsters in a place where humans didn't exist. Or the opposite. But then, Arcoronel gave the answer. Damn it. Who would want to live in a place swarming with these things? Those pieces of trash. For them to let these things roam around here. The Nerpa Union would never let this happen. Hansu nodded at Arcoronel. Those words were correct as well. They probably hadn't expanded their powers up to this point because of all these monsters. But Kiriel shrugged her shoulders as she looked to the distance. Anyway, what shall we do about them? I'm not really into being stalked. Arcoronel frowned at her question. Is someone watching us? Since when? Ever since we arrived. They're pretending to run away but keep watching us from a distance. What the? Arcoronel was confused. Why were these two ignoring those spies? Intel was the most important thing in a battle. No matter how large your force. No matter how many talents you had. If they didn't know what they were going against, but the enemy knew about them, their lives would be in danger. That is the battlefield. But these two were just leaving those spies alone. Why aren't you dealing with them? You can easily kill them. Arcoronel asked. He knew that this woman in front of him was a monster. She could easily snipe those scouts that were dozens of kilometers away. But Kiriel ignored Arcoronel and asked Hansu. What shall we do? Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Leave them alone. They're probably having a huge headache trying to figure out what to do with us. We'll see, what they really do. Kaka. Kayayak. Hansu stomped on an abyssal monster that popped out from beneath the ground and thought. These monsters weren't strong at all. But this was more than enough to massacre the people of Reunion who couldn't wield the flame. Which meant that there was a transcendent who was fighting the abyssal race alongside the people of Reunion. But if so, that brought up another question. If the transcendents existed, and they were in an alliance with the people of Reunion, why were these monsters still roaming around freely? The transcendents could easily resolve this. Which meant one thing. They aren't really on the friendliest terms. Let's see what happens. He just needed to do his own job. Crunch. Hansu smashed away another monster charging towards him and continued on his way, all while ignoring the scouts in the distance. More aliens. Yes. Arunheim frowned. There were 7 people with the same uniform standing by Arunheim. Same uniforms, but each gave out a different impression. The 7 people, who despite wearing identical outfits, each radiated an aura that was vastly different from the rest. But they still had some similarities between them. First, they were all leaders of a family, a nation, a union, or a tribe. Second, their forces had all been defeated, and they had been forced to escape to this place. A man in the corner spoke out. Didn't they say that no more aliens would come up? Are you sure you checked properly? The scout nodded as he replied. They could easily smash apart the C-types with just their bare hands. Very, very easily. Everyone fell silent. They lied. They told us that no more aliens would come up. Gotcherat, the patriarch of the Hun family, thought to himself. They didn't know the exact details concerning the alien situation. They had no way of finding out detailed information about beings that could jump between dimensions. But the aliens who held a certain power within their Reunion territory had often shouted with confidence. Haha. There will be no more of us coming up after this. So you should treat us well. The ones who left won't return, and there won't be any more coming up. Damned bastards. Gotcherat gritted his teeth as he thought of their cocky attitudes. Although his situation was grim at this moment, he was once a ruler of a vast territory. His family also had fleets that could cut across the skies just as well as the dragon god soldiers. The family had maintained their survival throughout the 1000-year war. They were not a family that could be made light of by some aliens with meager strength. But all of that did not matter in this place. Since they couldn't use the flame in here. But ironically, they were able to keep their lives staying here while escaping from the eyes of the Nerpa Union. Instead, they placed their lives in the hands of those aliens, receiving their protection. Without them, they had no way of dealing with the strange monsters crawling around this place. They would be killed off in a month without the aliens. But this made them feel more and more uneasy. A relationship like this always ended with the destruction of one side. Even more so if one side was as cocky and proud as those guys. A few days ago, the aliens had almost dragged off a few of his family members into their beds. If his daughter hadn't been a part of that group and he hadn't stepped up to beg for them, the aliens would have definitely taken them away. Taking the crystal is one thing, but why must they do this? We have to deal with those guys. They didn't have a method until this point, but a new variable had just appeared. And it was clear that Gotcherat wasn't the only one with these thoughts as the other leaders within Reunion nodded at each other. Arunheim also seemed to have sensed this as she said. Let's approach them carefully. Do you all agree? Most of the other aliens were just killing off the monsters while enjoying alcohol and women in a specific location. Which meant that if they blocked the eyes of the aliens, they would have no way of realizing that more aliens had appeared. That would give them more than enough time to have a discussion. We don't know how strong the newcomers are, but even if they were weaker than the ones already in Reunion, it didn't matter. As long as they figured out a weak point or their relationships with other forces, it would give the people of Reunion a huge advantage. Ugh, things were better before those guys left. One person thought back to the day when the aliens had split up and left. No, we didn't have a shred of hope back then. But at least we have something now. Right. Everyone nodded. A tiger could not be dealt with. But a fox pretending to be a king after the tiger has left could be dealt with. Soon. The leaders of Reunion all split up and started sending messages to their families and people. So, nothing is happening. Yes. There seem to be no movements from both the Pompeian Empire and the Nerpa Union. Well. Good. Arunheim got annoyed at the man's casual attitude and said. Anyway, please focus a bit more on dealing with the monsters. You promised to deal with the B levels in Zone 113, but what is this? Almost 200 people died yesterday because of this. Huh? I told them to deal with it, but I guess they didn't. Alright. I'll go over and deal with them properly today. Arunhaim was at a loss at his response, and she clenched her teeth and turned off the screen. The man scoffed as he looked to the person next to him. They're treating us like idiots, right? The man standing by the side nodded. Yes. Damned bastards. The man scoffed. Even monkeys knew about the importance of intel in a battle. Why would they leave every eye and ear to those guys? There was a reason why he didn't personally gather intel. There was no need to. Pazke. Ugh. A body destroyed from torture. The machinery parts inside his body had long been destroyed as well. The man looked at the woman beneath him and chuckled. It really is a nice place. Nobody notices when a person disappears. The reason they left some monsters alone wasn't because they were lazy. But rather, it was convenient for them to exist. Even if a person disappears, we can just say the monsters killed them. Why would there be a reason for him to gather intel? When he could just kidnap someone who already collected the intel. Let's see. Turn it on. You have something you saved up, right? AHH. The woman hurriedly moved her hands and activated the machine before her eyes. Although it had a secure lock and the aliens couldn't even figure out how to use it. Although she had received countless training for various tortures and had hardened her mind. These guys were different. Beasts. Monsters. The scout, Camel, hurriedly turned on the machine as she stared at the man who seemed to have crawled through hell. Soon. Chiajijiak. The machine crackled as it played a video. Displaying the clear faces of two men and a woman. And the man's expression quickly changed at this sight. Confusion at first. To disbelief. And then joy. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Kong Hansu. You didn't go up. Ha 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 ha. Sangjin, the man you spent so long searching for, he's right here. Although his body was different, how could one not know about Hansu? That blinding being. The man laughed as he spoke to his underling. Focus on gathering the crystal. I need to go somewhere. Boom. Flames shrouded the man's body, and he disappeared. Chapter 389, Flameless Land, 3. It's been a while, but, it's really a sight. Hansu continued to look around as he headed inwards. At all the broken down dragon god armor. At all the starships destroyed from the result of a hasty landing. It seems they really escaped in a hurry. The Reunion's weapons. Hansu looked at the ships that had crashed due to the lack of the flame's strength. He'd never thought of going against the flame in the past, so he had never cared about it, but he knew now. As to how powerful the flame's strength was. A strength that was strong enough to go against the Transcendents who'd crossed the wall. And that was still a small fraction in comparison to the true strength of the flame sleeping inside the planet. But inside this area, all of that strength was forbidden. Because of the existence of the external flame divine tool. At first, no one knew who had created this tool. There were no traces of the creator. But Hansu knew after going back into the past. As to who'd shoved that flame into this planet. And who'd hidden the tool to control the flame in this land. Nirpa. The Nelkipa that orbited Ankara and that existence hidden inside the Nelkipa. Hansu could deduce many things looking at the Nirpa who'd gone off to Ankara the moment it woke up. Of course, this didn't answer every question. Why is he coming here, though? Hansu thought of the Kakuran fleet that should be slowly approaching this place. Inside the giant starship. Reincarnator was dumbfounded as he listened to Enroel's words. You gave us the flame. Reincarnator shouted out in rage. Don't lie. What kind of words are those? Although they gave it the simple name of. It was not just a simple ball of flame. The small sun that was sleeping inside the planet. Hidden inside the shell of this planet, was something to be revered and feared. Everybody could see the red sun of their planet through the between the continents. It was the source of life for their planet, which had once been doomed to freeze to death after their previous sun had died out. Giving their race the power to control the fleet and travel through the universe. They only called it a, but in reality, it was more like a sun. Enroel, the Nirpa, chuckled. Yeah. Then is it logical for a sun to stay trapped within a tiny planet? To release that kind of energy without control, you guys clearly know that it should have long since reduced your entire planet into a blazing ball of flames. Ugh. Reincarnator fell silent. Those words were correct. That was a question that no researcher on Ankara could answer. A ball of energy trapped within their planet that should have been tens of thousands of times larger than what it appeared. Maintaining a very calm state that wasn't causing any harm to their planet that surrounded it like a thin shell. Very illogical indeed. The Nirpa chuckled towards Ankara that had now appeared before his eyes. I didn't know this would happen. That the Nirpa had bestowed upon them thousands of years ago. They had stepped out and bestowed it to a planet that was about to freeze due to the death of their sun. Although it wasn't as big as the original sun, the Nirpa had dug out the insides of that giant planet which was already many times larger than a normal planet and placed the inside it. When his race had been in their prime, something like that wasn't difficult nor was it a problem. But not anymore. The simple gift that they had given away was now his only hope. A flame that they had given to save the dying race. The beings of this planet didn't have the right to complain if he were to take it away. It's a bit childish to give something and then take it back, but what else can I do? Anyway, where do I even start? The Nirpa frowned. A chaotic planet. The only toy he had was a fleet, which had a few ships he couldn't even use anymore. Their engines had overloaded when he destroyed the crystal. Although this was more than enough to destroy countless cities and shake an entire nation, that was not enough to go against his enemies. According to Enroel's memories, his enemies had built their entire civilization from the. They would struggle with every last ounce of their strength to not lose the flame, which meant that he would have to go against the entire planet. It would have been easier if I had the Nelkipa, Tisk. He missed his stolen body and Nelkipa at this point. With the Nelkipa, he could easily erase their entire civilization within a day and take over Ankara. At least he had stopped Melchizedek and the aliens from taking it over. The fastest way to control the flame is acquiring the controller. If he could take the 3 controllers spread around the planet, then he would be able to control the flame as a whole. Game over. Although he didn't have his blue armor or his powerful body, the power to control the flame was embedded deep inside his soul. He would gain the chance to stand up again. It seems our savior has failed. I must at least try to save our fallen race. The Nerpa thought back to the man who'd left with a heavy burden on his shoulders. While the Nerpa was heading towards Ankara, Hansu was also heading towards his destination. Boom. Hansu smacked away another abyssal monster and then chuckled at the aura he could feel around him. What to do? He couldn't see them because they were so far away, but he could clearly feel them. The people who were watching him from the distance. Despite seeing his group for the first time and to still maintain their distance like that, it meant that they knew about transcendence and how strong they were. They're used to transcendence. He could also deduce another thing. That the transcendents inside here were around the 3-star level. If they felt that Hansu's power was that of a 2-star transcendent, then they wouldn't be keeping such a long distance from them. At least a 3-star, He didn't know how many there were, but they weren't weaklings. As Hansu looked into the distance. Kyo. An aura quickly approached them from the far distance. And Kiriel said softly to Hansu as she felt this. Not quite gentle, huh? Right. The being was approaching them at an incredible speed. Although the vehicles of Reunion were easily moving at a speed above 300 km per hour even without the flame, the mysterious transcendent easily left those vehicles in the dust as they approached Hansu's group. The meteor-like being crossed multiple kilometers in an instant and soon arrived before them. Boom. The man smiled as he looked at Hansu and said in greeting. Long time no see, Mr. Hansu. I'm called John Stone. Who? I've never seen him before. Hansu was confused. But John Stone whistled as he looked at Hansu. The world really got much better, huh? Hansu was a being who was so powerful that he couldn't even imagine his strength in the past. With a power so overbearing that being on the same floor as him was unbelievable. He shone even more because he used that strength to fight at the very front lines. Achieving things nobody could even dream of. Back then, he thought that Hansu was mankind's savior. Until he turned the world upside down and disappeared 2 years ago. Well, I've gotten much stronger thanks to you. He'd managed to quickly rise up to the 6th zone and gained a tremendous amount of strength. Although Hansu was stronger than him, he was still confident. Intel was more important than strength. The reason why Hansu had been able to lead them was not just because of his strength, but mainly because he knew what to do. But not anymore. He wouldn't know anything since he'd just come up. It wasn't Hansu that was setting up the playing field anymore but him instead. Good. Good. Do you know what's going on around here? Hansu chuckled as he looked at the confident John Stone. I can already guess where your confidence comes from, but things won't play out the way you want. Information was important indeed. If he was going to speak on his own, then there was no reason to refuse. John Stone giggled as he said. You wouldn't. If you did, you wouldn't be this carefree after knowing that the man you raised has already betrayed you. Hee hee. John Stone smiled. Tisk. I knew this would happen. They're already swarming around him. The Nerpa was at a loss as he looked at the data from inside the Kakuran fleet. They had left behind 3 controllers. But flies had already gathered around 2 of them. Especially large flies. One is the Nerpa Union. Another is the Pompeian Empire. I see. He'd been initially surprised because the technology should have been beyond their comprehension, but it looks like they'd solved a part of it. That was probably the reason why the 2 forces had been able to crush all others. Because they had a secret weapon that the others didn't. I guess this fleet would be nowhere enough. The Nerpa pondered for a moment and then changed his destination. The last one should be easy. The flies around it seem weak enough. Boom. The fleet started to move again. Towards the Reunion's territory. The Flameless Land. Chapter 390, Flameless Land, 4. A betrayal. John Stone chuckled at Hansu's words. Yeah. He's playing at being friends with the people of this place. Even though I've been trying to persuade him to work for our kind. John Stone pointed to the area behind him. Here are a few of my forces. I built them after everyone else left. Ah, they're coming now. From the direction that John Stone pointed at. Rumble. A few armed vehicles, running on ancient fuel, were making loud noises and emitting black smoke as they approached Hansu's group. Despite using ancient fuels, the technology used to create them was very advanced, so they moved at swift speed. Soon, the vehicles had reached their party. BRRR. Dozens of vehicles stopped by Hansu and John Stone as hundreds of people started to disembark from the vehicles. People with ancient weapons. And John Stone waved to them with a laugh. Haha. You came. I don't even know how you found out. John Stone chuckled at Arunheim's words. My own race came up, so how could I ignore them? I should be the first to greet them. Although the word race was a bit awkward. It was the correct term to use in the current situation since they were messing around with another race all while jumping around multiple dimensions. John Stone smiled. And Arunheim frowned at the sight. What a snake. Despite their scouts' extreme wariness of the aliens' territory, a few of them had been kidnapped from time to time. She had been wondering about these incidents, but it seems that her worries weren't unprecedented. Otherwise, it would be impossible for John Stone and the other aliens to find this exact location in the vast territory of Reunion. John Stone looked at Arunheim's expression in contentment and then looked at Hansu again. With him here, he'd be of great assistance. Although he acted proudly before Arunheim's forces, Sangjin was someone he couldn't even dream of going against. As well as any others on the same level as Sangjin. Even if he got the crystal that could suppress the flame, what good would that be against his own race? Yes, it would make it easier for him to go against the Nerpa Union or the Pompeian Empire, but he needed a different kind of strength to go against another transcendent. I can't go up anyway, so I need to make this place my own land. Going up would be a stretch. He needed to figure out a way to make this place, the sixth zone, his home. An unshakable home of his own. Of course, some might think of John Stone as weird. They could go up at any time through the elevator, but there was a reason that they were sticking around the Nerapa Union and the Pompeian Empire. They could just hunt around here for a bit and then go up. But no. The road upwards had long been blocked. Damned bastards. John Stone frowned as he thought of the final words of those who'd gone up to the seventh zone. I agree that you've been quite the fox. Even with such chaos, you figured out the situation and made it all the way up here this fast. But this is it. There's a place in life for everyone. This is as far as you can go by yourself. Rot here for eternity. Don't think about getting more than what you're capable of. Although it annoyed him, their words were correct, and he did agree with them. He'd climbed up here wanting to become the best, but there was always a higher mountain. The people who had gone up had formed an alliance to crush anyone who tried to go up after them. It was too dangerous for him to go through them. Of course, why would he need to go? He could just get the crystal and take over the sixth zone. It wouldn't be impossible. If he had the crystal, he could use it to deal with those weak to the crystal, and then use strength to deal with everyone else. And this person would be of great help in dealing with them. The more shields he had, the better. He had to drag Hansu over to his side no matter what. John Stone thought of Sangjin as he spoke to Hansu. Sangjin gave up on going up and allied with another nation. Despite me telling him to stay here and help the people coming up after. John Stone pointed to the people behind him. It wasn't a lie. These people had barely succeeded in coming up from below. Although a lot of survivors were spread around the continent and throughout the entire sixth zone, these were the people who had decided to stay and increase their strength. This was a safe place to raise their strength, and they also had the people of Reunion working as their slaves. Not bad at all. He was the leader here and could provide Hansu with everything he wanted or desired. And this man was someone who struggled to save mankind. There would be no reason for him to collide against Reunion, a place made to protect their kind. John Stone continued to speak. But it's really not easy. The people who originally lived here continue to crawl back out of curiosity. Everyone who had the strength to help left on their own. We need someone as strong as you. Stay with us. Hansu didn't reply to that question, but rather asked another question. I'm curious about something else. So he left for another nation. John Stone nodded. Yes, the Pompeian nation. The expressions of Arunheim and the other people of Reunion turned dark. John Stone continued to speak as he observed the looks on their faces. I don't know where he is or what he's doing. We're struggling this hard, but he ran off alone. Struggle. John Stone nodded again. Yeah, we're trying to dig something up. I can't hide that thing anyway. Even if he tried to hide it, the noisy people around him would spill the details in the end. About the powers of the crystal. If that was the case, it was better to drag this guy in and quickly finish the job. Since the job would become much easier with Hansu's help. He wouldn't try to force things anyway. John Stone thought of the stories he'd heard about the Hansu of the past. And Hansu only sighed inwardly as he looked at John Stone. Are there only people like him left around here? He figured out that something had happened because of the lack of aggression up here. But this was too much of a disappointment. This was the limit of people surrounding the core location, the elevator. Of course, the man before him had gathered some forces. A few 3-star transcendents were present, and there were quite a lot of people from Reunion as well. If he could absorb all this strength, it would be quite useful. But this was not what he expected. Hansu looked around. What the hell have you done up until now? This was nowhere close to what he'd anticipated. He had hoped that stronger people would have been around here. Even if they were fighting. But there was nothing here. Clementine's forces had long left this place. And his old comrades had left too. But this place was a strategic point. If they hadn't chosen to protect this location, there would be a reason for that. A reason that forced them to leave. It seems the place up there has truly become chaotic. I need to deal with these kids first. Hansu looked at the man who was standing before him without a single shred of fear. It seemed that John thought his words had sounded enticing and was feeling confident about his offer, but that was not the case. Hansu really wasn't feeling so great right now. Then. What the hell? As he looked at Hansu's eyes. John Stone felt a sense of danger as he slowly backed away. Rumble. The top of a giant tower that rose up to the clouds. A beautiful terrace was located at the top of this tower. Cheeing. Inside the translucent barrier that blocked the powerful winds from outside. A man sat as he looked at the scenery below. A good sight. Rumble. The man looked down as he mumbled. The hundreds of ships that covered the sky. The countless skyscrapers that filled the space between them. And the light of it that fueled all of these things, visible between the valleys of the continents. Within the entire planet of Ankara, there was only one man who could look down at all of this. The Emperor. The epitome of authority within the Pompeian Empire. The man who controlled the army of 12 fleets and countless dragon god soldiers, which shook half of the world. And inside the terrace where only the Emperor was permitted, a few others were standing. 3 men and 2 women. But one man stood out. Because while 2 of the men and the 2 women radiated a violet aura, only one man radiated a natural color. Showing that he was truly alive. Emperor Pompeian spoke to that man. Towards the man who held a heavy atmosphere. I thank you again for your efforts. And also, don't you miss your old comrades. At Pompeian's curious words. The man, Sangjin, spoke with a heavy tone. No. The situation has changed after all. Pompeian nodded. Right. You're already quite burdened with your current duties. But. I hope you can try a bit harder. That is the only way for you to acquire what you desire. And what I desire. Sangjin nodded. Chapter 391, Flameless Land, 5. What happened? That. As John Stone flinched at the overbearing aura that Hansu was emitting. Arunheim replied besides them. Are you talking about Clementine's forces? I don't care who. Why are there only these guys here? A lot of thoughts flashed through Arunhaim's head at his words. Is this man not interested in Johnstone at all? It seemed like this man was quite a powerful person. Even Johnstone, who was always acting so proud and cocky, was staying silent due to the aura Hansu was emitting. Which meant that this man was much more powerful than what they'd expected. They had thought that he would be weaker than Johnstone because he had just come up from below, but it seems their predictions had been wrong. Which meant that they had to take advantage of the situation. How can I convince him to help us? They needed someone to go against Johnstone, so she was worried that they might join forces. Johnstone alone was hard enough, but if someone who even Johnstone was afraid of joined forces with him, then they would lose all hope. But it seems Johnstone and Hansu weren't at all friendly with each other. They needed to turn the situation in their favor. It's a long story. Why don't we? As Arunhaim organized her thoughts and started to speak. Hansu shook his head as he looked at her expression. There are too many foxes here. 10. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded out from Hansu and suppressed their entire surroundings. Ugh. Yuck. Arunhaim and her guards all froze. And Johnstone made a defensive posture while groaning. So suddenly. And unlike what Johnstone had feared. Hansu just spoke to Kiriel behind him. Kiriel. I'll leave it to you. Yes. Kiriel walked up to Arunhaim and then placed her hands on her forehead. And soon. All the memories contained in Arunhaim's body started flowing out and entering Kiriel's head. This lady has lived a hard life as well. Kiriel thought as she continued to read through Arunhaim's memories. She sucked the fragmented memories of Arunhaim after her escape to this place into her mind, reorganizing them to play through like a movie. Escaping with the remaining forces of a nation destroyed by the Nerapa Union and fleeing to this flameless land. The monsters attacking from the insides of this place. Joining the forces of Reunion and meeting the aliens who lived in this place. Kiriel knew that this was the most important part. Let's see. This was before the abyss fell. Are those guys Clementine's allies? Kiriel froze as she looked at the memory. They didn't seem like Clementine's forces. A few people shone within the memories of Arunhaim. Hey, how long are we going to stay here? Let's go up already. We're ready. Yeah, Keldian is right. There's not much we can do even if we stay here. And this place is too boring, we can't even go out. The handsome man called Keldian who was voicing his opinions. The man who agreed with Keldian called Kangti. And a beautiful woman listening to their words with a serious expression. Her name is Iris. What a beauty. But there was someone who shone even more brightly than these people. A man who was smiling from the back. I can't see him clearly. The appearance of that man was very blurry for some reason. It didn't seem like Arunhaim had focused much attention on him. Since this memory was showing that Keldian and the others wanted to leave. The expressions of Arunhaim and the leaders of Reunion were grim. They were in a very grim situation. The Nerapa Union terrorized them outside the flameless land. But staying inside, they could not defeat the monsters without these people. The expressions of Keldian and a few others froze at the naggings of these people, while Ares and a few others couldn't seem to ignore their pleas. Of course. The difficulty continued to rise as they went up. And the issue of internal conflict existed. Reunion's main forces comprised of Ares' people. The others wanted to either kill off the people of Reunion or turn them into slaves. They just stayed silent because Ares was too powerful. But if they all left, the people of Reunion would all be reduced to become slaves. And not only that. If they blocked this place off, then those coming up after them would be in danger. But to go up after leaving behind a few forces here, the situation above would be too grim. But at that moment, someone spoke. Do not worry. We will stay. A few others spoke out to remain. And Ares and the others decided to go up after leaving the rest to these people. Arunhaim's uneasiness was clearly palpable. At the remaining forces who didn't seem powerful enough to deal with the monsters. But fighting against their choices would only lead to their deaths. So Arunhaim and the other leaders stayed silent. But the moment Ares and the others left, the situation changed. Towards a completely different direction. Yeah. Why did Clementine tell us to do all this? Hey. Gather up. They all left. And all the forces gathered under the two people who remained to protect them. But of course, the peace didn't last long. Everyone turned grim at the events that happened afterward. Organize your areas and gather to the central part. We have something to dig up. And with those words, all the other aliens pretending to be in opposing forces all gathered to the center. Of course, Reunion's territory had turned into a mess. After all, rather than hunting the monsters all around them, the aliens had gathered in that place instead. There was nobody else to block the monsters. Although they were able to hold on to some degree with their mechanical weapons, it did not solve the core issue. After the deaths of tens of millions of people in Reunion, Arunhaim and the others suppressed their fears and went to the aliens. Damn it. Didn't you promise to protect us? But then. Their cold expressions were still very clear within Arunhaim's memories. Shut up and stay still. Be glad we didn't kill you off. We're just leaving you alone because it's annoying. Arunhaim clenched her teeth and backed off. Their words were right. Arunhaim decided to be thankful that it hadn't ended in a massacre as she gathered up the other leaders of Reunion, quickly forming a defensive line to push back the monsters. Thankfully, the forces of monsters had diminished quite a bit after the aliens hunted them down to increase their own strength. Because they had struggled so hard to protect their territory, they had formed a decent line of defense. Of course, it didn't last long. 3 months. It only took 3 months for their world to be flipped upside down. A strange elevator slammed down from the sky and onto the center of their territory. And even more powerful monsters started to crawl out from that elevator. If they could fight the previous monsters with mechanical weapons, then only the power of the flame could deal with these new monsters. If the aliens hadn't been shocked at the sudden appearance of these monsters and hadn't immediately hunted them down, then all the remaining people in Reunion would have been killed off within a month. And everything continued to be chaotic after that. New aliens continued to rise up. and they had survived in the small gap created between the battles of the original aliens and the new aliens. The past 2 years was chaos in itself. But there was a force that shone even brighter than the others within those years. The man who rose up quickly while Clementine's forces had been distracted. The man who had become strong enough to push back Clementine's forces. Kiriel exclaimed out loud after she finished with the memories of what Arunheim had gone through. Whoa. Amazing. Was that person Sangjin? Kiriel thought to herself, deducing the identity of the man, the enemy of Johnstone. In Arunheim's memories, Clementine's forces were running away to the elevator. But her expression turned grim. She heard the final words of Clementine's forces as they left. Ha ha ha. We'll leave for now. We already know we won't be able to take this place. We'll wait for you in the 7th zone. They couldn't take it? Kiriel was at a loss. Sangjin's forces had succeeded in pushing away Clementine's forces. Why did they hand over this place to Johnstone and then just leave? Ha, ha. I wonder what's going on above. A man looked up as he used the light from his reinforcement skill to get rid of the darkness around the small crystal. Chiik. Making me feel uneasy. The man frowned at the strange sight of the darkness being tied down to a specific location. If this darkness did not exist, he would have long taken away this crystal. But this darkness was clinging onto the crystal. Like they were holding it down so it wouldn't escape. And the fact that the area outside the dark half-kilometer radius around the crystal was extremely bright. Stop spouting nonsense and focus on digging. It seems we've almost finished digging it out. Chiik. Just as that voice had said. The shadows that were holding the crystal down had mostly been destroyed. They just needed to take this crystal up. Johnstone will deal with it well. Chiik. The man focused on cutting apart the shadows again. Chapter 392, Flameless Land, 6. Kiriel decided to go even deeper into the memory. Let's see what happened. Kiriel focused as she started to read the memory after Clementine's forces had left. Arunheim's memories continued. After Clementine's forces had gone up. This place was at peace for a short while. Sangjin had succeeded in controlling the territory of Reunion with his abilities. And none of the Transcendents could do anything while he was there. But one day, after going into the place where Clementine's forces had been digging at, the peaceful days had ended. Gather up. There's something we need to discuss. At Sangjin's words, all the aliens had gathered for a meeting. Arunheim didn't know about the contents of that meeting. But one thing was clear. Everything changed after that day. We will leave. We all have different opinions and, we need to respect that. And Sangjin left after that. Towards the Pompeian Empire to the south of Reunion's territory. And Arunheim couldn't figure out the reason behind Sangjin's parting words. After that meeting, some stayed. Some went to the Pompeian Empire with Sangjin. Some went to the Nerpa Union. Arunheim didn't know what they were all thinking, but one thing was clear. They each had different plans and had decided to split up. The Transcendents had all left. And she never saw them again. This is how things happened. I wondered how someone like this had taken over this place. Kiiying. Kiriel nodded as she returned from the memories. Of course, Johnstone wasn't weak in any sense. Johnstone was by far the strongest out of everyone who had decided to stay, and he was a decent leader. If not, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. After all, Kiriel didn't have any confidence that she could beat Johnstone in a fight. He's strong. He's strong indeed. Kiriel mumbled as she looked at the aura Johnstone was radiating. He was strong. Although they were all at the 3-star level, Johnstone had stayed here and continued to increase his strength after all. Of course, he was still lacking in comparison to those who had left. From Arunheim's memories, there were at least 20 people who looked stronger than Johnstone right now. And this was only what Arunheim saw. If they hadn't all left, Johnstone would have never been able to take over this place. That is what happened. Ugh. Johnstone gritted his teeth at Kiriel, who bluntly explained everything she saw to Hansu. It was all true, but it made him seem very incompetent. Damn be. Who was it that prettied up this place like this? Of course, Hansu didn't care for Johnstone's thoughts as he made his decision. I should go check inside. The thing that Clementine's forces had wanted to dig out was definitely the controller he was looking for. The object that was the reason this place was called the Flameless Land. But there was something strange. 2 years was not a short time. No matter how well hidden the external flame divine tool, or whether other things had gotten in their way of digging it out, 2 years was more than enough time to accomplish their goals. But Clementine's forces had relinquished it and gone up instead. And an even stranger thing was Sangjin and the other people's actions. Sangjin had checked the insides and had left afterwards. There was a reason for this. And he needed to check it out. Which direction? This way. As Hansu looked to the direction Kiriel pointed to, Johnstone knew instinctively that these people were aiming for the same thing as him. These guys shouldn't know anything since they just come up, but every single one of Johnstone's instinct was crying out in danger. He sensed it. That these people were going for the object hidden deep within this place. The object that was supposed to be his. No. Boom. Johnstone's aura exploded outwards along with a shout. His entire body burned up in dark red flames. No. Do you know how much I've struggled for that? Flames spewed out from Johnstone's eyes. Johnstone's trait. Berserk mode. It was a very simple trait, but there was nothing as good as a trait like this when it came to a battle. A rage that burned the second he felt danger from his opponent. It was similar to Enbyron's tainted emotion, but there were clear differences. Unlike Enbyron's trait, which only raised 2 stats depending on the emotion, Johnstone's trait increased all his stats through either rage or fear. The downside was, his decision-making skills and sanity became very clouded. No. As his berserk mode activated, the fear he felt towards Hansu started to wash away. And rage replaced it all. Quaap. Whoosh. The giant axe on Johnstone's back rose up along with his berserk mode. The monster that appeared on the 6th zone. An axe created from a monster that was famous for its hard exoskeleton, the Attentail. The blade was created by sharpening its exoskeleton and its handle was made from its bones. The axe, which played a huge part in helping Jon Stone rise up to his current position, flew towards Hansu's neck. Swoosh. Kiriel looked at the axe and thought to herself. Brute. Her trait, psychometry, was amazing in a sense that it allowed her to quickly become stronger and gave her a lot of answers. But it was still lacking in a battle. In the end, she felt that it would be difficult for her to deal with this brute currently charging towards Hansu. But Kiriel just looked around in boredom. I guess everyone has their own job. She just needed to do her own. But Hansu acted outside her expectations. The moment Hansu saw Jon Stone charging towards him, he spoke to Kiriel. Let's go. Huh? You aren't going to kill him off. Kiriel was confused, but her actions were still very quick. Even before the axe got anywhere close to them. Keying. Clouds appeared from Kiriel's body and covered their bodies. Then. Whoosh. The axe started to cut apart the clouds. Ha 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 ha, ha. Jon Stone's expression turned dark as he cut through the clouds. I don't feel like anything got cut. And then. Jon Stone focused on the insides of the cloud where Hansu and the woman should have been at. What the? Where did they go? Uaa. Jon Stone, who was still in his berserk mode, shouted in rage as he looked at the empty land before him. Charuke. Above the depths. White clouds started to appear above the hole. Then. Whoosh. The clouds disappeared, revealing the figures of Hansu and Kiriel. Nice. We really arrived. Kiriel exclaimed out loud at her newly learned skill. She had read about the skill's explanations but using it was a whole other sensation. The depths that she'd seen in Arunheim's memories was in front of them. Hansu asked Kiriel. How are you? He was asking about her status. Kiriel looked at her body and replied. There seems to be a lot of limitations. It drains a lot of my stamina and I don't think we can use it as a means of escape. A new skill. She realized after using it. One could move with no restrictions to distance, and once the skill was activated, they would become untargetable until it ended. But there were a lot of limitations. The biggest one was the user's beliefs during a battle. If one used the skill because they decided they couldn't win in the battle, then the skill would not activate. It only activated because she believed Hansu could still win. If she were alone, the skill would have never activated. What a petty fairy. Should at least allow me to run away with it. Of course, running away wasn't the best option, but knowing that one had a means of escape would allow them to fight with more confidence. But Hansu chuckled. Well, it has a good synergy with your trait. Right. Kiriel nodded. Cloudy movement. This meant that to Kiriel, who could read memories, it had a great deal of synergy. She had brought herself and Hansu here using the memories of Arunheim. It'll be very useful. Kiriel then asked Hansu. Anyway, why did you want to come here right away? Instead of beating him. Kiriel didn't voice her whole opinion. It made her sound too blunt. Hansu looked down into the depths and said. I felt like we needed to come here quickly. When he heard the memories that Kiriel read. Hansu felt that something was amiss. A feeling that urged him to hurry. If he had engaged in battle, then he would have had to fight Jon Stone and everyone else who followed afterward. It doesn't feel quite right. And he realized it as he looked down. As to what was making him feel this uneasy. The darkness that had almost separated from the crystal. The adventurers who had been cutting away the darkness then shouted at Hansu. Huh? Who are you guys? This place is off limits. Hansu looked around the crystal, the people around it and then turned towards Kiriel. Let's go in. Yes. His goal was right before his eyes. These brats weren't his opponents at all. After speaking to Kiriel, Hansu jumped into the depths. Towards the crystal that was being tied down by the darkness. Whoosh, just as Hansu arrived chaos occurred beneath. Who are you? Tata-tatok, a few people quickly approached them and asked. And Hansu replied, Jon Stone sent us. To see the progress. There was no need to fight unnecessary fights. He only needed to figure out the situation down here. And more than anything else. Feels like I shouldn't fight in there. SSSSS Hansu thought as he looked at the strange darkness. He didn't know if it was because of the controller or because of something else, but it was hard to see inside the darkness. He would be able to check after he went in there but causing a wreck here didn't seem like the best option. Hansu decided to trust in his instincts from his years in the abyss and just scout things out. Let's hurry up and go down. We need to check on the crystal. Sure. The doubtful expressions on the other people remained as they started to move downwards. Come. Whoosh, Hansu and a few other transcendents started to make their way down. But they didn't go all the way down. Tata-talk, the transcendents stopped partway through to tie themselves onto their original posts, cutting away at the darkness again. They said, we'll remain here and finish up our job, so go down and speak to Ben Gibson. The crystal is under his jurisdiction. And with those words whoosh, Hansu and Kiriel quickly descended away from the others. While dropping down, they passed by quite a large number of transcendents. Every single one of them had tied themselves onto a part of the wall and were cutting away at the darkness. Clang, kaka, not a single normal adventurer was among them. All these transcendents were using their respective reinforcements and skills to cut away the darkness. But the darkness was so durable and strong that they barely made a dent despite the countless attacks. Damn, one transcendent gathered his strength and slammed down onto a long strand of darkness. Boom, the thin strand of darkness snapped. Kuoong, the strand of darkness made a strange sound as it squirmed violently. Not only the snapped strand, but every single bit of darkness around it as well. And every time that strand moved, the darkness that squirmed along with it threatened the light around them. The expressions of the transcendents turned dark. It was a sight that was hard to get used to no matter how many times they witnessed it. These damned strands were already hard to cut off, but even after being cut, they still caused a scene like this. But they could not stop. since they all knew how John Stone would treat them if they stopped. John Stone was a good leader, but once angered, it was very hard to restrain him. Ugh, I hope he doesn't get angry. A few people trembled at this thought and continued to cut away at the darkness. And Kiriel looked at these people with an uncomfortable expression. This place feels a bit murky, right? The darkness around them was crying out in alarm. The 1 and 2 star transcendents didn't seem like they could feel it, but she, a 3-star transcendent, could feel it clearly. Something that seeped out from the dark depths, something that made her feel uncomfortable. I don't really want to touch any of this. Kiriel debated whether to put her hand into the darkness, but realized that they were quickly approaching the floor and prepared to land. Tatak, Hansu and Kiriel landed lightly on the floor. And before their eyes boom, they saw a few people in the middle of working, all letting out an aura that was countless times stronger than that of the people they had seen on the way down. Tonk. Tonk, the strands of darkness that 1 and 2 star transcendents took countless hits to snap. The people were cutting them away with each swing of their weapons. Of course, they weren't cutting away multiple strands per swing, but thinking about how strong the strands were, they were significantly faster. But their eyes were clearly drawn to something else. A tiny crystal. The tiny crystal that was shining brightly amidst the darkness drew Kiriel's attention. The strands. They're all attracted to this place, right? The strands of darkness were all gathering onto the crystal. And this is what Clementine and Sangjin had probably seen. The item that Hansu was also looking for. Well, this was easier than I expected. He looked around at the people working calmly and then started to walk in. He felt like he needed to check the crystal first before looking at the darkness around it. But at that moment a cockroach crawled in. A man chuckled as he looked at Kiriel and Hansu. Hansu looked at the man and said, John Stone sent us. We've confirmed it above already. The man continued to chuckle. That's so you guys won't run away, you dumb bastards. The ones above hadn't sent them in because they were stupid. They already knew that these people were trespassers. But there was a reason why they had let these two pass. So that they wouldn't run away. Heh heh. He didn't know everyone under John Stone. But he knew one thing. The people who could come down here were a limited few. John Stone made it hard for anyone he didn't trust to even approach that precious item. This had caused this project to slow down quite a bit, but it did have a lot of advantages as well. Since they would know the moment someone tried to trespass. There's always people like you. Curious for what's going on inside and crawling inside. Well, it's good for us. He was used to this. There were always countless cockroaches around. They actually liked those kinds of people. This was one of the few methods of stress relief for those who spent all day digging these mysterious strands of darkness. Let's start by beating you halfway to death first. As the man mumbled boom, countless skills started flying towards the two from the darkness. Boom, boom, the darkness started to brighten up from the countless skills. And Kiriel frowned as she blocked away the attacks with her fang. Easy. Every single one of them were transcendents. Most were 1 stars or 2 stars, but there were some who stood out more than the others. They were either slightly weaker than her or even on the same level as her. Meaning that they were at the 3-star level. Rumble, although they aimed most of their attacks at Hansu, there were a few flying her way as well. Look at that bastard. Tonk, Kiriel deflected an attack that flung her back, grasping her injured wrist as she looked at the man sending skills flying her way. A man who smiled maniacally as he focused all his attacks on her. He was only aiming for her, all while scanning her face and body. Ignoring Hansu completely. Kiriel frowned as she swung her fang. Whoosh, red clouds started pouring out from Hansu's body. End this quickly. The red clouds covered the dark area and expanded at a tremendous speed. AHH, UAA. What is this? Quay-op. Screams echoed out from all directions. Why, what the hell is this? The man, Van Gibson, screamed inwardly as he looked at the red clouds that was gnawing away at his body. Reinforcement, mana, and weapon. The red smoke devoured everything. And the ones who rolled around the floor screaming only lasted for a bit before they fell silent. The only ones remaining were himself and 4 other 3-star transcendents. And towards them whoosh, the terrifying sound of something approaching echoed forth. F. Even before Van Gibson could fully respond boom, a large hammer flew and slammed into Van Gibson. Quay-op. Boom, the transcendents looked at Van Gibson who had been sent flying and flinched. Van Gibson was their leader. Although there was only a tiny gap of difference in terms of strength, he was still the strongest out of all of them. And for such a person to be sent away from a single strike. Even John Stone isn't that strong, but one of the men looked at Hansu as his expression turned into one of disbelief. A very familiar face was visible between the blue armor. What the? Kong Hansu. And everyone else flinched as they heard the man's shout. Why bring up that name here? Hansu ignored them as he continued to walk forwards, saying to Kiriel. This doesn't feel quite right. I'll deal with them, so read the memories here. Kiriel nodded. As they started fighting, the darkness started to tremble. As if something was trying to wake up from the external stimulus they were causing. Damn it. Arg. Ha. Leaving the 3 transcendents and Hansu behind, she quickly started to read the memories. And soon the memories of the area around the crystal swiftly entered her mind. From the moment Clementine's forces found the crystal. To when Sangjin had entered here. And from when John Stone started to work on this place and reached this point. Soon damn, Kiriel gulped as she looked around. At the darkness surrounding her. It's not that they chose not to take it, it's just that, they couldn't. It was weird indeed. If people like Sangjin and John Stone were to create their own forces. Then Clementine's forces, who should have been waiting for such people, should be extremely busy instead. Since that was the only way for them to become stronger while being hidden from the eyes of Clementine. Which meant that there was something that could distract Clementine's forces. She had been confused because the land above looked way too peaceful, but it seems the answer was here. They're all sleeping here. The darkness around her. It was an abyssal race. The real culprit that had forced Clementine's forces to leave this place and go up. Crazy bastards. They're waking up a monster that's sleeping in peace. Kiriel thought of Johnstone's forces that were cutting away the sleeping monster's tentacles, her expression utterly horrified. Chapter 394, Owner of the Crystal, 2. Boom. Oh. Damn. By time. Johnstone will be here soon. While the three transcendents were battling Hansu, the memory surrounding the crystal entered through Kiriel's hand and into her head. What the hell is going on? Kiriel gulped. This darkness did not exist until Clementine's forces had found this place. But the moment the abyss fell, and the elevator appeared, things had changed. The mysterious creature that came out from the elevator, with appearances that resembled bears and lions. Strange creatures continued to flood out towards this crystal. And Kiriel knew what had happened from that point. Kill or be killed. The people of Reunion, who couldn't even defend against basic monsters, were simply massacred, and the powerful forces of Clementine died as well. I wonder where they went. The powerful forces that Arunheim had seen in her memories had all disappeared. Kiriel had thought that Clementine and Sangjin had succeeded in killing off all the abyssal monsters, but that was not the case. They didn't succeed. It wasn't that they had succeeded in killing them off. The transcendents had all disappeared because they had failed. The monsters that came out from the elevator had long accomplished their goals. Clementine's forces had fallen back, and so they had given this place up, leaving it for Sangjin and the others. SSSS. Kiriel stopped reading the memories and looked around. Pure darkness. The countless strands of darkness that reached out and tied down the crystal. Kiriel gulped as she extended her hands into the darkness. PFF. She felt an obstruction. It felt just like a wall, a black wall. A wall with strange strands extending out from it. But to Kiriel, who could read memories, it was different. She knew what was going on in here. The ones alive are 7. SSSS. The memories within the darkness started to enter her mind. The ones that had survived the journey up to this point were only 7. Of course, despite their low numbers, they were extremely strong. After all, they had charged through all the transcendents that had stood in their way. But after reaching this place, they seemed to be quite tired from their efforts. After smelling the crystal a few times, they smiled contentedly and touched the nearby walls. But at that moment, the walls started to get dyed with a dark color. And with that as the beginning, the area surrounding the crystal turned dark. A color that one couldn't simply describe with the word dark. But, this isn't the original color. Kiriel thought of the colors of the walls as they descended down here. In any case, the memory continued. As the walls turned dark. Rumble. The being suddenly entered the wall. Like a human entering a body of water. With a carefree attitude. And then. SHSHSHSHSHSHSH. Thousands of strands of shadows extended out and secured the crystal. And as she saw up to this point, she felt a hand on her shoulder. What happened here? MMM. As she turned around, she saw Hansu, who had already cleaned up the area. It seems he had finished up while she was reading the memories. The cracks on the blue armor showed it. Kiriel looked at the blue armor in a daze and then woke up to reply to Hansu. But, what do I tell him? Kiriel wondered whether Hansu even knew about the mysterious creatures, but in the end she told him everything she had seen. She believed in his mystical psychic abilities. So they entered the darkness and the strands extended out onto the crystals. The issue here is that most of them have been cut off. As Kiriel finished her words, Hansu's expression froze. And he quickly made a decision. Give up the crystal. Leave immediately. Huh? Wasn't this extremely important? Hansu shook his head. It is. But we can't touch it anymore. We need to go somewhere else first. I now know why Clementine's forces and Sanjin gave this up. It was a wise choice to do so. Unlike the stupid actions of Johnstone. I need to clean this place up before we leave. Hansu looked at the remaining strands and the crystal as he spoke. Kiriel, stay and protect this place. We cannot let anyone take the crystal. Huh? What about you? Hansu looked up and muttered. The ones who might cause a catastrophe. I need to pull them out by the roots. Boom. With a loud bang, Hansu's body quickly ascended through the hole. Ugh. Hurry. We need to stop them before they get the crystal. Johnstone gritted his teeth. Such horrible timing for a thief to appear. He'd worked too hard. If he'd been slightly more laid back in dealing with the strands, he wouldn't feel so pressured to rush over there. But sadly, he and his underlings had taken turns day and night and had almost cut off all the strands from the crystal. The remainder was more than enough for Hansu to cut off by himself. No. That thief. I was so close. All his hard work. He couldn't let anyone take it. Hurry. Hurry up. All of you. Johnstone continued to scream. Not only towards his underlings but to the people of Reunion as well, who'd armed themselves with their mechanical weapons. And everyone frowned at these shouts. Johnstone saw this, but he didn't have time to care what they thought. He didn't usually act this way. No matter how strong he was, if he pushed them too hard, then he was bound to end up backstabbed. Although he acted arrogantly, they wouldn't act out of place as long as he treated them well. But this situation was different. Because of his towering rage, his trade berserk mode was continuously active. But then. Boom. Something rose up from the depths like a meteor and landed before them. Ugh. Damn. Prepare for battle. Everyone's expressions turned grim at the terrifying aura of the being currently approaching them. But Johnstone's expression brightened up. Kong Hansu. Johnstone was extremely glad that Hansu wasn't by the crystal anymore and was here instead. Due to this, his rage died down a bit, his sanity returning as he shouted at the man. Of course, he wasn't entirely sane just yet. You bastard. How dare you? Trying to take what's rightfully mine. This is why I came here. Huh. Johnstone flinched at Hansu's words. Hansu ignored him as he continued to speak. It should be fine to leave you guys alone, but, You'll probably cause a huge ruckus if I do. The people of Reunion couldn't cut the strands even if they wanted to. Only Transcendence could manage it, although just barely. Without the flame, they were as good as usual. But John Stone was different. He would do whatever he could to cut off the strands and take the crystal. And he could not let that happen. It was better to let those things stay asleep. I'll just drag them all away. Whoosh. Red clouds started to seep out from Hansu's body. Rumble. Boom. Boom. Kiriel listened to the noises echoing from the far distance and looked around the darkness in curiosity. So, we can't take the crystal. There was only one reason she could think of for why they couldn't. In case they might awaken the sleeping beings inside it. Although it was weird that those beings had worked so hard to reach here just to sleep, but since that crystal was the sole reason for their slumber, it made a lot of sense not to touch it. Of course, she had another question. Can't we just ignore them and take it? Kiriel thought as she looked around. She knew that these things were strong. Since they had gone through countless transcendence to reach this place. And they should have already recovered their strength after their long period of rest. If that crystal was that amazing, couldn't they just take it and use its strength to kill off those beings? Even if the crystal didn't help them in battle, it didn't seem like it was impossible to go up against those beings. But she only questioned this for a moment. There's probably a reason. Kiriel decided to stop questioning Hansu's choices and sat in front of the crystal. There was probably a reason why everyone else had given up on the crystal as well. I don't think anyone's going to come here anyway. Should I just go up and help? The sounds of explosions were lessening as well. But as she was thinking, huh? We meet again. A familiar voice rang out from behind her. What? There was another entrance in the back. Opposite to where she and Hansu had entered, somebody was walking through the darkness and approaching her. And as she turned to the familiar voice, her expression changed to a frown. You. I didn't expect to see you here. Well, thanks for what happened last time. Why are you here? Kiriel looked with displeasure at Enroel who had walked out from the darkness. Enroel, the Nerpa, shrugged his shoulders and answered. I've come to find something I need. The Nerpa pointed towards the crystal that was floating in the darkness. Chapter 395, Owner of the Crystal, 3. Rumble. The Pompeian Empire. In a terrace high up in the clouds. The Emperor spoke to Sangjin with a worried expression. Is the crystal inside that place really impossible to acquire? The Emperor looked towards the territory of Reunion with a frown. Of course. The Pompeian Empire had taken over half of the planet with only one relic. The same for the Nerpa Union as well. If they didn't have the relic as well, then they would have long been defeated. But how sad was it that such a relic was lying around in some wasteland? Although they couldn't use the inside that place. There were countless other methods to acquire it if they wanted. For example, if he asked this man, Sangjin, then he would easily sweep that place up in a single day and bring it back. What a pity. Such a pity. If he could acquire that, his plans would come to fruition much quicker. Sangjin replied. Acquiring it isn't hard. Then. But. Before the Emperor could finish his words. Sangjin cut him off and spoke as he stared into the Emperor's eyes. I guarantee you this, you will lose more than you could even dare to imagine if you take that crystal out. You're saying this despite knowing of my strength. The Emperor glanced below his terrace and mumbled. The thousands of ships and his swarm of dragon god soldiers. A force large enough to flip the entire world upside down a couple of times. There were only a few people who could threaten him. The Nerpa Union? Although they were going against him now, they were a joke. They could not make him feel fear. Sangjin continued to speak as he looked at the confident expression of the Emperor. I know very clearly. About the things inside there as well. Sangjin thought of the crystal he had to give up. Kiriel frowned as she listened to Enroel's words. He came to take the crystal. Enroel, the Nerpa, ignored her reaction and looked at the crystal. It was one of the controllers that the Overseer had left so they could control the with more ease. It seems this will be easier than I expected. The Nerpa smiled as he thought of the scene he'd witnessed from above. The other two crystals had so many forces around it that even he wouldn't dare to approach it. But this crystal only had one alien protecting it. Time to finish this up. The Nerpa ignored Kiriel as he walked towards the crystal. And as he did this. Boom. As if it were resonating with the Nerpa, the crystal started to make a strange noise. Just as if it had found its missing half. Yes. It has been a while. But as the Nerpa was about to touch the crystal. Cock. A huge crevice appeared between the Nerpa and the crystal. If the Nerpa hadn't pulled back his arm, then he would have lost his fingers. Why are you interfering? When I'm just here to take back my own belongings. Kiriel, who had swung her fang to attack the Nerpa, smiled as she said. Well, we need that as well. I'm also getting the strong feeling that the crystal should not be touched. Kiriel felt shivers running down her back. She had protected this place because of Hansu's words. But the moment Enroel tried to touch the crystal, tremors racked her entire body. And she instinctively knew that she had to protect the crystal. It was the key to holding down the mysterious beings inside the shadows. The Nerpa sighed as he looked at Kiriel. I really didn't want to fight since you helped me out once. His race did not enjoy fighting. But they couldn't ignore those who messed with them, right? Although I don't have my body. The Nerpa looked down at the body that his soul was now occupying. A feeble body. His powerful body that could even survive in space didn't exist anymore. But it didn't matter. Their powerful bodies were their pride, but their true pride was their souls that had a special and terrifying ability. I'll leave you alive. Rumble. The Nerpa soul situated within Enroel's body started shaking intensely. You effing bastard. The berserk John Stone swung his axe towards Hansu. Whoosh. The bright red axe continued to fly towards Hansu. And as Hansu's armor turned bright. Boom. The axe and armor collided, making a huge noise. Crackle. The axe's attack was so powerful that the blue armor cracked apart. Damn. But John Stone didn't look pleased. He frowned as he watched the armor regenerate, shouting. You bastards. Hurry and attack him while I hold him down. Unless you wish to die. At those words, the other Transcendents who had been hesitating looked around them. At the Transcendents rolling around the floor while surrounded by red clouds. Ah. Uaaah. Countless Transcendents rolled around on the floor, screaming in pain. Some were silent and trembled vigorously. Some clutched at their necks as if they had drunk poison. Every single person who had tried to fight Hansu had turned out like this. Damn it. Damn it. John Stone freaked out as he looked at the people rolling around on the ground. Feeling so terrified it suppressed his berserk mode to a degree. But John Stone clenched his teeth and charged forward. Bastards. That's a skill as well. Do you think he can use it forever? There's a time limit. Charge and kill him. John Stone shouted as he swung his axe. And just like he said, as red clouds enveloped his body, the surrounding area had turned into hell, but the reinforcements around Hansu's body had awakened. The fact that he could actually damage Hansu proved this. If Hansu had shrouded himself tightly and only focused on fighting him, then he wouldn't even be able to stand right now. Which meant that the area next to Hansu was the safest place. As John Stone charged in, the surrounding three-star Transcendents nodded and followed suit. Although John Stone's personality was nasty, he was their leader because he always fought on the front lines. Although his personality was nasty and he was arrogant, the fact that he fought on the front lines was more than enough to make him their leader. Since he always dove into the most dangerous place by himself. But sadly, their current situation really wasn't great. Boom. Uaaah. John Stone screamed as he looked at Hansu smash the charging three-star Transcendents down onto the ground. This monster. Every time he let out more clouds, the other Transcendents rolled around in pain, and with every swing of his dragon-enforced hammer, the three-star Transcendents turned into pulps of flesh. Weak points? None. He also had a terrifying amount of experience and battle sense. Dodge when needed and charge when there's a gap. He attacked when he had to and gave up bits of his flesh when he needed to. Possessing tremendous power and terrifying skills. Alongside his insanely overpowered armor, he had that mysterious but insanely powerful weapon. This damned bastard. John Stone seethed in rage as he stared at Hansu, who seemed to have learned how to massacre people from his mother's womb. You bastard. That crystal is our only hope. Who are you to stop us from taking it? Ah. Boom. John Stone cried out in rage as he continued to attack. He'd learned many things as he climbed up. He was strong. But there were countless monsters in the world. And those monsters had an appetite that was befitting of their power. John Stone had felt this as he looked at Clementine's forces, who treated everyone's lives as if they were nothing. To not be killed by them, he needed to become strong as well. At least to keep his underlings alive, he needed strength. Strength to retaliate when attacked. And the crystal was the only method he had to catch up to those running far ahead of him. But who was Hansu to come out of nowhere and stop him from taking this? And he wasn't even trying to take it for himself either. Why, you bastard? If you won't let us take it, then at least take it yourself. John Stone mourned. Just like in the past. If Hansu could stand before them with this strength. If he was stopping them because he was going to do that. He could understand. But what was this? John Stone cried out tears of blood as he looked at his underlings dying around him. And Hansu, who had turned everyone around him immobile, suddenly stopped. So, you had a hidden card, right? As everyone looked at Hansu mumbling strange words. Boom. Hansu disappeared towards the hole in the distance. Huh. John Stone was in disbelief. He'd basically won the battle, why did he leave? But as everyone was making confused expressions. Boom. Alongside a terrifyingly loud sound of explosion. A tremendous earthquake resonated out from where the crystal lay beneath the hole. Chapter 396, Owner of the Crystal, 4. Rumble. Seriously, cough. Kiriel, embedded on the wall, coughed up blood with a groan. This damned world. The world was large, yes. But strange beings continued to pop out one after another. Even an ordinary-looking researcher was this powerful. Crackle. Kiriel stood herself up and checked her body. I can still go on. Kiriel readied her fang again. Towards the Nerpa approaching the crystal in the distance. Time for round 2, right. Swish. I see. The Nerpa dodged another of Kiriel's attacks and shook his head. She should know the strength difference between them by now. But she was still willing to fight him. It looks like. I'll need to deal with her properly to stop her from interfering. The Nerpa turned away from the crystal and faced Kiriel after deciding to deal with her completely. And the Nerpa's appearance was a bit different from the past. Blazing light now spewed out of those ordinary eyes. As if there was a body of light sitting inside Enroel. The Nerpa smiled as he looked at Kiriel. Is this your first time seeing someone who has received the flame's blessings? As the Nerpa smiled. Kiyeing. The bright eye suddenly exploded with light and lit up their entire surroundings. And with that, a powerful aura was released from the Nerpa's body and flew towards Kiriel. Damn. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she looked at the formless waves rushing towards her and then used. Although she couldn't use it to run away, she could still use it to continue fighting. Cloudy movement simply allowed the user to jump through space. And as the white cloud seeped out from Kiriel's body and covered her image. Rumble. The waves released by the Nerpa rushed past where Kiriel had just been standing at. Although everything near the white cloud had disappeared, the Nerpa shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the scene. Nimble. Kiriel's body had long disappeared. But the Nerpa merely refocused on the area behind himself. The tremendous amount of energy inside the Nerpa's body solidified according to the Nerpa's will. Boom. And a colorless wall appeared behind the Nerpa and blocked the fang slashing behind him. Eek. And then, Kiriel was flung away onto a distant wall. Like a leaf blown away in a storm. The Nerpa chuckled as he looked at her. Absolute strength is enough on its own. It was just as he said. There were no tricks or techniques that could go against absolute strength. Such things were only reserved for weaklings. Of course, the amount of energy Kiriel could control was far beyond what a normal creature could handle, but it was nowhere near enough to deal with himself. The strength he wielded was the strength that supported this planet. Well, it's only a small part, but still. This feeble body could not fully withstand his powerful soul. So he needed to limit his strength to a large degree. The Nerpa made an annoyed expression at his current body as he continued to walk towards the crystal. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she looked at him. She did not have the strength to stop him anymore. The Nerpa didn't seem to be willing to kill Kiriel as he spoke with a smile. Don't blame me so much. You're also doing it for your own race, right? I'm in a similar situation so, please understand. Then. TK. The Nerpa grasped the crystal and pulled on it. Kikik. Cock. The powerful energy within Enroel's body ripped off the countless strands of shadow. Of course, the Nerpa should not have been able to rip it off this easily no matter how strong he was. But the few remaining strands that had been almost cut off could not withstand the power of the planet that the Nerpa was controlling. Good. The Nerpa looked at the crystal in his hand and then turned to Kiriel. Both our plans are important so. I wish for your success. I hope you wish for mine as well. Good luck. What the hell do I? Leaving Kiriel behind, the Nerpa used the power of the flame and quickly started moving outside. Roar. And from the darkness, a terrifying scream resounded. F. The enraged scream started to fill up the space. And Kiriel felt chills running down her entire back as she heard this. She knew they were strong but not to this extent. Kiriel had barely managed to stand herself up. Rumble. When the shadowy walls began to collapse as something started crawling out from the inside. Damn. Kiriel breathed in and activated her cloudy movement to escape. Roar. The moment these screams echoed out. Quack. Boom. All the fleeing adventurers fell to the ground as the members of Reunion that were on their respective vehicles lost consciousness and crashed into the others and onto nearby obstacles. The Transcendents weren't fine as well. Look. The running Transcendents started to sway. The vicious aura hidden behind the screams blurred their sanity and consciousness. The only ones who had been able to withstand it were higher level 2-star or 3-star Transcendents. But even they could not fully suppress their instincts' autonomous reactions. Their entire bodies started shivering, and they couldn't take another step forward. They could not approach the location of the screams while still maintaining their sanity. But as the other Transcendents stopped, there was only one person who maintained his speed. John Stone. What the hell? John Stone was at a loss as he chased after Hansu. It had been over a year since he had started living here. But he had never seen or even heard about an existence that could make such a terrifying roar. At that moment, someone appeared before his eyes. Kong Hansu. And the woman who stood by his side. He had come here to kill Hansu. But the moment he heard that scream, he could only ask questions. What is this? What the hell is going on? Hansu replied as he maintained his gaze towards the hole. The sleeping beast has awoken. Huh? Why so suddenly? Hansu looked at John Stone and said. Because its food has been stolen. There were a lot of strange monsters in the abyss. But there was one creature that was stranger than most. It looked like the Heitai that resembled both a bear and a lion, so they had named themselves so. There was one strange thing about this race. That they didn't really care about devouring other organisms. Most abyssal races devoured other races to survive, reproduce, or evolve. This meant that conflicts, killings, and devouring were very important actions to continue the prosperity of their own race. The humans weren't any different. They had to eat other races to continue surviving in the abyss, and they could only become stronger by killing them. But the Hadra were different. They didn't care so much about eating other organisms. There was a reason for this, of course. For them to survive, reproduce, or grow stronger, eating other races was not very important. There was something else that was important to them. Powerful energy. Pure and powerful energy was the source that maintained their survival and allowed them to grow stronger. The Hadra that could not find a proper source of energy would become toys of other races and get killed off. This was why they had developed the ability to create a space within the shadows to hide in. Once they found a proper source of energy, the Hadra could grow indefinitely, becoming as large as an entire mountain range. With a strength that terrified the world, they could flip the world upside down. In search of more food. And there, it is. Kuoung. Hansu muttered as he looked at the giant lion/elephant/bear-looking creature several kilometers tall that had risen out from the ground. And John Stone looked at the scene in a daze. What, the? A mountain range. Mountains were rising out from the ground and were stretching. While releasing the rage they felt for losing their food. With an aura that declared their intent to destroy everything. Kiriel looked at the 7 mountains the Hadra that had risen out from the ground and said. Were they devouring the energy of the crystal all this time to become that strong? Hansu nodded. The controller. Named, External Flame Divine Tool. The object that controlled the power of the flame and turned this giant area into the flameless land. The reason why one couldn't use the power of the flame within the area of the controller wasn't because it suppressed the power of the flame. Rather, it absorbed it all. The crystal that had devoured the power of the flame up until this point. Of course, the Hadra, who devoured energy, were drawn to it in a frenzy. The strands of shadows worked as tubes to suck the energy out from the crystal. They were like caterpillars inside cocoons preparing to become butterflies. But if their source of food disappeared, they would go berserk. Until they found a new source of energy. They would crush everything in their path. Kiriel bit her fingernails as she mumbled. If they find a source, it'll be a problem. If they don't, it'll still be a problem. Hansu nodded. These things had eaten the energy of the flame, it was clear where they would towards next. If they find the source of the flame, it would all be over. Roar. Hansu spoke to Kirial. I'll be back. Move away, so you don't get swept by this. Where are you going? Hansu mumbled as he gazed into the distance. I need to retrieve something stolen. Ha! What a scene. The Nerpa looked at the giant creatures in the distance and muttered. Since such things had risen, this giant planet would now go through a cleansing. In a very fair manner. But, what to do? He really needed this crystal. It was now time to head to the next location. Back to the Kakuran fleet. But as the Nerpa was about to go aboard his transportational device. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air reverberated behind him. And as the Nerpa frowned and dodged to the side. Boom! The Mjolnir, that had grazed his side, smashed apart his transportational device. Ha! You just won't leave me alone, huh? You're planning to run away after causing such a scene. Hansu chuckled coldly as he looked at the Nerpa. Chapter 397, Continental War, 1. Roar. Arunheim clenched her teeth as she looked at the giant monsters in the distance. How? What? Chaos. Boom. Boom. Each step destroyed countless structures below as the earth shook. In a single day, the cities that the people of Reunion had worked so hard to build had all been crushed. Countless screams of people could be heard from all around. Ah! Move away from its path. Move. What about our homes? Our weaponry? One of the men evacuating the people shouted out in rage. Is that really important? Focus on saving your life. Damn. If only we could use the power of the flame. Although they could usually live with just their mechanical tools. They started to really miss the power of the flame after being struck with a catastrophe like this. The one leading the evacuation was wearing dragon god armor, and he stomped the ground in rage. Ah. But then. Something unexpected happened. Boom. With a huge sound, the land beneath him cracked apart. What? Huh. As he looked at this in a daze. Kiyeing. The dragon god armor let out bright red lights alongside vents of steam. The dragon god armor's engine, which used the power of the flame, reactivated. Could it be? Arunheim and the man looked at the armor in shock. We can use the power of the flame. The strange energy that protected and suppressed them had disappeared. But the first thing to appear in Arunheim's head was fear. The fence that protected them from the outside had disappeared. There was no longer a place where they could hide from the Nerpa Union or the Pompeian Empire. But Arunheim decided to push back these thoughts for this moment. I don't have time to worry about such a thing. Even if the Empire or the Union didn't do anything, this was no longer a place where people could live in. And even at this exact moment. Q. 7 giant mountain-sized monsters were crushing apart the territory of Reunion and heading out in multiple directions. They didn't know what their goals were. But there was only one thing they needed to do right now. Getting as far away as they could from those things. Run towards the ships in the outskirts. Hurry. Everybody evacuate. The man and Arunheim started to shout. Oh. The Nerpa smiled as he looked at the ships floating up all around him. They can use them since the controller isn't there anymore. The Nerpa muttered as he looked at the ships using the flame's power to fly. Since he had taken the controller away, those ships were usable again. Although most of them had been damaged or destroyed, they could still escape this place with them. The issue is this place. The Nerpa thought as he looked at Hansu standing before him, equipped with his own blue armor and wielding a strange hammer. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I truly need this. To revive my race. Out there in the vast space. Even he didn't know what had happened to his race that called multiple planets their home. His race might have even moved on to other unknown planets. But since he had now lost the Nelkipa, he had to assume that his race had been annihilated and had to start anew in this place. And to do that, he needed enough strength that could then become the seed of their race's revival. Reviving one's race. Quite similar. Hansu smirked. Sorry, but I also need that. Hansu looked at the ships rising up in the distance as he spoke. The giant ships that were visible to an average person's eyes despite being thousands of kilometers away. Despite the distance, one could still feel the vibrations within the air from their movements. But whether they had noticed the change in this place and started to move, or were moving to kill the now awakened monsters, he didn't know why they were all rising up into the air, but he knew one thing for sure. That he needed the crystal to go against them. The Nerpa pondered for a moment and suggested. How about this, let's form an alliance for now. We do not need to fight each other. Our opponents are the Pompeian Empire and the Nerpa Union, right? If we fight together, then we can deal with them with much more ease. He needed to gather 3 controllers. Even if Hansu didn't exist, there were countless other obstacles. And it was hard to use the crystal's full strength at this moment as well. There was no point in fighting each other. Hansu thought for a moment but then nodded. Not a bad plan. Good. Then. But as the Nerpa spoke with a bright expression, Hansu added a few extra words. But I will look after the crystal. The Nerpa frowned at this. Can you not trust me? Their race held promises and honor very highly. His words were basically saying that he did not trust him, so he wanted to hold on to the item of importance. Hansu smirked as he replied. Can you trust me? What will you do if I decide to betray you at a crucial moment while holding on to that? The Nerpa pondered for a moment and shook his head. You won't. He could actually see another person's soul to a degree. This man's soul was rough, cracked in multiple places, and distorted in one place. But it was still letting out a pure light. It was a soul that only someone who still retained themselves could have, despite receiving and giving countless injuries. Someone like this did not lie or betray easily. Since they worked for the greater picture and not for their own benefit. Hansu chuckled. What if I have to betray you to save my race? What do you think I will do? In another way, what if you had to betray me to achieve your goals? What will you do? The Nerpa's expression turned sour, and Hansu continued to speak. We have too much on our shoulders to put our trust in each other, right? They were in a situation where they had to work for the survivability of their respective races. They were just like each other. Friendships and trust were nothing before the weight they bore on their shoulders. The worst case scenario. If they had to give up their allies to achieve their goals. If they had to betray their allies and attack them from the back to save their race. What would he and the Nerpa choose? And they knew that such a situation would come sooner or later. The Nerpa's race. Their scale is too large. They would have a goal that would fit their scale. Which meant that that would not be enough. At least, not for both races. The Nerpa grinned at his teeth as he shouted. Extreme, you are too extreme. You are planning to make an enemy out of me because of an unknown future? Me, that could be of great strength to you. I thought you were a great person, but you're just a coward. Hansu spoke coldly. That's the issue. People who can greatly contribute to one's strength. They would become great enemies the moment one's back was turned. Maybe if you and I both had a few things to lose, but we have nothing to lose. They only had their bodies. They had no race to save, no hostages to rescue. Nothing. Do not trust anyone that has nothing to lose. You never know what they will do. Hansu thought of Chaldean's words and tightly clenched his hammer. Maybe. I am a coward. His enemy was too great. He could not allow the item that could become the largest variable remain in the hands of the person that could become the largest variable. He needed to kill the Nerpa when he was still weak. And as if the Nerpa had read Hansu's thoughts, his expression turned cold. It seems you are underestimating me, but, sure. Let's have a go at it. His choice to fight Hansu wasn't because Hansu was going against him. There was always the choice of running away. But as he heard Hansu's words, he had to admit the feeling he'd been burying inside him. If both races were after the flame's strength, they would collide sooner or later. And to prevent that collision, he needed to get rid of Hansu. He had clearly seen the alien race's terrifying potential for growth. And the man before him was a person at the epitome of that race. I will uproot you here. If not, then he would return in the future with much more power. And then. Rumble. With its limitations removed, the power of the flame started to rise up from the Nerpa's soul, who had the rights to control such power. Boom. Buried deep within the planet, the flame's core trembled as it supplied the Nerpa with a large amount of power. And the strength that crushed Kiriel started to surround the Nerpa's body. Then. Boom. A huge collision exploded between Hansu and the Nerpa. Rumble. Inside Arunheim's ship. Somebody was standing next to Arunheim with a blade. Ugh. Arunheim gritted her teeth. Although the power of the flame had returned, she could not deal with this woman. After all, this woman was a monster that the dragon god armor couldn't deal with. We should have stopped her before she got on the ship. Then with the ship's strength, they could have stopped her to some degree. But Kiriel did not care for her thoughts, mumbling while looking at the scene of the collision. It really seems that Hansu cannot trust anybody. Arunheim replied as she stared at the fight in the far distance. Don't you feel uneasy at all? You could also end up thrown to the side. Kiriel replied to the smirking Arunheim. I don't like a leader who can trust everyone. Even more so if their stakes were this high. A person suspicious of everyone was much better than a person who trusted everyone. And there's nothing about me that would make him throw me away. Look how hardworking I am. Kiriel shrugged as she said. So hurry and fire. Quickly. Kiriel pointed towards the Nerpa radiating a powerful aura in the distance, a cold smile on her face. Chapter 398, Continental War, 2. Boom. Hansu whistled as he looked at the power of the flames. Amazing. A power that the natives of Ankara had to pour every bit of their effort to use. But this man was covered from head to toe with this power. In a much more efficient manner too. Boom. Hansu blocked the energy charging towards him with his armor and swung his hammer towards the opponent. And as the Nerpa saw this, he twisted his fingers in a weird angle. Then. A giant barrier made of condensed mana appeared next to him. Boom. The collision between the hammer and the barrier created a tremendous shockwave. Hansu, who had been flung away from the rebound force, stood up and shrugged his shoulders. His control over mana is something else. The Nerpa didn't seem that proficient in a battle. But he had an absurd amount of strength that could easily fill up his lack of combat proficiency. It was like attacking a mountain. Of course, for Hansu, who could easily blow away a mountain, the Nerpa really was very strong. Hansu touched his tingly wrists. Boom. The forces of Reunion. The ship led by the nation of, led by Erunheim, the Arkrame. The Nerpa scoffed at the attack beam which could easily wipe away an entire city. Pieces of scum. Qoo. The attack beam suddenly trembled intensely and soon dispersed into countless tiny rays. And by the time the attack reached the Nerpa, it had lost all its strength and breezed past him and Hansu. The Nerpa looked at Hansu with a cold gaze. I'll make you regret it. All of it. Boom. A huge sound reverberated from beneath the Nerpa's feet. A sound so loud that even those in the middle of running away turned to look at the source. Oh my god. Run. Run away. Everybody freaked out when they saw a giant pillar of flames that resembled a volcano's eruption. It was like a giant red dragon ascending into the heavens. Rumble. The Nerpa grasped onto the power of the flame that had risen from the ground beneath and smiled at Hansu. Catch. Whoosh. The Nerpa's hands had created a red orb. 7 beams of light exploded out from the orb and shot towards Hansu. Like a burst of light from a sun. Despite being made from one's hands, its strength was countless times stronger than the attack made from the Arkrame. Hansu started to prepare himself when he saw this. Kudududuk. He exerted pressure on his entire body. The survival instincts he squeezed out from this turned into a destructive force and then gathered around his hammer. Hansu felt the raised mastery level of the 9 dragon strike and then smashed his hammer towards the beams of light that were flying towards him. Boom. The two powers collided and shook the heavens and earth around them. Whoosh. The blue armor tried its best to resist the surrounding flames as it sucked Hansu's energy at a quickened rate. But despite this, cock. Countless cracks appeared on the blue armor as flames entered through those gaps and melted his skin. It seems I'll reach the 4th level soon. They really given me no time to take a break. The Nerpa looked at Hansu with a cold gaze and said. Are you regretting it yet? Hansu shrugged his shoulders and pointed behind the Nerpa. Behind you. What a petty trick. Why would he fall for such a dumb trick? As the Nerpa scoffed. Whoosh. The sound of something huge cutting through the air whistled behind him. The sound of a giant piece of metal flying at a tremendous speed. The Nerpa frowned and turned around. You really have all sorts of tricks up your sleeves, huh? The Nerpa's frown deepened. The Arcrame. The ship was now charging straight towards the Nerpa. Since the flame doesn't work. How unsophisticated. It was stupid, but effective. Even he couldn't easily stop an engine that ran on the flame's power. But he could just dodge it. As the Nerpa was about to move. It really seems like you aren't used to fights. Boom. Hansu spoke a few brief words as he charged towards the Nerpa. Tisk. The Nerpa looked at Hansu who was trying to corner him in place. You dumb bastard. You'll get swept away too. The giant ship would not be able to discern between friend and foe due to its size. But Hansu smiled and swung his right arm. Whatever. The Nerpa breathed in as he saw the hammer approaching him and then blew up the red orb in his hand. Boom. A red light extended out with his body as the center, as if he was creating a miniature sun around his body. And behind this explosion, a giant ship was flying towards him while Hansu was charging at him from the front. Hey up! As the Nerpa shouted. Boom. The giant ship, Hansu, and the Nerpa were all swept away by a miniature supernova. Ah! Quay! Everyone above the ship started to scream. This giant ship had smashed into 2 small beings. But they were the ones screaming, the people above the Arcrame. Ka. The shields shattered in an instant as the engines overloaded. The immensely powerful alloy walls of the ship broke apart in an instant as the flames of the explosion melted everything within. What in the world? Arunheim was at a loss at this scene. She thought that she would be able to solve this issue as long as she started up the ship. But the scene before her eyes was far beyond anything she could imagine. Taking into account the ship's mass, they should easily be able to run over 2 tiny humans no matter how strong they were. But as if the ship had crashed into a giant mountain, it had ended up ripped apart by the 2 beings in front of it. To die like this. As Arunheim closed her eyes at the flames approaching her. Hey, now. I'm not that petty, you know. What? SSSSS. Someone appeared by Arunheim and covered her body with a mass of white clouds. Arunheim opened her eyes. And saw the ship, which she had just been standing on, crashing down in the far distance. When did we? As she looked around, she could see all the passengers above the ship, all of them gasping for breath. I really cannot see through them. Everything from their abilities to their goals. As Arunheim looked at Kiriel with a strange expression. Damn. He really is a cockroach. Kiriel frowned as she looked at the scene through the rubble of the falling ship. Rumble. Through the half-melted and crushed apart rubble of the ship. The Nerpa, who was flying in the air, cracked his fingers and smiled. This is nothing. But unlike his words, the Nerpa's condition wasn't at its greatest. Countless parts of his body had melted and his right arm was broken. But there was a reason why he was smiling. Because his opponent had suffered more. The blue armor that was barely maintaining its shape, and the body of Hansu burning inside it. So, have your thoughts changed? While listening to the mocking tone of the Nerpa, Hansu replied. Why aren't you using the crystal? Huh? Hansu looked at the Nerpa and repeated himself. The crystal in your hand, why aren't you using it? The Nerpa scoffed. That's because I don't know. Not yet. As Hansu asked. The Nerpa's expression froze. It was if Hansu knew about the controller more than himself. And at that moment, a line of thought appeared inside his mind. Right, why didn't I use it? The Nerpa thought as he looked at the crystal in his left hand. He wasn't in the greatest of conditions anyway. If his strength had been slightly lacking then he'd be the one falling to the ground and not the ship. But then. Ugh. The Nerpa suddenly had a headache. And a dull voice called out. So you're a fake. What? As the Nerpa looked at Hansu. Shit. Chills ran down his entire back. His opponent, who was dying before his eyes, had disappeared in that small time frame he was looking at the crystal. Then. Boom. The Nerpa felt a tremendous aura behind him. Chop. Ayah. The Nerpa was flung away as he grasped onto his left wrist. One strike. His weak body had been turned into trash from one attack. This is not an item a fake should be holding. Hansu grabbed the crystal that had been released from the Nerpa's hand, looking at the Nerpa embedded in the ground beneath him. Chapter 399, Continental War, 3. Rumbly. The Hadera made a strange expression as it moved. Just up until this exact moment, there was the aura of a delicious meal in the location it was heading to. An aura of a meal that would allow it to far surpass its siblings. But the aura had suddenly disappeared. Rumble. The Hadera pondered for a moment and then stopped heading forward and turned around instead. Boom. Boom. Because of its sheer mountainous size, just a simple turn caused giant dust clouds to form around it. And there was a very dissatisfied expression on the Hadera's face. It had almost reached it, but for it to suddenly disappear. But there was no time to sulk over this matter. Since its siblings were already far ahead of itself, moving toward other sources of food. Although there were a few flies clad in steel armor that also aroused their hunger, these little things were nowhere close to being able to satisfy them. Instead of wasting time on these little things, they needed to move. In search for that one large chunk of meat that could fill up its stomach. Boom. Boom. The Hadera turned around and then started to proceed towards the far distance that radiated another delicious aura. And in the location the Hadera had previously headed to. Good, I've stopped it before things got more annoying. Hansu mumbled in annoyance and then started to descend. Towards the Nerpa who had attracted the Hadera with its tremendous energy but was now laid out on the floor, powerless. Ugh. Kahook. The Nerpa puked out blood. One strike. It only took one strike to destroy this weak body currently under its control. Even if the body had the power of his soul, it was useless. Since the moment he started using it, what was left of his weak body would start to disintegrate. Damn. The Nerpa looked despairingly at Hansu, who was descending from the sky, and then glanced at the crystal in Hansu's hand. And at that moment, Hansu's words flashed by. I'm a fake. This being the reason why he could not use the controller. But the Nerpa denied this. No. How can I be fake? Then, what were these memories in his head? From waking up from the crystal to having his body stolen by Melchizedek. And stealing the body of Enroel, who was nearby. It remembered everything. Even his goal of saving his race and achieving glory. But at that moment. Pain. The Nerpa's expression turned grim. And it wasn't from a headache or the pain from the injuries on his body. But because of one thing. I can't remember. When it tried to think of its past memories, the clear memories started to blur and he started to slowly forget them one by one. As if he was someone who had simply passed by, picking up things other people had talked about. If those memories were truly his, then something like this shouldn't be happening. What the hell? What's going on? While the Nerpa was raking through his memories, he heard a very familiar voice inside his head. And the moment he heard this, chills ran down the Nerpa's entire back. He knew this voice. This voice. It was his own. Of course, he couldn't think for long. The moment he heard this voice, his consciousness quickly came to a halt. Every thought process stopped and his memories were erased. The Nerpa understood what was happening as he fell into despair. Damn. And with this word as his final thought. Thud. The body of Enroel that the Nerpa had controlled weakly slumped down onto the ground. Rumble. His body stopped moving. SSSS. Overloaded from the flame's powers, Enroel's body could not withstand the energy coursing through it uncontrollably and soon disintegrated. Tatak. Kiriel landed next to Hansu and then looked at Enroel with a frown. Damn. I can't read anything like this. She needed at least a small remainder to read a body's memories. But since there was nothing left, there was no way she could read any memories. Keying. She placed her hand on the ground to test it out, but couldn't read anything. He looked like he had a lot of information we could dig out. Damn. Although she hadn't participated in the battle, she had witnessed it from afar. The moment Hansu said he was fake. The Nerpa had flinched and Hansu used that opening to send a fatal strike. She had run over because of her curiosity, but for the Nerpa to have become like this. Shall I ask? As Kiriel was about to ask. Hansu turned to her and spoke first. Let's move. Huh? Where? Hansu glanced at the crystal in his hand and then said. Towards the location of the second object. The closest location was the Nerpa Union. It wouldn't be hard to go there. Within Arunheim's memories that Kiriel read, there were clear memories of the Nerpa Union. Where? Hansu replied. Neorim. Nerpa Union's capital city. A core city inhabited by 100 million civilians. Kiriel raked through her memories relating this giant city and then muttered. It won't be easy. The Neorim existed within Arunheim's memories. Since everyone under the Nerpa Union would have been to the capital city, Neorim. But there were two reasons she said this. First. Neorim was too far for them to reach with her cloudy movement. Of course, this wasn't such a huge issue. Since they could reach the city by using her skill multiple times or just run over there. They were transcendents after all. But the main issue was the second problem. Damn. Kiriel's expression turned pale as she thought of the Neorim. Countless mechanical soldiers and dragon god soldiers. Thousands of ships flying through the sky. She had realized it on the Arcane just a moment ago, but the power of these ships was far above that of the dragon god soldiers. According to Arunheim's memories, the ships that were either at K level or above were especially hard to deal with. And hundreds of such powerful ships were in the air, so of course things would not be easy for them. Of course, the ships wouldn't turn their own city into a sea of flames. And it seems like they know about us now too. Kiriel looked towards the distance at the ships that had stopped approaching them. The giant ships that were clearly visible despite being hundreds of kilometers away. Of course with their technology, they would have seen what had just happened here. If they started to set up their defenses, it would be almost impossible to breach them. But Hansu shook his head. It won't be that bad. How? Hansu continued. They won't have the time to care about us anymore. Boom. Boom. The slowly moving mountain-sized creatures. The hater that continuously searched for food. They had already moved far out. They would be of help, at least for now. Their strength was not something that even he could deal with, at least not yet. Although he would need to deal with the hater eventually, they would help him out for now. Because if those things went berserk, his opponents were the ones that would lose much more than himself. Hansu thought as he watched the giant creatures that had already moved past the flameless land and were proceeding further. Boom. F. Block it. Blow it apart. In the distance. The commander of the Acheron fleet, Reincarnator, shouted as he watched the giant beasts wreaking havoc beneath him. And the Technorid, Enkadaik, made a hesitant expression at these commands. But, beneath us. He couldn't finish. The location that giant creature was stomping on was one of the Nerpa's Union 3 main defensive cities. It was the largest city out of the ones that the Ron family controlled, a city located at the very outskirts of the Nerpa Union, the first line of defense that guarded against the Pompeian Empire. If they attacked, it would sweep away their entire city as well. Reincarnator shouted with rage. Do you think I don't know about that? Just blast it? It'll all be over once they're dead. Fire. Reincarnator pointed to the location the beasts were heading to. A structure that was only built on giant or defensive cities that held the power of the flame. The structure drew out this power from inside the planet and used it to supply their soldiers and weapons. The Alpha and Omega that fueled the Nerpa Union. There were only 9 of these in the entire Nerpa Union as well. This meant that if at least one of them ended up smashed apart, a large chunk of the Union's strength would be lost. Sadly, Arya and Ron's shouts were in vain. Kua. Chomp. Chomp chomp. The beast ignored their attacks as it headed straight into the great furnace, slammed its head inside and started to devour it. Kiing. The attacks from the surrounding ships and the city's defensive weapons weakened at a visible rate. With the severing of the flame's power, the army that moved using this power began to stop as well. And it was the same for Arya and Ron's fleet. Kiing. Amidst the sounds of the engines weakening, Arya and Ron wasn't looking at the beast but rather in the opposite direction. Damn. Report it. They've started their attack. The beast wasn't the only issue. This next opponent was an existence that they despised for so long. The reason for the city's existence. War. This is war. Damn. So sudden. As the strength behind the city came to a halt. Rumble. The Pompeian Empire's great fleets that were scouting in the distance started to head towards the city. Arya and Ron gritted his teeth.